May 18th, 2016, Pawnee Business Council special meeting at 9:10. I'd like to call for invocation at this time. I'm asking Councilman Spotted Horse Chief to give the invocation.
Good morning, everybody. Council, y'all just bear with me here. I'll go to prayer. Noah, Atis, Tita Wahat, Atis, Titanis, Kitaku, Savior Jesus. Atis, Water, State Wise, to Titi, Bakado, Kadasa, Kukratis. Tatasa, Sawakiri, Resa, Kitaki, Kitari. Atis, Titanis, Kitaku, Subste, Wata, Pita, Chapa, Titi, Atis, Titanis, Kitaku. Anyway, to the head, anyway, to the head, to the Rediku, Atis, Titanis, Kitaku. Anyway, to do that, Chick, say, Titi, Atis, Titanis, Kitaku. Thankful to you once again for this wonderful gift of life you bestowed upon each and every one of us here. I ask that you bless all of our Pawnee people, from the youngest to the oldest, wherever you may find them, wherever they be at today, whatever the shape, condition they may be in, you bless them. And I ask that you be with us here today, Council. Help us to have open minds, open ears, eyes, thoughts and feelings, to understand the things that we're talking about here today. All we're trying to do is do the best that we can for our people here in the nation. So bless all of our employees, our workers, and everything that we do that makes this tribe run. You continue to be with us throughout the day. All those that are in need, our military men and women, armed forces, those that have a heavy heart still today, you bless them. So I'm going to leave a lot unsaid. We'll put them in your hands to take care of the best way you see fit. So all these things I ask of you, your son's holy name, at the Espírito to all.
I'd like to have a roll call.
Bruce Pratt,
Excused.
Darrell Walcott,
Here.
Amy Littleson, here. Angela Thompson,
Here.
Sammy Axon, here. Donna Hare,
Here.
Adrian Spotted Horse Chief,
Here.
Deanna Peter.
Here.
I'd like to have approval of agenda.
We have a couple items that we wanted to add. One of them, the first one is approval of changes to the Pawnee Nation flag to add the arrowheads. That'll be a council decision. We need to add 2 arrowheads to the Pawnee Nation flag, so we wanted to get that approved so they can go ahead and order those. And then we have 2 resolutions for enrollment. Approval of resolution 1644 for applicants, and then approval for resolution 1645 for deceased members.
So that'll be
17, 18, and 19 in new business.
18 and 19. What was 17?
The approval of the Pawnee Nation, or changes to the Pawnee Nation flag.
Okay, and then the resolutions are
And then the resolutions
2
are-
separate. Okay.
I make the motion to amend the agenda, adding items under new business 17, Pawnee Nation flag, 18, resolution 1644, 19, resolution 1645. I'll second that.
Any questions on the agenda? Sir, take a vote now.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Axon, yes. Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horse Chief,
Yes.
Deanna Chapman Peter.
Yes.
Need the approval of minutes for PBC meeting of April 15th, 2016.
I did have a few changes. Line 84, Leanna Chapman Teeter attended the land management community meeting. It was the community forum instead of committee meeting, proposal review. And then I had named several other things. In-7 youth movement, field day at OSU, Pawnee Nation College Board of Trustees quarterly meeting, Pawnee Nation night at Tulsa Oilers hockey game, Pawnee Service Unit leadership meeting. So if we can add that. And then line 86, Mrs.
Hold on just a second.
Oh, okay.
Board of Trustees, I'm sorry, I probably have to go back and.
PNC Board of Trustees quarterly meeting. And then the Pawnee Service Unit leadership meeting. And then on line 86, Mrs. Teeter was excused from the meeting, and I think it needs to be, I added for participation in the Week of the Young Child event at the Learning Center, so I'm not just excused. Do you think? Okay. So to participate in the Week of the Young Child event at the Learning Center. And then line 121, that's when I returned. I don't know if you need to add that just to show that I wasn't absent. So line 121, Leanna Chapman Teeter returned. And that's all. Oh, no. No, that's fine.
I have a couple. On line 97, that should read CSC consultation, not CSE. CSC as in cat. Okay. And then on line 291, I don't know how to clarify this, but it states that this was approved as an agenda item in Budget Committee. Budget Committee did not approve this item. It was just added to the agenda. So can we clarify that?
It's being added to new business, item number, 13, Budget Committee recommendations under M, and then that's what you guys stated in the motion, that it was being added to the agenda. You guys
On that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Budget Committee recommendations, number M, and then it listed what the
So,
changes
but
were.
you see what I'm saying? It gives the appearance that Budget Committee approved it, but I guess the minutes state that it was just added
It's added to the
to
council
that.
agenda.
Okay, I can accept that.
Underneath those lines.
Okay, I can accept that.
Oh, okay.
That's the only two I had on the minutes.
Well, I had a question about 300, that box. Isn't that the same as the one above, or how is that?
What is your question?
No, the 291 is adding that to the agenda.
Okay,
and 300
300 is
approval.
vote, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
I make the motion to approve the agenda minutes of April 15, 2016 with changes.
I'll second.
The approval of the minutes of April 15, 2016 has been approved. Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adams,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotworski,
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
The approval of those minutes has been approved. The Business Council President's report is item 5. He has been excused, so go on to items 6, the BBC committee and travel reports. Adrian, would you start off with this?
Yes, well, I don't know that, it seems like a long time, but I went over there to, talk with the, doing business in Indian country. And I was, myself, I was really disappointed in the whole conference because it wasn't anything that, I thought it was concerned with. It was supposed to be doing business in Indian country, and all it was a bunch of attorneys talking about laws and things. Not saying that it wasn't good information, but you know, I was under the impression that it was going to be about you know, doing business in Indian country. And they had one presenter who was an attorney who discussed about, you know, doing business on their reservation in Nebraska, the Winnebago tribe. That was very interesting, and that was the only thing that I thought was a part of that conference. So that was my thoughts on that. But it was you know, informative, very informative of the different things that I guess the legal aspects of what tribes are dealing with. And then I and along with a lot of others here have returned back from the repatriation up there in Nebraska that was done last Wednesday. And it was a very, I don't know how to really explain it. You know, for myself, it's both, it makes me angry, and then it makes me sad at the same time to know that we have to rebury our ancestors and that we have to go through a lot of legal tape to get our ancestors' remains back, you know, so that we can give them another proper burial, you know. So, but at the same time, it was very, I guess it was kind of a joyous time too to know that that's something that we're able to do. So I know that we have many more remains that's out there and artifacts that we're trying to repatriate. But I'm thankful for the Cultural Resource Department's staff and how they handled everything and how everything turned out. Also, too, at the same time, you know, I got a chance and opportunity to look at the land that we own up there, the Reed property, the Cranston property. And it's very, very gorgeous land that we have up there. You know, and also, you know, looked at the land and the store, the store building that we own there in Edinburgh. I've seen that several times before, but also at the time, you know, we got to go back to some of our homelands there in Nebraska, Genoa, Nebraska, Republic, Kansas. So for me, it was a good, rewarding trip. You know, I always try to tell people, you know, if they ever get an opportunity to go up there, you know, try to go. It was kind of a re-energizing thing when you get to go back to our ancestral homelands. You know, so for that, you know, that's what my travel reports. And also, you know, from the land use committee, we you know, donated blankets, you know, to several individuals, and I got to deliver 3 of the 4. So the 4th one was in Lincoln. I didn't have time to get to Lincoln, so that's all. I'll take any questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Adrian. Sammy?
I have nothing to report.
Family, do you have anything?
Yes. I can't even remember when our last council meeting was. because it seems like it's been such a long time ago. So I'm checking my notes to see, because I've been real busy, and so I have a lot of reports. Hey. I'll just start May. May 3rd, I attended the strategic planning meeting that we had here, and I was really disappointed. It wasn't ran the way that it usually is, and somehow the agenda got changed, and so I wasn't very satisfied because I don't think we got anything accomplished. So when we attend these meetings, it takes all day long. I would like us to have something in hand to show that we accomplished something. And so hopefully the next one will be better. And I hope, and we didn't even set a date for our next meeting, but I would really like these to be continuous, like every 2 weeks or so, whenever anybody can be available to work on this. And I just feel real strongly about it because we need this plan in place so that we all know what direction we're going. Right now, our college has things going on that we're not even aware of, and then we have things going on the same day and time. And I would like to attend both of them, and I'm always questioning, well, why are we having these events on the same day at the same time? Things like that, we need to, I believe a strategic plan will bring all of our entities together. And even like with, housing, with our Chiefs Council, with TDC, things like that, our strategic plan, once we can get it accomplished and done, then, everybody will know what direction we're going, and then we can all work together to go in that direction. And that way we're going to have progress. So that's why I keep harping on this, and I'm going to keep harping on it until we get something done. And I would imagine we're probably the only tribe that doesn't have a strategic plan. I mean, if we're going to be leaders, we need to have a plan in the direction we're going to be leading our people. So I think it's really important. And so I attended that meeting on May 4th. I attended the Pawnee Nation College students had won some awards, and they were going to do a presentation of what they had, the information that they had won the awards on. And so they invited the tribal council to the college so that the students can present to us and show us their awards. So I attended that on May 4th, and I was really impressed by them, and I was real happy that they were able to go and do this presentation, and I got a lot of information from it. It was very interesting. And so I try to encourage the students, that they should keep up the good work and continue on. And I was glad that, kind of like they have things outside of just the classroom for them to do the extra research, because one of the reports they reported on was the hogs that are out here and out here on the reserve, and just how much damage they can do. And so I was really impressed, and I learned a lot about that, especially since they reported that these were sighted here on our reserve. So I got informed, and I was real happy to hear that they had won several awards in behalf of the Pawnee Nation College, which represents the Pawnee Nation. And then on May 5th, we had the National Day of Prayer event over at in front of Building 64, and I was real pleased with that event, and I was real thankful that we had that to join in, and the prayer said, and of course, I just believe that, we all need prayer. So I was real thankful to attend that and all that took place, and that we used our traditional ways to participate in that National Day of Prayer through burning cedar and having prayers said. So I was real happy about that. Because to me, when we use our traditional ways, then we're practicing our sovereignty. So I was real pleased with the way that was handled. And then later on that afternoon, on May 5th, I attended the budget committee that was held. And I'm still looking at my notes here. I believe we had as far as my committees go, we had a enrollment committee meeting, which we added and took people off of our tribal role, in which that presentation would be given by Carrie here in a little bit, and then that's what our resolutions are for. And I attended the Pawnee Nation graduation on Friday, May 13th, and I was really happy and surprised because my daughter graduated from Pawnee Nation College. So I'm real happy because I also got a certificate from Pawnee Nation College that we are alumni of our own college, you know, and to me, I'm real proud about it. I really like the fact. And if it wasn't for this college, then I don't know if her or my other daughters would even go back to college, you know, because it's here, it's convenient, and so I like that we have that Pawnee Nation College, and then also that they had asked Dr. Todd Fuller to come back. He's the one who started our college to be the speaker. So it was really good to see Todd. And then I attended the interviews for the commissioners on Monday, May 16th. And then I also went to Nebraska to view our homelands and then to take in the reburial of our ancestors. And of course, I'm just like a lot of people, you know, that may have been up there, you know, I have a lot of heartfelt feelings about it, and it's real emotional, and because we don't, you know, we weren't told, you know, who they were, or if it was a man or a woman or anything, but, you know, just the thought, you know, of having to rebury them, it was just real emotional. And then I had the pleasure of meeting the people that donated the land, with the exceptions of Dale Cranston, because he had passed away over a year ago. But I got the opportunity to go and view the land, and everybody was kind of talking about the land there in Grand Island. Oh, it's just an old farmhouse, and I went over there, and it was a really beautiful home. And where it sits, I guess at one time it was in the country, but now it's surrounded by a city. You know, there's housing popping up all around there, and it sits right by a real busy street. But it just sits out in the middle of this field, and it was just real beautiful. And we got to meet the fishers who live there and take care of it. And so I was really glad to see the homelands, and also got to go to Aurora and meet Connie Cranston, who still lives there, and she gave us a tour of the property up there, and it's just real beautiful. The Blue River runs right through that property, and it's just a real beautiful place. And so I was just real humbled, and got to go to Genoa for the reburial, and then got to meet Roger Welsh and his wife, and just participate. They even fed us, and they were just really super nice people. Got to see the Pawnee Art Center, and so I really enjoyed the trip. And there was a lot of places we still didn't get to see. I think probably needed another week up there. But I really enjoyed it, and I really wish we could maybe. I know I took a lot of pictures, like get slides or something put out somewhere showing where our Nebraska lands are. So, and then, the homes that sit on them and things like that. So, but I was real thankful, we gave blankets to those people that donated to us, the Pawnee Nation Pendleton blankets. And several of the people we gave those blankets to, they just broke down and cried. And here I was thinking, a blanket isn't even nothing close enough, but because they're such humble people, it just really touched their heart. So I was really glad that we did that. And so I really enjoyed it, being in the motherland, and just, I just felt really blessed, because that's how I feel that our land is, because I got to take my daughter Rosetta with me, and she had no idea what we were doing or where we were going, and We both were thinking, because we went through Genoa to several places where the Kikahoki villages were, in Venus, the Kikahoki, we both had the same thoughts. I just think our ancestors walked here, and we're like walking in their footsteps that they may have made around here. And so we just felt real humbled and real blessed. And so I'm really thankful to the Pawnee Nation that I finally got to go to Nebraska and see the land. So that's the end of my report. Any questions? Oh, well, thank you.
My reports are on the budget committee. We had held one on May 5th. The majority of the agenda items that were approved by budget committee are on the agenda. Some that were approved that required no PBC action, I'll just briefly go through those. Those are transportation budget modification, property management budget modification, annual employee appreciation events request. Since this was an approval, or it's already budgeted in the PBC budget, there was no action by PBC because PBC approved it when they approved the budget. IT department to purchase data storage, there was no action on that. Pawnee Public School 2017-2018 school year waiver, that's on the agenda with recommendations from the budget committee to meet with the Pawnee Public Schools and Pawnee Nation College to further collaborate in addressing the needs of the school with the shortfall this year. Pawnee Nation College resolution request. I received an email, that's why I added it on the agenda. And from that discussion, we hadn't received any further information from the college that was sent to him for the resolution to be presented to council. So no action was taken there due to not enough information provided. We also had a discussion on the IHS CDA claims and the response from the IHS, which is an agenda item on here, so I'm not going to go into detail until we come to that item. Standard insurance 401k, there was no action taken. The check was redone and issued, right, to standard?
It's being done, yes.
Okay. The other thing was brought up was it's on the agenda, so we'll discuss that. It was on the honor, the actor of the resident. And that was the budget committee. Other meetings I attended was the self-governance annual conference, which they had a side meeting of CSC consultation. The main thing that's coming out of the CSC consultation is revised interpretation of the policy, and from the technical contract support cost technical work group there's been a tribal and federal work group who have collaborated on bringing recommendations forward. That's out for public comment right now, and how it's going to affect the tribe is just, it's going to have some direct effects on the smaller tribes rather than the larger tribes in regard to how they're going to deliver CSC and how they're interpreting the CSC policy on the IHS side and then the DOI side. So we'll just have to look at those once we submit those requests on an annual basis for our IHS and DOI contracts. There was a lot of other information provided at the self-governance conference, updates in regard to self-governance initiatives. Our goal is to go into self-governance, but we have to ensure that our audits are in place. We have to have 3 years of clean audits before we can enter in on the DOI side. On the IHS side, the law states that you can have no uncorrected audit findings on the IHS side. So we probably could roll over our Title I contracts on the IHS side currently now, as long as we have no uncorrected audit issues with our IHS contracts. So our goal is to reach self-governance status at some point so that the tribe can have that flexibility within the ISDA law that allows lump sum payments. We keep the interest. We can use the interest off of the lump sum dollars that comes over, and then looking at other programs that can be transferred to the tribe for meeting the needs at the local level instead of the federal side telling us how to spend those dollars. So we had a lot of updates on that. I also attended the repatriation on May 11th in Nebraska. I echo what Secretary Littleson stated. It was very moving. What the thoughts that ran through my mind was who this individual was. We don't know who he was or who she was, but it was a Pawnee person. I thought about their grandmas, their mothers, their fathers, you know, and then finally being able to put that person in the ground to rest, you know, and not being on a shelf. Those are some of the thoughts that were coming through my mind as I was standing there, and it was hurtful. It was hurtful. But now I'm glad that, you know, we're taking care of those. Very proud of the Cultural Resource Division and their staff and what they did, and anybody else who was involved back at home that made these efforts, the repatriation committee, the Chiefs Council. Y'all did a good job in handling this and moving forward. I also attended the Indian School and the Genoa Cemetery, and unfortunately I got sick, and I'm still sick from that trip, but it was a very good trip. It was good to be back in the homeland. Had the same sentiments of thinking when we were driving to Genoa, those hilly sides, you know, you could just see that all these, you could just picture our people looking out and choosing those sites, and, you know, being able to see far away and just seeing them running on their horses and, you know, doing things. It was very moving. So I was glad I was able to attend that. I attended the strategic planning. I do feel that we need to continue those on a weekly basis. We have so many things that we need to deal with as a council, and I think using that strategic planning session, having strategic planning in the morning, and then dealing with other issues like our governing docs on a bi-weekly basis, it keeps it at the forefront, and we're moving forward to address those issues. So I agree with that, but I do feel that we were able to make some forward movement in the donation policy and moving forward through strategic planning. I also attended the Pawnee Nation College presentation on the feral hog and the sorrel in regard to growing the corn, and they took samples and everything out here by the old Indian school behind there, but I think it was just south of what they called the laundry place, the Indian school. And so they really did their research, and they presented, and it was a good experience for those college students, and I was proud of all of them. It was Joe Moore, Francie Roughface, Marcella Stevenson, Frankie Soxie, and I believe that was all of them, but they're all Pawnee students, and so I was very proud of them for their accomplishments in receiving those awards. I also attended 2 meetings with Adrian on the promoters, and what we met with them on is the possibilities of having MMA fights here in maybe June, August. We met with 2 promoters. We're trying to get a 3rd bid as well, and then we'll bring some information back to council. It's looking like we're going to have to come up with about $25,000 to $30,000 to put on the event. But looking at the proposal packages that were submitted, if we sell, even if there's 1,100 seats in the stadium, that's just regular general seating. If we sold out 1,100 seats, that's about $27,000 at $25 a ticket. But then you have the reserve seating around the arena. It'll be cage fighting for the first event. And so those go up in price by 35 to 45. Then you have the alcohol sales, the vendor sales, the concession stand sales on top of that. So it looks like it's going to be a very revenue-making thing once we get started. We're trying to just use this first event as to get our feet wet so we know what to come into, and then we got to talk about, you know, the legality things of signing contracts and entering deals with promoters, and that's all they want. They'll put on everything. They'll bring in the cage, they'll bring in the security, of course we have the sports commission for the regulatory piece of it, but the bell ringers, the timekeepers and all that. So it looks very promising, so we look forward to have an event in August. And that's what we're shooting for. That's all I have.
I do have a question. On my calendar, I have June 17th, the tentative date for midget wrestling. I think that was announced a month ago or so.
Yes.
Is that still?
I don't think that, it's something that we're still looking at, but I don't know if we're there yet. It's been a tentative, in that date, I thought I announced it here in the council, but that date has been postponed back to September, and they haven't given me a date yet. They had I told them that we was tentative on that date, and then they had a bigger event in Dallas or something that came up that they said that they wanted to take. And I told them, I said I didn't know if he was ready yet. So they're looking at something in September.
Okay.
And a part of that too is along with Angela's comments there, is I was sitting there thinking while she was talking, and I forgot that we had those meetings, so they were very productive, and like she said, we're looking for a third one, which I'm hoping that we'll get here really soon. So once we get that, then we can look at some things and present it to the tribe here, to the council, and see what direction we're going to go, and start planning on something here real soon.
Okay, good morning, everyone. You all look like you're about to fall asleep, so I'll try to entertain you. Okay, on April 19th, I attended the transportation bid opening for a dump truck, and I believe it was a snowplow. I also attended the TDC board meeting. April 28th, I attended Doing Business in the Indian Country, which was sponsored by the Creek Nation District Court, so it all had to deal with legal presentations. And one of the first things he said at the beginning was that it's a way for a lot of those lawyers and tribal members to attend a conference type thing similar to the Sovereignty Symposium, but it wouldn't be as expensive or overwhelming and everything. I did enjoy it. The very first presentation was by, his name's Sammy Deere, and he spoke on the Muskogee Creek traditional law as compared to regular court, but nowadays. Anyway, let me just read you a few things. Well, he said they have 80,000 members and 1,100 to 1,200 are full bloods. That's all that's left of full bloods. He said their job, okay, their chiefs are called Mikos, is that right? And they are lifetime positions. He named several, and they have been in that position 40 years, 45 years. They've got a new one for 20 years. He said their jobs are to check on people, especially in the winter when they don't have stomp dances. He said they are the ones who make them who they are, and he says they're the ones who keep carrying on the traditional ways. They used to have 45 of them, and now they're down to 15. He talked about the laws and rules of the Cherokee court, and he especially warned us to be careful with our ceremonies because what did they call those Indians? wannabe Indians or something.
Oh, yeah. Wanna be tribe or something, he had a name for it.
Yeah, anyway, they might try to take over on some ceremonies and just set them up like they think they ought to be. And I guess that's going on in a lot of places in the northeastern part of the country. He said the medicine people take care of the ceremonial grounds and law enforcers work with offenders in traditional ways. One of the ways he was talking about was scratching. Used to, they scratched the misbehaved people, or children especially, from the back of the neck down to the ankle. Well, he said now they only do it on the arm, but they do continue it in a way. And he says that he still hears from a lot of those individuals that have grown up and everything, and they give them credit for turning them around. Let's see. He was talking about the carrying on your traditions and everything. He said if you don't carry it on, if you don't keep your language and your culture, you could easily be terminated by the federal government. So he said you must know words in your language and some traditions so you won't be. And he also said that the laws of the tribal ceremonial grounds supersede the Creek Nation judicial system, and he gave us an example. And that was powerful to know that supersedes that. And we also heard about fake Indians, their threat and tribal responses. This was a Shawnee, second chief of the Shawnee tribe, Ben Barnes, he's from Miami. Kristen Carpenter spoke on indigenous cultural property claims at the intersection of tribal, domestic, and international laws. These were all really nice presentations, very similar to what we would hear at the Sovereignty Symposium, but it was less crowded, a more informal setting. I really did enjoy it. We also heard in the Indigenous Rights Movement, history of the Muskogee Nation Confederacy, Indian country, and the U.S. Department of Defense, and that was really interesting. They can help in Indian country with cultural resources, treaty reserved rights, business contracting, Indian incentive program, procurement, technical assistance program, innovative readiness training program. And with that one, they said that you can contact them and they would come take care of whatever you need, do the work free to the tribe. And it would be like, what are they, like the office, or no, what is it? The National Guard, I don't know what they're called with the Department of Defense, but something similar, and they would be putting in their hours, and it would be free. And he talked about building houses, doing all kinds of construction work. I forgot to bring my pamphlet, but I'll bring it, I'll share it with you, Stephen. But it can go in almost every program. We need to take advantage of it. Okay, that's enough of that. There's more. I enjoyed it. Okay, I attended the budget meeting, strategic planning, the Pawnee Service Unit Health Board meeting is tomorrow in the morning. And, the strategic planning, where is that? I have one more thing to add to the strategic planning. I think we accomplished, especially accomplishing taking care of the donation policy, getting that kind of down on paper helped. We also had a presentation by the ICDBG Indian Community Development Block Grant. Rita Howe presented it. And she was talking about the three needs that can be that eligible grantees can be approved for, and that is in the areas of housing, community facilities, and economic development. So we were able to talk a little about that. Of course, housing explains itself. Community facilities would include the infrastructure so we could expand our area. And economic development could be commercial, industrial, or agricultural. And we discussed things like that. So as Angela suggested, if we could meet once a week and continue it, we might get something accomplished. That's all. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Chief Living Fox, Steve, Herb, Rank Mello, Harrison, and Mikai. Congratulations on your graduation, Mikai. And welcome, Jenna. And good morning to our staff, Sam and Cindy and Dawn and Andrew. Man, I have to follow that comprehensive report. But I am thankful that Leanna did outline everything that she learned at the summit that she attended. I wasn't able to attend, so it's really good to get that information, and I think that's the intent of these reports, is to let people know what we did learn in training. So I haven't really been on any travel. I do have some committee meetings that I attended, and one was enrollment, and that's on today's agenda. Also HR, we have some policies on today's agenda, and we met yesterday and did some policy review. Those will be coming forward on the next agenda, and those mainly consisted of selection method and criteria, just expanding and explaining a little more on procedures that are practiced, and time reporting on, clocking in. And so those will be, like I said, those will be on the next agenda. We're really looking at policies that will develop our employees and that will provide, a working environment. And as Sammy likes to say, to be the employer of choice. And so we've really focused on that in our meetings. And it's really good to work with policy, with staff that love to develop policy. It makes it easy. So anyway, thank you, Andrew and Matt, for the work that you do on that. I attended the college environmental presentations, and those were impressive. And it was really cool that they did it on the feral hogs, because it kind of made me laugh, because years back when this first came to our attention, there was a committee that was appointed, and it never really got off the ground. And jokingly, we would call it pigs gone wild. And but it still continues, to be a problem. I attended the college graduation, and that was really nice. And it's always so good to see these graduations. And I want to echo what Famie said and expand it a little bit, because when we first started the college, it was really hard for me to get on board with it, because I didn't really see a need for it here. But as I've seen the people that graduated, there's definitely a need. And you have a lot of non-traditional students, and they're students that would not be able to attain their college education. And it's like we heard at the ceremony, and that you hear, quite a bit, is a degree is something that can never be taken from you. And also with that knowledge base that you acquire. So, and it was really good to see Todd back, and he was funny. And he also urged everybody, with this political environment that we're going through with the United States presidential elections, he urged us all to be good to each other and treat each other well. And I think that was a really valid point that he made. I've also attended the strategic planning. I agree that we do need to develop a strategic plan. And it's really good, and I commend the council for all being on board to do it. And we don't have anybody that's resistant to it, and I think everybody sees the need in it, and so that's really good. I've been contacted by, and Leanna has too, by State Representative Seneca Scott, and it's having to do with expanding Medicaid in Oklahoma, and that there's a movement going forward to try to do that. They're wanting to, us to come to meetings, and that's not really an area that I've been focusing on, but it's something that I do believe in, and so because Leanna's on health board, I would really, prefer that she or the other representative on health board, go forward with the lead on this, and I would certainly support them. I did make a cameo appearance at the Elderly Meals Seed Blessing, and I'm just, proud of Deb for having the perseverance and the vision that she does in protecting and taking care of our seeds, and her commitment to healthy eating and gardens and traditional gardening. So and one last thing, and I attended this screening on Sunday, and Leanna was there too, on Medicine Woman. It was at the Circle Cinema in Tulsa. And the lady who produced it, Priscilla Parker Redcorn, she's from the Omaha tribe, and the first woman doctor was an Omaha lady. And I don't remember what's her name, do you remember? Yes. And Peacock, right? Yeah. She married Peacock, yeah. So that was really good. And they also, Angela reminded me of something that was said by Winona Stabler. And some of you may know her by Winona St. Cyr. But she just recently retired after a career with Indian Health Service. And she had said that the Indian Health Service model does not fit Indian communities. And so as Angela has been an advocate for self-governance, that really gives you that flexibility to develop those programs that will fit your community. So that was really good. And then one final, surprise of the film was that I saw Dr. Lori Arviso Alford, yeah. And I actually babysat her when she was a little girl. So it was neat to see that she grew up, to be a doctor. Yeah, so anyway, but that concludes my report.
Thank you, council members. Move on to item 7. Council travel request for approval.
The only thing that I have is TBEC, and there's 2 more meetings this year, and I would like to go ahead and present them to council. And as long as they do not interfere with any council meetings, I will be attending or requesting approval to attend. It's July 27th through 28th at Rapid City, and November 8th and 9th in Washington, D.C., and that will conclude the 2016 year for my TBIC meetings.
I also have a request for September 13th and 15th. I brought it up during strategic planning, attending the National Indian Council on Aging Conference in Niagara Falls, September 13th through 15th. I would like to go ahead and get that approved. And we might get cheaper rates this early.
Excuse me, Leanna, what will that bring back to council?
Well, as an elder, for one thing, just being an elder myself, but I go over to the elders all the time. I'm working with them.
I understand that, but I'm asking, that's a huge expense to go to Niagara Falls. And my question is, and I ask this, and not just to be picky, but I know that Federal Housing just had a huge national conference in Honolulu, Hawaii. There were 800 people that went. you do the math on $1,000 flight, I would like to know, we'll get there during our discussion to see who went from Pawnee's and what that would benefit us. And that's just a very logical question for me. If you want to spend the money for us to spend the money to New York, I'd like to know what you're going to bring back to us.
Okay, that's why I'm asking now, because I believe the rates, the flights are pretty cheap right now, so it won't be $1,000. Another reason I'm requesting is because, Ann, how many elders will be going up there from the tribe?
Well, I think there's about 28 signed up.
Okay, and so I would like to go and kind of be the coordinator for them. And I have not looked at the program, but I'm sure I will be bringing some.
It'd be great. I mean, as long as we're getting a benefit from it, just not to go to say, oh, I'm
not going to go. I asked at strategic planning, I asked them, expecting to be denied, and they all supported me.
And are we just going to buy are we just buying a blanket registration for as a group?
I'm sorry.
I'm requesting myself right now. They have you have your own
Funding?
yeah, they're working on theirs, and you'll be presenting it later, won't you? Your requests and everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Allegiant Air, $62 to New York.
Okay.
$25.
Where's that out at? Stillwater?
Tulsa.
Okay, yeah, so that's why we need to look at it pretty quick.
Just a comment to that. Have you, you said you were going to be a coordinator for that. Has that been discussed with the Elders Advisory Board? Do they, you know, I mean, I'm just wondering. I don't want us to say we appointed you coordinator to that.
Well, no, I'm not official coordinator, but they're all asking me anyway. So this way, I will kind of have not official, but
I'm just saying, I don't think we should.
I don't want to be considered coordinator,
okay.
but I can be a
You
representative.
just want to go.
There are policies, and there'll be a lot of things that I can bring back that maybe can help the Title VII program, because you know
Well,
what we
that would be a
have
Deb
to
Echohawk thing, right? I mean, that would be her. Well, she should be going.
She can go with me.
I can't hear you all. What are you
Do
saying?
you know if Deb is going to the conference for the elders in Niagara Falls?
I think so.
Okay, because she never went in the past, and she never helped with fundraising. So I'm glad she's finally
Yes,
stepping on board.
she does. She helps
Well,
with.
now she is, but in the past she hasn't. So I'm glad she's stepping up now. And she's going to actually go.
She's over there. As far as I know.
Oh, I just never seen her. I always went to the car wash, but I never seen her. Hey.
So to reiterate what I had to say, if you're going to go to a conference, it's intended that something is going to be brought back to benefit. If it's not going to come back to benefit, and we have a director that should be doing that, then that director should be the person that's going. That's my position. Just because there's a conference, if you want to go to the conference, go out on your own.
I very seldom go to conferences.
Well, you
This
seem
is
like you
one
go a
of
lot, and I'm just saying, if you're going to go, bring something that is substantial back. But if you just want to go because Leanna wants to go, then fund it yourself.
I do not
That's
want
all.
to go. I do not care to fly, but I feel like this would be one that would be worthwhile.
Again, for who? For you or for
For
us?
the Pawnee Nation's Title VII program, and us, and however it can be shared.
But that's what Deborah Echohawk is for. She's
Okay,
the director of that program.
This was discussed at strategic planning. which everyone was there but you.
That's
And
right,
so-
and I was excused,
Okay,
I
okay.
was excused, I lost my dad, if you remember that, okay? So don't do that to me. If I'm excused, don't question my
I did not
ability
know
to
you
be
were
excused.
excused.
Well, sure I was. You
Okay.
think I'm irresponsible enough to
I
be
am not going
excused?
to argue.
Well, Leanna, please. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go, if you want to go,
I am not going anywhere just because I want to go, so.
good, then we'll scratch that. I don't approve it.
I think all that she's asking is that you provide a justification of what's going to be brought back.
And I do that.
I mean, no, she wants to know what you're going to bring back before she.
Yeah, I'd like to
before she
see the
approves
agenda
it.
and what you're bringing
Okay.
back. We
I'm-
spend a lot of money traveling, and we don't seem like we get a lot of benefit. We don't get a lot of bang for the buck. So if
I
it's
am
just
not
to
the
go,
one spending the money traveling. I can assure you.
Leanna, everybody's traveling. I'm just saying, if you're gonna travel, please provide us some justification. Show us what you're going to bring back, because if we're gonna spend $2,000 for you just to go socialize and have a great brunch, then you should do that on your own, that's all. That's all. It's nothing personal, it's just business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I think since it's a September, maybe Leanna, you could get the agenda
Yeah,
and
because
get the
they're not out
information
yet.
and bring it back, you know, at a different time when we can decide on. Now, I went to the conference 2 years ago because my mother needed the escort. It was last minute. We drove, so I went to help my mom and go, and there are a lot of very important issues. The presentations they give are great. If you deal with the elders, or even if you're home health care, you know, you take care of your parents or your grandparents at home, it's a great conference to go to. They really have well, that one they did, we went down to Phoenix. It was very informative, and I really enjoyed it, you know, being there and just hearing what they have to say. And so there are a lot of things that, you know, but I have to agree with Sammy, you know, unless you're a healthcare provider for elders, or you're the director of a program, there was a lot of good things there, but unfortunately, Deb never went. And, you know, so if she didn't come to the council and ask for the funds to go to this conference, that's why I was like, she hasn't been involved. It was always that little organization of Iris and all them, and they were the ones out, you know, raising the money, having the fundraisers, the bingos, you know, and the food sales, the bake sales, and things like that to get the money to go. And so, you know, I was thankful I went because I learned a lot. I seen a lot, you know, and that was just going as a, you know, a caregiver with my mother to assist her. And so, you know, I think if you get the agenda, you bring it back, and you can see what's on there and what, you know, what can be a benefit, you know. So up until that time, I would say just bring it back at a later date, Leanna.
I only requested it now because the prices are cheaper, but they have not set anything out yet. So I will let you know as soon as they do.
I have a request too, but it's for August. And there's the Business of Indian Agriculture and Food Sovereignty Assessment Conference going on in Catoosa or Tulsa. It's August 16th through the 18th. So I'm throwing that out there for August 16th to 18th. I didn't write down who's putting it on, but it's here locally in Oklahoma, so that'll be in August. And it's kind of, it's a 3-day workshop, I remember, and it actually tells you how to build a plan, an agriculture plan, the business part of it, and it goes through all the steps in all 3 days. It looks like it's going to be really informative and something that you can actually bring back and put to use, because they're going through the whole thing step by step. And I think for the cost of it, it would be a good deal.
What is the
It's
name of it?
$525. It's called the Business of Indian Agriculture and Food Sovereignty Assessment. So, like I said, it's 3 days. It's August 16th through the 18th. It's held in Tulsa, Catoosa, I don't know if that's a casino or what, but anyway, it's August 16th to the 18th. And that's what I liked about it, because it actually goes into more detail, a step-by-step plan that, you know, they're going to show you and teach you on how to get an agriculture business going, even with the food sovereignty part. So I'm interested in that in August. That was sent out to us too, so everybody should have that information. I think Cynthia sent it out to us. And Kristen May.
Okay, on this council, the travel request, I'm going to ask for a vote on Angela's request for travel to July 27th, 28th. That is
Rapid City.
Rapid City, South Dakota. And also I'm going to add to Washington.
Yeah, November 8th.
That's November 8th and 9th. Vote for that.
And these are T-bit meetings, and they're reimbursable by DOI, so there's no charge to the tribe.
So I'm asking for a vote on Angela's request.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been a motion's been made and seconded, and call for vote.
Amy Wilson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson.
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Scott Bushey.
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Concerning Angela's request for travel has been approved. Now, concerning Leanna Chapman Teeter's request, I'm going to ask for not to vote at this time, but until we get some more information on
Okay.
your request. So we'll set that aside at this time. And that's for Amy Littleson's request. I'm going to ask for a vote on that or approval.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
I'll second.
The motion's been made and seconded, and call for a vote.
Amy Littleson, abstain. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson.
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Scott Bushey.
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Request for travel for Amy Littleson has been approved. Okay, moving on.
I have one.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. On June the 6th through the 9th at the Hard Rock Hotel in Catoosa, the SAGE National Training Program is having a conference. I'm clearly not interested in spending 3 days there and spending the night, but I would like to entertain driving over there one afternoon. They have one workshop that I'm kind of interested in for the buyback program. And it's government to government, and I'd like to sit in on that if they'll let me without having, if I have to sign a registration for 3 days, I'd offer to do that. But if they'll allow me just to kind of sit in, I'd like to do that and maybe just submit my gas expense.
On that, if you can gather more information on
I
that.
have it right here,
Oh,
and I'll forward it over to everybody so you guys can read it. I just have a call in because if I have to pay for registration, I don't want to go. I'll do a webinar, but I'd like to be able to get a face-to-face if I can. I also have a discussion in the open forum relative to our buyback program and where we're staged. I've got a letter from the DOI, And I think that this would be imperative, you know, to get a face-to-face if indeed I don't have to pay registration. So I will send this over to you.
Here's a thought that I have on that, and it's just a thought. If you do have to pay registration, maybe there is some other meetings or groups that goes on in there that maybe somebody else might be interested in to help maybe justify paying that
Sure.
registration. Because I know most of them, you have to pay registration if you're just going to attend one
Right.
deal. But it's just a thought that maybe there might be something else that's on the agenda that maybe somebody else might be interested in, or they could take advantage of that.
And in fact, Vice President Wildcat me, I'd be very interested because it's all relative to veterans, the American Veteran Programs and that type of thing, if you want to be an advocate for that. But I will send this over to everybody, and like I said, if I can get in there for free, I'm going to do it because it's kind of close to work.
I have it pulled up and it says 525 tuition.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, so.
Sammy, I think you really need to weigh the merits and
Do what?
to weigh the merits of it. And if you're able to get a conference and you can't get a price reduction, you just have to look at the value that it's going to.
Oh, I understand that, but they also offer webinars.
Oh, good.
So, like I said, I'd like to do a face-to-face only just to get in there and in a network. But if I can't, it's going to cost me $500 to spend 3 hours, I'm not going to do that to the tribe. I would just soon attend the webinar. But thank you for that. That's all I have.
Is there anything else on concerning our travel request?
I'll make a motion to approve that. Sammy's travel request, because I don't think we have another meeting. Well, we do have the quarterly, but I don't think that's going to give enough time to her. So I would like to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the travel based on, her plans.
Motion has been addressed.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Call for vote.
Baby Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Addison, Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanne Peters.
Yes.
Sammy Addison's request for travel has been approved.
Thank you, and I just forwarded that conference over to anybody else that might be interested.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 8. Travel Development Corporation, CEO report. Excuse me, at this time, Leanna Chapman is to excuse herself momentarily. She'll return later.
Well, good morning, council, and everybody else. Several things to report on this morning. First of all, we closed on the loan April 26th, and this morning, actually, at 10 o'clock, we started a meeting. We're calling it the kickoff meeting to reboot, so to speak, on getting everything ready for construction. So we have the design team, construction people, and all meeting in the conference room right now, working on all the documents. The deadline that we have set to have all the construction documents ready to send out for bid is June 3rd. With that happening June 3rd, we're anticipating an actual construction starting date between the middle of July and the 1st of August. So it's right around the corner. I mean, it's almost June already. We'll be busy today in that meeting most of the day. At the last, I can't remember when I was here last, sometime in April, we mentioned that there had been a pump that had leaked fuel out of the plaza, and that we were having that assessed to see if there had been any contamination. A company known as the Phoenix Group out of Oklahoma City came in and did bore testing. I should be receiving the official document any day, but I have spoke with them, and they found no contamination. So that was very good news to hear from them. The land into trust that we have been working on, I've mentioned the beetle issue in the past, where there was going to have to be a study. That has been waived for now, for lack of a better term, since the actual construction is not till later dates. Those studies will be postponed, so they were not going to hold up this process on that study, which was good news. There are basically 2 remaining issues that we are working on before this is ready to be submitted. And I don't think these are going to be major problems. The 2 issues are, as we've talked about, there has to be a master plan done for the site. And with that, you have to show the availability of all the utilities required for that construction. And one being water, that we have to show that we will have available water for the site. At full capacity, it has been estimated at 30,000 gallons a day of water usage. And so we have had to reach out to Lone Chimney Water District for a commitment letter showing that they will be able to provide that water. And all this is a commitment letter that we're seeking from them. I went to their board meeting last week and spoke with them about this commitment letter. They have asked that an engineering study be done to show that they can provide that amount of water per day to the site. And so I don't think this is going to be an issue. It's just a matter of going through the steps and getting the study done. That's not a big study. It doesn't take a long time. Get that done. If the study comes back positive, I feel like the feeling I got, the perception I had from the meeting was that there will not be an issue of them signing off on the commitment letter. The second issue was having to do with the abstract of the 20 acres, and there was an omission of a record in that we're having to go back and ask the previous owner to get some information and an affidavit where it can be brought up to date. And it was basically just had to do with Mr. Vogel's father and some records in the abstract of that. It's not a big deal. So we're really, really close to being ready to submit this, and those are the last 2 remaining items. I've been trying to meet with Mrs. Dip for quite some time. I spoke with her this week. She was on vacation, and I asked, if there maybe since school is out, maybe she would have time. And she's indicated that she is not having to travel near as much right now in her time, but she could be more available. I've given her the next 3 weeks, except for one day in those 3 weeks that I can meet. And so I'm waiting to hear back from her anytime during this next 3 weeks if she would be available, that I can travel to Arkansas and meet with her. We had our May board meeting last night. One of the items in the board meeting was to set up the Pawnee Star Design as an LLC. The reason for that was so that we could go onto the government contract, be listed on the government contracting. We have had some customer base, for example, Riverside Schools have reached out to us. As you know, Pat Moore is a principal there, athletic director, coach, and
Superintendent.
I don't think he's going to do it. Talking to him, he's going to decline that position.
He's currently the
Yeah, he's acting superintendent also right now. So we did some shirts for their reunion, their family reunion here a while back, and then he reached out to us and said if we could get on the, and I don't have it in front of me, but that's the government listing to where they can contract with us, that they would like to use us to do a lot of their shirts, and they do a lot of shirts. So in order to do that, we needed to be as an LLC. So the board moved last night that we set it up as an LLC, Famey, conference that you mentioned, if you could, please, I'd like to know more about that, that August 16th that you're going to. If you wouldn't mind maybe emailing me the information on that. Okay. It sounded really interesting. So, that's my report. Are there any questions?
What's going on with the rebranding of our properties in town?
Yeah, we are entertaining bids from companies for rebranding. We are talking to, we're Phillips 66 out at the plaza. We are also talking to Valero, and there is a new brand that is becoming more prevalent in the state called VP Racing, and I had a picture of some of their branding, but I failed to bring it with me. I know some of the higher ups at OnQ at their corporate office in Stillwater, and I actually met with them a couple of weeks ago, and just to get their thoughts and ideas, get their opinion on some things. And OnQ, I don't know if you've been in the Oklahoma City area much, but they're becoming very, very populated in that market, and are growing very fast. And the gentleman that I met with, Mr. Palmer, said, if I was you, I would at least look into VP Racing. And they have a really neat logo with auto racing, and the colors are matched our color schemes. And that's one of the things we're looking at is colors.
This is like a Pawnee Nation. This is a nation business. I mean, OnQ has a great business model. We have 2 gas stations. 4 gas stations. I'm talking the ones right here in town. Mm-hmm. And it would be nice to have something other than snack and pack. And a holy driveway to drive out of. I mean, you can lose your life just driving out from getting your gas. And again, not only do I want to be the employer of choice and have Pawnee preference for our employees, I would also like to be proud of that gas station.
And that's part of this. That's part of this, Sammy, because whatever brand they come in and they redo canopies, they redo lighting, and they redo those things. And what branding we use is important because the color schemes and stuff of that brand we need to know in order to do our signage on name changes and those type of things as well. So it all ties in together. Is why I'm trying to answer.
Okay, well, we've had this property for some time now, and I keep hearing that we're going to, start cleaning it. And, just go to Oto. Just go right up to Oto and look at that gas station. Those kids are out there wiping down pumps and cleaning and throwing trash, and there's not gum and cigarettes and stuff laying all over the place.
Yeah,
It's just my own opinion.
At the last report, you asked me on that, and I told you this summer, and that's what we're
That's
working
why I'm
on.
still asking you, okay? I wanna be ahead of the game.
We're working
I
on
wanna be proud. And what about the powwow? I mean, that's another thing. Are you having your rodeo this year?
I don't know. I doubt it, to be honest, but I don't have the answer for that. There hasn't been a decision made.
So that'll just be one of those, do it in 2 weeks kind of thing again, or are we gonna plan it this time?
No, it hasn't been brought up, it hasn't been talked about by the board,
Yeah.
so,
I just want us to be proud of everything that we do. Anything that's got Pawnee name on it, I want us to be proud of all of those things. And that's why I just keep drilling, I want you to know. And every time I drive up there to get my Pawnee chief, I'm like, ugh. You know, here we go with the big wall hole, and here we go with trash, and it's just kind of unacceptable. You know, I'd like to see something done. It probably wouldn't cost that much to have somebody come out and steam clean it, and, you know, wipe it down a little bit, that's all. Thanks, Roger, I appreciate it.
I just have a couple of questions, Roger. Is the construction company applying for the nation's ICDBG project? And that's one part of the question.
our construction company, how big is the project?
I can tell you, it's like,
For which project?
for the aquatic center, the new one,
We haven't finalized that number yet.
but I've seen it in the paper.
It's 1.2?
I think it's probably about $1.7 million project.
Somewhere around there.
The issue with that would be bonding. Right now, we have the bonding capability of about $3 million, and 2.1 of that is being used towards the expansion of Stonewall. So we have about $900,000 worth of bonding that we can use right now. We are presently working on 2 bids that are smaller jobs. One is for a church and one's for some work done in a casino that amount to about $500,000. So we're getting close to our bonding capability at this time. Granted, I don't know the timetable that's on, but that is in 2017 after the first quarter. And a big part of that 2.1 million bonding would be freed up to where that would be a possibility.
I think it would meet that requirement because we just received the notice and she's in the process of advertising and we won't start construction until probably around that time, after the first quarter. I'm just estimating. Talk to Reba.
I'll have, Mike is over at the office right now and I will have him contact Reba
Okay.
today.
Because I think it's important too that we probably need to explore the avenue of sole sourcing that and with our own construction company so that we can keep the revenue in-house.
Yeah.
So if you all could work together to look into that. The other question I have is, do you have set aside for land purchases to dollars that that the board or the company has for if an opportunity comes up that you're going to, in that area that you can buy land?
In the area being Stonewall?
Yeah, or any other place.
We have an investment fund, but where that money is open for whatever. But at this time, with what has been done with Bank of Oklahoma and those agreements and those debt ratios and those type of things, our hands are tied for a while on big expenditures. And so until we get open with the expansion and get our EBITDA numbers up from the increase in revenue, we're very limited on what we can do because we have to keep our numbers to where it doesn't affect the distribution to the nation. So.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just didn't know if you all had something in place. I mean, to me, I would think you all would have something in place from prior years to start looking at if there's an opportunity for land purchasing for any expansion of any casinos or new casinos, that we would have the money ready and available for that purchase so that we could just buy it outright. I didn't know if you all had something in place.
We had diligently set money back, okay, for opportunities. And some of those monies over this last year, with all the growth that TDC has witnessed, has been used. Construction company, the 20 acres for the growth of Stonewood, the C-stores, Pawnee Star Design. I mean, so, those monies have been used for growth. There's still some monies left. I think the remaining 60 acres out there of the 20 of the 80 that we purchased, I think there's a magic number that could be purchased, but it's not a number that we can reach right now.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And to my council colleagues, I think it's very important that we address any questions that we have. We need to start meeting with TDC at our strategic planning. I have a lot of questions on the financials. I have a lot of questions on where they're going and things like that. I think that in order to get these questions answered and have a better understanding of what they're doing at TDC, not to say that, I just want to know for my own, and I have a lot of questions, and I think the best time is for us both entities to sit down together and discuss those and get things moving, and so we're all on the same track. Kind of along what Fabian was saying about strategic planning, but we just have a lot of questions, and I know you all do too, and it's a collaboration effort, and so that we're both on the same board, not to nitpick on TDC. It's just to work together, to come together.
We're due our joint meeting. We're due our joint semi-annual meeting. I mean, if we're going every 6 months like the pattern we've been following, that would have been in April.
Okay.
So we're due that meeting.
I think maybe now that since we have a full council, maybe that's something we can look into seeing about getting it done, so that way we can, addressing these questions or concerns or thoughts that we have, with both organizations.
And the last joint meeting we had, I felt it was a really good meeting. I felt like we were making headway because those people on the TDC board, they actually wanted us to meet again so that we could bring our ideals forward to them, and instead you had us meet with the bank. And we never got to have that meeting that your board requested. And it still hasn't been set up to this day, so we really need to plan for that joint meeting, and it was the board who was asking for that meeting, and instead we met with the bank, which was fine with me. It was an informative meeting, but still yet there was never meeting planned after that. But yeah, so, the joint meetings, I enjoy them. I think they're really beneficial, and that way we can really sit down and, figure out the direction we're going.
I agree. All that has to happen is the president of the business council and the chairman of the TDC board get together and decide when they want to meet. I mean, the meeting I set up with BOK was not a replacement of a requested meeting. It was a necessary meeting so the council could be informed of the agreements made with BOK and what it would take to get those agreements done. But I'm all for the joint meeting. As Famey has said, I haven't been to one yet that hasn't been positive. So,
I have a few questions. Kind of to go along with touching on what Angela was talking about land purchase. I know one of the things going up to Nebraska this past week, thinking about things, and I think that every tribe, probably does that, have some kind of money set aside for the purchase of land or something like that. I know that you're aware. Have you been up there to the lands that we own up there in Nebraska?
I have not been to. I love the area. It's one of my favorite places in the Sand Hills and to the western side of Nebraska. I think it's a beautiful country. I have looked at the 20 acres there on Grand Island and know its location and I'm aware of what the potential could be there. But I have not stepped around on the 20 acres. Before you go on, I would like to say something. I made the statement to the board last night. I believe Leanne's not here now. She was at the board meeting. And one of my statements to the board last night is as we look at growth, to me, the growth for a lot of obvious reasons would be to get into Nebraska. And they were just after the meeting, kind of sitting around and crunching ideas and stuff. And that's one thing that's neat about this board right now, is that we just don't have a meeting and they all jump up and run off.
Yeah.
We have a board meeting and they may sit around and visit and talk about ideas and just think and dream. But that was one of the comments I made, was to me, what bigger step, what more right step do we take than getting into Nebraska? And the process would be, as I stated last night, would be, and I know some of those lands that have been donated or whatever, for lack of a better word, the previous owner has asked that they not be used for gaming. There's 4 casinos in Nebraska. It's a wide open market. And so if we could get some land in the trust there and get something, to me, that would be a huge, huge step in the right direction.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. Right there at Grand Island, I mean, that land that you're talking about is just right there on the edge, and it's growing. One of my thoughts was, just even if a casino wasn't maybe thought of as having there's that land that there's how much was it, like 30 acres, 20 acres? It's quite a bit, and it's a beautiful area right there. But the people that live there at that house, they was telling us that all the new homes that were built was done within less than 5 years, and they said they're continuing more. Right next to the property is another 10 acres that the guy's trying to sell that he hopes that those land people will purchase. But I was just thinking, I was telling some other council, I was like, if we was able to get that, then that power would be in our hands to determine what we want to do with that. Even if it was, if we allowed residential housing to be built there, there's money that's going to be generated from that alone, But it's just kind of some of those kind of things, and I understand that, with all this other stuff that you've invested in, that we might not be there, but we never know when this other opportunity might come back around again. But even the fact of, even if we entertain the idea of having a casino there, there's nothing there within that whole area, So,
Even
man, that would be huge, so it's just a thought, and I just wanted to, kind of go along with what Angela was saying there too, but, one of the things I wanted to know is if you have got, Vice President Wildcat up to date on the expansion project, if he, is aware of what you envision, that maybe you can get him caught up to date, or I don't know, maybe even at this joint meeting or something, I think you really need to see the plans of what we envision of trying to build. And one question I have, I was thinking of it here a while back, was what about fire department? What about emergency services out there with this expansion that's going on? Have we thought about that?
Oh yeah, that's all part of this planning. And so the work with Pawnee Nation Environmental, Pawnee Nation Fire Department, they have to tell us what codes that we're going to follow. They look at the requirements for available waters and the right hookups for fighting fire. All those things, yes, that's all part of this. Yes.
And even, I guess, I'm assuming that we'll be utilizing Lone Chimmy's fire department as well.
I don't know what the MO is between Pawnee Nation and Lone Chimney. That's
well, they're just right there. So I didn't know there was something about that as well. But I was just wondering about that, and that's all I have. Just see that we've.
Any more questions or comments for? Is that it? Okay.
Thank you for the audit too, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Cynthia, can you put that on President Pratt's to-do list, is to get with the president of the TDC Corporation to set up a joint meeting?
Thank you very much. Very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call for a 10-minute break.
Finding new avenues of, let's just say, we always metamorphose into something better than what we had previously. Some of the other schools even have stopped applying for the grants. You know, they've saturated themselves. So thankfully, we think on our feet and keep moving. We're going to have our summer board meeting, I should say our next quarterly board meeting of the Board of Trustees will be July 1st and 2nd, just to let you all know. And we staff, since this is 10 years time, I should say in existence, we would like to have some kind of celebration, recognition in conjunction with the homecoming. So I don't know, I guess the veterans coordinate that. We just want to get on the agenda, and I'd like to invite the business council here to consider helping us to mark this, give some recognition to them. Some items we're talking about, plaques for their mantle, words of thank you, appreciation, to the founding board members, to original board members, and even to the founding president. So if y'all have some ideas or like to put in suggestions, you can email me or you can email Mrs. Burns, Stacy Burns, with ideas and suggestions, and we'll try to get those together. We only have about, 67 days? 75 days. Thought we better get on that. Any questions, concerns?
I thought we were meeting Thursday and Friday, June 30th and July 1st.
Is that what
July
those-
1st and 2nd is Friday and Saturday.
Well, if I'm wrong, then we'll change it, but that's the time frame.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, that
Okay.
we agreed on.
And I stand corrected, thank you. Yes?
I want to commend you on your evaluation with your grant. I would also like to encourage you, and I mentioned this in our HR meeting yesterday, I would like to see what you're doing with other tribes here at Pawnee, because that was the intent of Pawnee Nation College Group, is to take care of our staff development needs, and it's a way to develop our employees. So I'd like to see, us to have a program here. at
Oh,
Pawnee
staff
for
development.
Staff development, yes,
Okay.
like you're doing with Osage and
Mm-hmm.
others.
Well, I think we have one student who's active from Pawnee continuing with the bachelor's program, Nancy. I think she had to take a break for her illness, but she's back into classes this summer and the fall. She'll be approaching her bachelor's degree now. And that's the kind of projects we're trying to set up at OTO. So we went through the Microsoft Office and all of that curriculum. So if there's some kind of management or business leadership, or I think some of the students have taken sovereignty classes with us, but it would be beneficial to all of them to get into the program for their either associates or work on their bachelor's. And my planner basically is Stacy. Okay, so I'll sit with her and we'll try to get some ideas to you and give you a follow-up on that. Is it to HR, you said?
Yeah, probably HR and the executive director, yeah, so you'll work with HR on that. I just want to make sure.
I just want to make sure the commitment's there on the tribal side with our tribal administration, that we're on board with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that all of your report?
Yes.
Is that all of your? Okay. Good idea. I haven't looked at it.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Burgess?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry to cut you off.
I was just curious about, there was a survey that went out recently to the community about Pawnee Nation College, and I was wondering what the results are from that, and when we're going to be able to look at that.
Those results by Board of Trustees decision, a few of the members on BOT, they wanted to review those results, and they would make the decision how public that would be. Now, they have instructed me to inform the person that wrote and developed that without 100% inclusion of myself and a few other key faculty, the way we wanted it done. So we had some concerns about that. So there's questions. So the board said it's not released for public information.
Well, we are the Pawnee Nation,
I know you are.
and we
Board
should be able to
trustees.
see those results.
I understand you already have it.
So what do we need to do?
President.
Write a letter to president of your board requesting that information?
I'm told that President Pratt has a copy of it and distributed to a few people already. You've not seen
Okay,
it?
he hasn't distributed to us, so, well, we'll get with Mr. Pratt. Could you put that down on the list too for Mr. Pratt, that we could get a copy of that survey that was done?
Because his brother, Junior Pratt, came by my office to get a copy, and I didn't have one, and then he turned the next day and said he already got a copy from his brother.
Where's my business council?
Yeah, why did Junior want?
Has anybody?
We weren't distributing those because we wanted to go through some internal
Sure,
evaluations
sure.
of it too. But
Validate
the woman that distributed it didn't have permission to distribute to anybody other than BOT because it came to us after a meeting. They analyzed it, well, we want to have further discussion, let's don't distribute this until we know. There were some questions concerned on the data itself.
On the data that you received? Is that what the board is afraid of?
No, they're not afraid of it, they question the authenticity of it, I'll put it that way.
The authenticity. The authenticity, okay. Of a survey. Well, I took that survey because it was sent out, so I don't understand what the problem is with it.
Well,
you know, and it gave the people in the community, the students, anybody who took time to read that survey, it gave them an opportunity to actually put their opinion out there. But, you know, I understand the board, I know who heads the board, I know that that's a real touchy subject. Some people don't like reality being put in their face. So, but I really would, and I guess we'll get with Bruce and get a copy of that, you know, for the rest of the council. The reason why I bring this up is because Pawnee Nation College is Pawnee Nation. It represents us. And so, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the, how you all handle business, because it says Pawnee Nation College on there. And so I'm concerned about a lot of things that go on over there at the college. I've been backing it up since I got on council. I've taken classes there. Before that, I was an employee of the tribe. And I'm all for the college, and I want it to be moved forward in a real positive manner. And so there's been a lot of things that have been said that isn't putting it in a positive light, and I'm concerned about that. So I wanted to know, well, what's the big deal about the survey? I took the survey. It gave me an opportunity to answer questions and view, you know, and to me, it looked like it was going to be a tool that was going to help the college to improve itself. It gave everyone an opportunity to give suggestions, to say, you know, what they see is lacking and what they think, you know, we need more of. And it's just like what I tell you right now when you come and report to us, you know. There's still people in these little small towns that don't even know we have a college. There isn't no signage in the city of Pawnee that says Pawnee Nation College this way. You know, there's a lot of things that we've been saying, you know, since I've been on council 3 years now that have never changed. So it just kind of makes me wonder, okay, well, where are our suggestions going? Because we want to promote the college, we want to build it up, and you know, but yet our suggestions aren't going anywhere. So that's why I bring this up to you. And I just wanted to know, I said, because I know there was some positive input out there, and is it just, you know, because the board didn't know ahead of time, or they just don't want to hear what is actually on those surveys? But I'm sure we'll get a copy and we'll probably discuss it. You know, I think it's a good ideal. I was really wanting, you know, to meet with the board, but you have boards all out of state, and half the time they don't even make it to your regular board meetings. So I'm curious about it, and so, you know, And if you don't want to share that information, we'll get it from Mr. Pratt, and we'll probably discuss it later. Set up a meeting with you guys. Maybe they could all be on phone or something like that to work out some kinks that are developing, and they're not going in a good direction, and I don't like that. I want us to be able to get along and to move forward, and just like what you're saying, yeah, there should be college courses over here to deal with gaming, as many casinos are in this area. Why aren't we having customer service? Why aren't we having, tribal leadership or supervisor trainings out of the college, classes like that? That could actually, we could bring people in from the casinos. Just things like that, I'm just curious, about the direction that you all are going in, so that's all I gotta say.
Anyone else?
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
The only thing is, do you provide a copy of your evaluation report to our grants and contracts, since this is received through?
You are the fiscal agent, we can give you a copy of it, but
Please.
the college is the grantee.
Right.
And we contract with you all to manage the financing.
Right. So I would like a copy, please.
Cool.
When
When
you get your report from
the evaluator,
evaluator, if you could just send a report to,
we can get you the last 2 or 3, I guess.
Okay,
I'll ask them
okay, and then
Forward.
the current one when you get it in 2 weeks. Or,
be about 2 weeks. It takes her 2 to 3 weeks, because to us, and then to DOE, and DOE back to us.
okay, we just need it for our grant award for our grants management as well, and I would like to review it. Thank you.
I've got some questions, I guess, and some comments. I did have some questions on that survey too, and I think Secretary Wilson, pretty much answered or asked my questions. I too myself are curious about those survey results. Me as a tribal member and as a council person, we hear a lot of things all the time, whether they're truth or what. Myself, I've been hearing a lot of things lately that's very discouraging about the things that's going on at the college. Whether they're true or not, I have no idea. And I just want some questions, I have, and maybe you can answer these questions. I was told that you have a checkbook that you use that pays employees instead of having what do you call it,
System?
yeah,
A regular checkbook?
yeah, like where they regularly, how you do your other employees.
Desktop checkbook.
Yeah. So, and if this is just hearsay or not, I don't know, but I just want to know, do you have a checkbook that you're the only signature?
No,
No?
I'm not the only signature.
And do you pay your employees with that versus, how your other employees are?
On the grant, employees are paid on the grant, which is contracted to the tribe to administer. You're the fiscal agent for us. On the revenue share account, the EPSCOR program monies, which are reimbursable grants or contracts to us, that is the one EPSCOR allows us to pay for an employee after we invoice them. We have to pay the employee up front. So what we do is use the third-party revenue, which comes to that checking account, which is not my account, Pawnee Nation College, and we pay those employees currently, if it's for contract labor, we had somebody build tables, clean out the room for us. We pay them out of that third-party check, up to $500. And they give us an invoice or a timesheet for that amount, and it's put in the file, and then we pay them accordingly, whatever the agreed upon rate is. This was being done with the adjunct professors before I came. It was initiated in 2011 or 2010 when the college went in agreement with Bacone. And the reason they went to Bacone is in order for the college to have money to become sustainable, they shared the revenue, the tuition revenue with Pawnee Nation College. So they established this account. That money that comes from Bacone College goes into that third-party revenue share. We pay the adjuncts out of it. So those are the employees you're referring to, were the contract labor that I had talked about signage. It's been over a year. I requested of your transportation or your physical, your plant services to put a sign up for us. Okay, we're going to do that. It hasn't been done. They haven't told us where it's going to go. So I had a young man make a sign for us. We put it up on legs and moved it around. It got busted, we had to repair it, put it back up. So I've got a mobile sign to put up by our building. We did that out of third-party revenue funds. We cleaned up that bottom area for the science lab because those monies are used as leverage, as it's called, with the F-Square program. So we paid somebody to help clean all that up, throw all that trash out, and make it into a science lab. And the F-Square program is reimbursable to us, so we use the third-party revenues to pay the science teacher, and then we invoice F-Square Oklahoma State, and they reimburse us that cost. That's the checking account you're referring to. I'm not sure why a disgruntled employee ran to you all first. That employee did not follow policies and procedures to come to me to even discuss this check, that she distributed to other people without their knowledge, without approval. She's not in HR. So that's how you heard about some of this. So
Well, I got that information from a student, so, and then, you know, I was hearing from several students about, how many students do you have enrolled, currently enrolled?
we did have 32 this past semester.
You know, you know, you tell us, you know, about you're having these classes and you have these people enrolled, and I don't remember what the last number you gave us, but I thought it was quite a bit higher than that.
It was, that's enrollment for college. The other numbers were the certificate courses, medical coding. There's 4 sections of all the medical classes, so they're held at different times. You know, so intermittently there's a 2-week and a 4-week, and one is a longer test. So these are over a 12-week span. There's anywhere from 10 to 20 students. So those are not tuition-based students, and those are some of the students that we agreed to pay for. Pawnee Nation, when you're a higher education department, didn't have money to finish up, so we put them in our grant to pay for them to finish up their medical coding classes. And that will start again until, I think, late June again for our certificate in coding.
I was asking some students, you know, about how many kids they have in class, and they're telling me, you know, one student said it was just them. They were the only ones in the class. Some, they said that, you know, they had classes where there might be 3 or 4. And some of the questions that I asked a couple of students, and was a concern to me, was that they go to class every day, but yet there's some students that will show up the first day of class, never show up until the end of class, and, you know, they pass their courses, you know. And then so, to me, you know, if that's true, you know, that's pretty discouraging, because these students say that, you know, we put the time and the effort to make it to class, but then these other students, they don't come in, and then when they come in at the end, they get help from other teachers or other professors or something to make it so they can pass, and they don't think it's fair. So I don't know if that's going on either, but, you know, I hope not, because that, you know, how is that setting up our students to handle going further on to another college? You know, that's some of the concerns I have, so I don't know if that's going on or not, but I'm just asking that question. I was also told that you have a professor that doesn't hardly show up to class. It might be a English professor, I'm not sure. I can't even remember the name. I should have kept the name, but even at that, I probably wouldn't repeat it here, being that we're not in executive session. But you know, how does that work? Is that true? Is that something? I mean, do you know?
Again, I'm not. I don't go by your class to see who all is instructing all the time, so I'm not aware of these. Again, you're being told the problems before I am, if there's a problem. You're being told outside the channel of communication, so the students aren't even coming to us to tell us.
Well, why is that?
I don't know. I mean, you need to ask the student that, because technically you should say, you need to go back to administration and explain that to them and put it in writing. But I'm not even heard any of this. And if there is an instructor who's not showing, a lot of times the instructor might be there, the students are 15 to 20 minutes late. By our agreement with Bacon, if the student's not there, we don't have any students after 15 minutes, class is canceled. And the students are told this, they know that. So if a student is showing up and they say they're the only one there, that's the student's responsibility. They made an agreement to come to that class. Now, I can't tell you that a student who's not showing up is being passed automatically. I don't know that. There are arrangements. If a professor is helping them outside that class hour, that's the professor's responsibility or an agreement with the student. If students need some kind of special arrangements, as it's called, that's the professor's responsibility to set that up. They notify me that they're doing it. So these students who have these complaints or are saying these things, they're not even telling us, the administration, that there's a problem. If there was a problem, which you mentioned about an instructor not being there, one of the problems was the classes were double booked. And so we had to make arrangements. So some of the students didn't make it to the class where they were supposed to be, even though there's a sign telling them, there's a notice sent to them, and yet they don't show to the class when it's been transferred to another room. So you're going to hear some of these things without full explanation, because we went through that the first 2 or 3 weeks. Yes?
Go ahead. I was just going to say that I'm going to try to find out more information on it. And I'll send an email. I don't know if council wants to be included on that as well, but I'll send an email to you and find out what that professor's name was and stuff. And it might be just what you're talking about. You know, so I don't know. We'll see.
Are there any QI or QA, quality improvement, quality assurance, in regard to your management and to oversee if those classes, how many of those classes are the students not showing up? And then addressing those issues with the students. I know at, at college level, you don't babysit them. If they want their education, they'll show up to class. But as far as providing quality education, you would think that, is there anything, I don't want to say that you're not aware of that or you don't want to know. I'm just saying, is there anything in your policies that address quality improvement, quality assurance in your classes, and trying to understand why kids are, why they're having to cancel, if they're having to cancel, or is it the teacher? If it's the teacher, it becomes an administrative problem, but if it's the student, then I would want to know as an administrator why they're not showing up, or what's the issue, and things like that.
I appointed Dr. Benish. He's a EDD. And he has over 20 years experience at the collegial level, not junior college, but at major universities. He's our faculty chair. And these kinds of areas, as you call it, quality assurance, is his responsibility to dig in and find out, and he's done that. So you're bringing up an issue that was real old last semester, beginning of the semester, and within 2 weeks' time we figured out what had happened, and everybody had been informed. So human nature, we remember the negative sooner than we remember the positive. So we make those adjustments. And the class I know of, two classes I know of, that 2 students have been attending all semester. And the professors will tell me, well, I don't have any students showing us. Well, you have to grade them accordingly. You have to grade them according to the policy and procedure. So I don't see anybody getting a free grade even if they don't show up to class. Because everybody's assigned some assignments. I have 2 students in my class that I had to teach who didn't turn in papers. I gave them an I, and I give them until they have until the next semester to complete those I's. And so that's how I do my classes. I can't tell you how to a professor, but they know the rules, they know the regulations, and we have orientation with them at every semester. And so all of these instructors, the adjuncts, which are part-timers, and the full-time, we go through the whole thing over and over, and Bacon comes over and tells us any new changes or new adjustments. And mind you, we are under Bacon's umbrella, so we have to follow their guidance, their rules and regulations. All material we do has to be approved by Bacon. All syllabus, all coursework, all professors have to be approved by Bacon's materials.
What is your average class size for maybe core classes?
The core class is an average 5.
Okay. And you, on your third-party revenue share, who is your second signer?
There's 2 people available off of the finance committee, that either the finance chair or another person on the committee.
And who are they?
Right now it's Mr. Howell and Mr. Sewell. Anything at $500 and over, 1 penny, it takes 2 signatures.
Okay.
Things underneath that,
you can sign up with one signature for 500 and below for 501 or 500.01.
Yes.
It goes to 2 signatures, okay.
And currently, we only have salaries that go over that, just 1 or 2 salaries at times that will go over that $500 limit. And everything is invoiced, there's invoices brought in.
To back up each check.
Yeah, or if we do a purchase on it through purchase order, it comes to that account. Like some of the advertisement we've done, the demanded advertisement I have to do for audit services, that's going to be done out of that.
Okay, and what is your current accounting system that you utilize for this account?
We tried to put everything on QuickBooks, and then our lady that was a QuickBooks person, she had to resign. So we have to come back to square one and do it by hand, but it's set up for QuickBooks now. We have an accounting firm out of Stillwater, Star Accounting, who's been working with us the past year. So we went back into, set up everything all the way back from 2013 to 2015. Now we're ready to initiate our accounting system here for 2016 fiscal year.
Okay.
That was initiated after I got in office.
Okay, and you have fiscal policies that's
Yes,
related to...
approved. Signed copies of HR, fiscal policies, travel policies have been sent over to the tribe prior to many of you coming on board.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Let's have a few more. What is your relationship with the Pawnee Nation IT?
Contractual?
Do you guys do your work? I mean, you guys get work done? You know, you guys.
When we can, we contract with the IT department, but not only with the indirect cost rates, so we're having to pay $700 more a month to get something done. And that's not extra, it's just the regular taking out of our grants and our other monies. We don't have the financing to have our own IT department.
And here's another thing that I've heard, and that he was having some problems with IT here a while back, and the internet was down for a few weeks.
It was a switch that broke down that they couldn't track for a while, so I don't know what IT, but we were assessed the fee for it. They said it was our switch that was put in by OU when we got the Wi-Fi system enacted.
And so you got it up and going.
Yeah.
Now. But I was also told that.
Not us, your IT, tribal IT did it. Yeah.
Okay. Did you go out and purchase hotspots?
We had to carry this for a week.
And are you still in contract with those?
We reduced the rate on it, and we're going to keep them because what happens if another storm comes, or what happens if another switch breaks, and you can't find it soon enough. We had one of the computers with Wi-Fi in them. They weren't ordered that way. Wi-Fi is not in our hard drives, so we've done that.
One more question. Did you do an audit for 2015?
This will be, I've advertised for an audit services, but that's been trumped. And so now we have to do a forensic audit. We're told to do that, but that's not in that plan. And our auditor said, why do you need that? She said,
Who requested the forensic?
I requested it.
Okay.
if we don't get it done, I'm a criminal.
I respectfully ask the Board of Trustees to do 2 things. To investigate the college and any investigation has to include a forensic audit. I talked to them on Thursday and I gave them a window of 10 days to begin the investigation. If they don't, I will. It will be criminal.
I don't know what I'm guilty of. I've been accused of any
Well,
crime.
and I think that's what the forensic audit, I don't think anybody's accusing, I think that's what the forensic audit will come
I
out.
think that's
If
the purpose.
everything is up and going smoothly the way it's supposed to be, y'all won't have anything to worry about.
Well, he said forensic audit of finances, so we're advertising for that.
Okay.
And then they agreed, and the board's saying, who's going to pay for it? My board of trustees wants to know what it's going to cost, because it's not cheap.
We'll deal with that, one way or the other.
And one last question from me. I don't know if you know I'm Comanche or not, but I am, and I have a family and friends down there, so I understand you're running for president of the Comanche Nation, correct?
No, Chairman,
Chairman?
I was nominated. I know your father.
So is that going to hinder your ability to have your due diligence in our university?
It hasn't been, other than an allegation by an individual who went outside bounds of communications. suggest that. I stayed here for one of my nephew's funerals. I stayed in office to skip a meeting in Oklahoma City because my board of trustees had information they wanted me to work.
All right, that's all I have. I just want to make sure, we have your time, here within our college, to keep it going, because I firmly believe in this college. It's proven that it's needed for our community, for our tribal members and even non-tribal. And I think there's so much more that it can do. It can grow a lot more, And that's one of the things that I always talked about before, is that us in the nation, we need to be on that good communication level so that we know what's going on. I think it was brought here earlier that there's events that you guys are doing that we have going on at the same time that, we're not able to attend. And so, I know that us as a council would like to be able to attend and support the college, and some of the projects or the things that you're doing. So, that's one of the things, that's just all I have, is that, I'm just listening to some concerns of our tribal members. If there's something that has to do with staff, maybe I need to talk to some staff too or something or whatever, but, you've answered some of the questions that I've put out, so, and I don't know what this forensic audit is, and stuff, but I guess we'll find out some more or whatever. So that's all I have. I want to thank you for answering these questions that I had, so.
Well, my statement is this, that in the future, I hope that if anybody comes to you with questions or concerns about us, please let them know that the first door is my door or the chairman of the board, so that it doesn't raise these unnecessary questions or this dialogue, which is not necessary. I think you found that out previously about someone making some accusations about an employee. My staff have been directed to come to my office first, or after that they can talk to the board chairperson. Students have been told they can come to the office. They go to another faculty member, then it comes to me. That's how it should go. They should, jumping outside the bounds of the college's communications, it creates all of this negativity itself. Without us even knowing there's a question or concern, and then it comes from you all, and it makes it look like we're just not doing our job. When in fact, this is the best footing the college has been on since I've been here, since 2012. To me, and then expansion of classes and seeking more funding is what I was directed to do. So any concept of us going for accreditation, that's on the back burner, because the big word is sustainability. The college does not have $1 million in the bank that we could rely on for a year or two. And it can't come from the tribe because you don't have it. But that sustainability is important before we even apply for accreditation. The college has been told twice, if you can't meet sustainability, don't apply because we're going to turn you down. So we're trying to build the savings up, build up avenues other than grants, which means enrollment. So yes, we're trying to work on enrollment. But if you look at the economics of this county, and the ability of people to pay, so we're having to do these other extraordinary things, having classes on other complexes, having working adults being employed. So we're doing things different than some of the even traditional tribal colleges can do. Because we don't have a busing system, we don't have housing. All those things that it takes to make the campus to bring students to it, we don't have. Other than classes, dedicated faculty who want to be here and who don't want to be top dog because they have a degree. Excuse me, I didn't apply for this job. People asked me to help. I did. That's what I got to tell you. I'm doing this very well with the tools that I have in hand, and that my staff can tell you that. I appreciate y'all listening to me, but I've said this before: sustainability is the key, and it's not going to come from the tribe because you're not hundreds of millions of dollar tribe to like the Creek Nation or even the Comanches throwing their money, and people complaining about a college when it's doing a lot of advertising just because it's got the name. So I understand for your concerns, but you should tell those people who have these questions they should come to the office first before they go outside bounds. They're supposed to do that, but they don't because they have ulterior motives. And I'm just dealing with them the way the best I can with the tools I have.
I appreciate it. I think that, a lot of this is, I'm under the assumption that a lot of that has already taken place, that they've been questioned or addressed to you. If they haven't, then that I don't know. But I think, as with anything, with any kind of tribal politics, you being in that as well with the Comanche Nation, you're always going to hear these things from your community members, regardless if it's the college, it's the TDC, for council. I know that there's people that always have something to say, and that's something that, us as a council and myself, if somebody comes to me with something, that's something that they're asking me to find out or to look into, so I have to do my due diligence too. That's one reason why I bring up questions, but I agree with you, there is a chain of command, but if I'm assuming that's being followed. If not, then, how do I know?
In one or two particular instances, it has not been followed. And that's the fallacy of that person. That's their fault. That's what you're hearing. The lack of willpower to follow policies and procedures that they agreed to follow. And then to be dictated to by someone who doesn't supervise me or comes over with allegations that, where are they? They're all in the air. And then I have to operate on those. That's not good management from your side of the fence or from my side of the fence. So somebody here has to really sit down and talk before allegations are even thrown out, before legal process is infused, because that's what happened last time.
Well, it's my understanding that you all had a board meeting and our executive director and attorney general attended that board meeting to voice these concerns for us, and they weren't allowed to speak. So, and then anytime Leanna Teeter, who is on council and goes to these board meetings to voice her opinion, she's always told to just be quiet. And her concerns that she has and questions she has, she's shut down, and she said that she isn't treated very nicely. She might not say this for herself, but she told us her concerns and how she is mistreated at these board meetings. And I really don't appreciate that, because she is our counsel. She sits on that board to report back to us about these board meetings, and then we wanted him to address these board meetings for us, but when the people that we send over there are told to just, they're not allowed to say anything, they're not allowed to be in a meeting, it's closed, it's so secretive that we're not, even the tribal council, we're not allowed to hear them, then there is something wrong, Mr. Burgess, and I'm going to point that out to you, and maybe you can, next time your meeting coming up on the 1st and the 2nd, you can address this to the chairman of your board, because I know that he is the one running the meeting, and he is the one, and I know him and how he conducts meetings. So I don't appreciate the fact that I feel like she was disrespected as a woman and as a person on our tribal council. And I don't appreciate those kind of actions being taken by our board of trustees for our college, when we are sitting here telling you that we support the college. And I don't appreciate the fact that the students who go to school out there are having complaints because you don't even tell them hello when you see them. They said that there was a cookout over here for the end of the year for all the students, and you never once said hello to any of the students. You just walked on by and associate with your teachers, and those are the very people that give you a job. So I just want to say, you need to pay a little more attention to your students and at least say hello to them. Don't make them feel like, they're not anybody, because that's how you make them feel. And so I'm just telling you this, so in the future you might think about your actions, toward these people, and be a little kinder or a little nicer or something, because I don't like hearing stuff like that. I just really don't, and it hurt my feelings, that somebody would be made to feel that way. So anyway, you might think about that, at your next board meeting, and when our tribal council representative is there and is addressing these concerns for us, and she's totally shut down where she can't address them, then here you are, you're standing here, and we have to ask all these questions when you could have addressed them with her in your board meeting. Or you could have let these guys speak for you right there. But so even you could tell your board that and it's really sad that you're having these board meetings during Pawnee homecoming, because it's Pawnee homecoming and there's people who are coming there. It's a time that we're celebrating, we're having a good time, and you guys want to go sit in a board meeting. I don't know, it's just, to me, it's just not a good time, you know, myself, but then I understand some of the board's gonna be home during that time. I'm hoping that I can, you know, get over there to sit in on your board meetings and you know, yeah. And definitely, I'm a person about put it in black and white. Put it in black and white, write it down and give it to them. And I hope that, you know, I say this all the time to anybody who has any complaints, you know, write it down and send it over there, you know, so that you all, and I hope that you address it and then you answer the questions so that rumors aren't flying everywhere. You know, because that board meeting and then the other meetings, you know, if you're having them closed, you don't want nobody around, you don't want nobody know, but you don't want nobody to know about the survey, then yeah, that's why the rumors are flying around. So, you know, that's just my suggestion to you, you know, that to improve things, because I'm the one always harping about this, communication. I'm the one who has you put on this agenda so that you could come and report to us so that we could have a communication. You know, otherwise, college, whatever, you know, we never heard anything from the college before this time here. So that's why we want this, to have open communication, that we can voice it to you, you could at least let us know what's going on. And we still need to really work even harder on our communication.
Well, I'll add that my email is on there in Burgess at PawneeNationCollege.org. And the two gentlemen over there did address the Board of Trustees. Board of Trustees, as far as I know, they were having an executive session at the request of Mrs. Teeter.
No, my request was open.
I don't know, I was just told to be there, be available, so I was available. Then the board went into executive session after that. I was not in that executive session, other than the meeting to start and answer a few questions, responses, that's what I did. And then after that, they went into their session. I don't know what the board told Mrs. Teeter or how they said things to her, I can't tell you, but I know that she did address the board because there was a list of concerns that I had to respond to. So that's what I know about the meeting. And yes, they made it be known. They got to address the board of trustees. Nobody threw them out. That I know of, I'm standing right there. We all had a disagreement, but we come to an agreement to have a meeting. That's what I understand. All right, thank you.
Do you have a comment?
Yes, I'm unaware, as a council, that we sent our executive director and attorney general to that meeting.
Me too.
I'm at a loss. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I agree, that's my comment too, that I wasn't, as a council member, not made aware that you all were going over to meet with this board in regard to some of the issues. And then I'm also a little bit offended that we were not told that our AG requested a forensic interview. And we're the council, and we're not being told. I mean, did y'all meet with President Pratt and he was aware of it? And
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we do.
okay,
And
so
not
that's the break of communication in my opinion.
That's why we have to have meetings like, you know, all the time. We can't go 4 weeks without having a meeting. I'm at a loss. I mean, I know that I've heard ads on the radio for Pawnee Nation College all the way down to Oklahoma City. I'm hearing this stuff. You know, I see everybody in their caps and gowns, and it makes me proud. I don't know the politics of it, but I'm kind of sitting here with my jaw slacked because I'm not privy to any of this. So I think we, as a council, need to be in communication. If there's people, students that are, you know, agitated or whatever they are, that they want to complain, just like tribal members complain on Facebook, send it over there and let them try to figure it out. I mean, I don't know what's happening, but I would really like to sit down with everybody and know. I thought you guys were doing a great job. So, sorry.
Enrollment's been averaging 35 a semester since I came here when it was down to 20.
I just saw.
We've added more classes, we've got more income coming in, it's being accounted for.
I just saw an opportunity for people to actually, you know, get a degree and feel good about that. And right here. And maybe they don't have student housing, and maybe it is an old building, but there's a lot of good in it too, so it's not all bad. So I don't know. Well, I guess I'll find out later what's up. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and I want to echo that. I mean, I think without the college, we probably wouldn't have some of our tribal members seeking an education. So for that, I'm thankful. You know, and then, you know, there are some issues. We just need to address them. We're not trying to attack you or the board. We just want it to be operating smoothly and optimally so that our tribal members and our students can benefit, and we can squash all these negative comments or get to the truth, the bottom of it. That's all we want. That's all we want.
And that's, again, I'll talk to the board chairman, and you can talk to the rest of the body if they want to have their meeting earlier than June 30th through the 2nd. I don't know, but the board trustees, they like to come home for those activities. That's why they kind of got their quarterly meetings.
Are they all-day meetings, or how long are the meetings?
Well, the shortest one's been from 9 a.m. until 1. The longest one went from 9 a.m. to 4 since I've been on.
So this is going to be 2 days from 9 to 4?
Well, we've been trying to do a strategic planning session, and it's going to involve you all's input as well. Land, space, facilities, water, that's going to be
You know,
design.
and my understanding is for Leanna, you know, she has the chair of the table as for oversight for us. So I would expect that, you know, she be treated, you know, appropriately.
Yes.
So that's all I had. That would be all, of all of that, that would be my take. So, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll figure out what's going on.
I think it'd be really helpful because the college has invited us and it's an open invitation. I think it would be helpful because it's during homecoming and some of us have a hard time getting away from our camps to come because we have to cook. But we enjoy that. I think it would be really helpful if maybe you could schedule us for maybe a 2-hour period or something, rather than like all day, if there was just a time.
I'll pass that to the chairman, and we can sit with his board, set that up.
Yeah.
Because board chairman and who his officers are, they kind of make that agenda, that's theirs. They just tell us what to put there. That's their agenda.
That might garner more attendance from the council.
And I offer this too, as I did at your last report, that I think the council should send an invite to their board for one of our strategic planning, like we are with TDC.
Yeah, I agree. We need everybody involved in our strategic planning, TDC, the college, housing, everybody needs to be.
There are only, technically, there are only 3 board members who don't live within the state. 4, but the 4th one is just right across the border. Mrs. Goodfox is in Haskell, and she's on hiatus from the board. And then the other 2 persons, Mr. Writing-In, Dr. Writing-In, and Dr. Writing-In, Arizona and Texas, respectively. Everyone else is within a 2-hour drive of the school here.
But with technology, I think they could Skype in or, or conference call in to participate.
Yeah, it would be a conference call. We try to get the Skype up over there on Albany Fox, and we'll do that as long as there's no classes.
Well, we usually have our sessions over at Rochi,
Okay.
so we could get our IT to set that up for us over there.
I'll let Mr. Howell know, and then they can get back to us, or he'll let you know through Leanne.
And we'll talk about it, the council will talk about it, and since the date's over.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, with people get grilling, let's move on to item 10, the executive director.
Morning, council.
Good morning, Andrew.
That was interesting. To start off the bat, I didn't want to interrupt. I wanted him to talk. Our intent when Don and I was to go over there was the president directed us to inform the board of what the allegations, all these people coming to us, coming to me. This was dropped on me 2 weeks ago. With students and faculty and staff coming to my office saying this is what's happening. Once the allegations reached to a certain level, I said, I got to get this to the Attorney General because this is way beyond any administrative function for me. And we met with the President, and the President says, you know what, the board needs to handle this. You guys go over to the board. You guys kind of explain everything, try to catch them up to speed, and hand it off to the board. We think that the Board of Trustees should handle this issue, that we do not want this to be our issue. These are allegations at this point, that need to be investigated, rightly so. I mean, these are students, faculty, and staff coming to us, coming to me, sitting in my office with paperwork, with allegations, with copies of checks, with all this other kind of stuff. These are serious, serious issues, and we didn't want it to get to the board. The President's reasoning, at least what he explained to me, is he didn't want to get it to here yet because if it gets to our level, then serious consequences happen. If the Board of Trustees can step up and take care of it administratively, there's a lot that they can do that we just can't do. There's only so many tools that the Business Council has. That was the decision of the President, and it was basically to let us, or direct us, Dawn and I, to go to the Board of Trustees meeting and lay it out there and say, hey, we've had allegations, you need to investigate it, we don't want to do it, step out. That's basically was the gist of our involvement in this meeting.
Can I add?
Yes.
President Pratt contacted me. I knew nothing about it. He contacted me. I met with Andrew, and the decision was to schedule an emergency meeting and try to get this straightened out with the Board of Trustees, and that's where everything
It was our intention to let the Board of Trustees get them aware of what the allegations were and turn it over to them. I got too much stuff on my plate to worry about what's going on with the college.
That's their role.
Absolutely.
That's their role. It's not our role.
But I will tell you, there's a reason why people aren't going to the Board of Trustees and the President to get these allegations through. And those reasons are because they've been brought up before and nothing's been done. That's what has been told to me and relayed to me, that some of these allegations have gone on since at least the beginning of fall of 2015, and they have gone to the President, made the President aware of some of these allegations and all these other kinds of stuff, and nothing's been resolved, and so they started to come to me. And I was like, I have enough to deal with. I don't want to deal with the Pawnee Mission College stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Leanna, were these ever brought to the rest of the board? Did the President ever bring any of these allegations to the whole Board of Trustees?
No.
Ever?
What President? You what you heard today from hearing him is what the board hears from him. And when I question, I get, notice the attitude.
But what about Howell? Does he?
He's right with him.
Okay, you don't feel that there's an issue?
He doesn't think there's.
And I was made aware of this, just a couple weeks ago. When people started coming into my office, and they said, well, we know that you're going to take this seriously. That's why we're going to give it to you. And I said, okay, well, look, tell me what you got. And then I said, well, no, this is Attorney General stuff. This is Executive Director stuff. And again, that's why the decision.
This too is, sorry to interrupt, Andrew.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when Andrew and I went over there, we were both repeatedly interrupted by the President.
Absolutely.
And not only that, he disrespected me, he disrespected him. And not only that, he can disrespect me all day long. I don't care. I'm a big boy, I'm short. But the thing is, though, when you disrespect the Office of Attorney General, you're disrespecting the Pawnee people. And I did lose my temper with him because I resent that. I resent that big time.
Well,
and also, I have a duty to the Pawnee people when I hear allegations, make sure that word's used, allegations of wrongdoing going on, and some of them being criminal in nature, then I have a duty to go over there. And if we go over there and we're treated like second-class citizens and we're told essentially, it's impliedly told to us that why are we here and what are we doing? And then I ask the Board of Trustees to conduct an investigation, and they question us, why do you want that? They put us on the defensive on why we wanted an investigation. Later on, I found out through the vine that after we asked for the investigation and after we left, that one of them went over to the president's office and complained about me even being there. Also, I heard through the vine that the Board of Trustees charged Dr. Burgess with investigating Dr. Burgess.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yes, and I went over there a couple of days.
Say that you, not to say.
And I'm not through either. Let me one more thing about the forensic audit.
Dr. Burgess.
I asked for a forensic audit. Adrian, a forensic audit it's not a regular audit. These people are trained to recognize fraud and illegal activity. They recognize red flags. When they do that, they go back in time, if it's 1 week or 10 years, to find out what the irregularity is. I asked for a forensic audit, and later on I found out through the vine that one, there's not going to be a forensic audit. There is going to be an audit, but only the books are going to be audited that Dr. Burgess decides which books will be audited.
Which are the federal grant.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
that's what he said.
He's not a doctor.
He's master's.
And FYI, I'm not going to go into details, but he has lied to Andrew and I more than once. He's lied to his own board in our presence. And here today, and I'm not going into detail, but he lied to you at least once.
I can tell you one. When you asked about the finance committee, he named 3 people. I have always been told, I am the secretary of the Board of Trustees. I have always been told that I am part of that finance committee, and I have attended the meetings.
One more footnote, I gave them 10 days to launch an investigation. Any investigation had to include a forensic audit. I just told you what they decided to do, the Board of Trustees. At the end of the 10 days, if they still haven't done what I requested, then I'm going to conduct one that's going to be criminal in nature. And I'm right at the point right now that I'm getting ready to call a contact of the FBI.
I will tell you that the only one the president pretty much runs the meeting. So we were told, the Board of Trustees were told that he would let President Burgess know about this and he would check into it. So I went over Monday, was it Monday or Tuesday, I went over to check with Mr. Burgess to see if he had gotten a hold of anyone, and the email was down, so he hadn't done anything. But I will tell you that he was very rude to me. I would like someone to go with me, because, and you can't be seen, because if you know what I mean.
When's the 10-day notice?
Yeah, what is this?
I noticed him on Thursday. So he has 10 business days, and not him, the board, that's the whole idea, is we went over there because we wanted the Board of Trustees to investigate these allegations. So like I said, what happened was they decided to do an investigation, but not as I laid out. They appointed Dr. Burgess to investigate Dr. Burgess, and instead of doing a forensic audit, they're only going to do an audit according to the parameters laid out by Dr. Burgess.
This is the executive director's report and the CH's report.
Well, they wanted to know, so I'm letting them know. That guy went on, and you know me, I'll be able to turn
I
around.
had to keep my hand on him. Just let him talk.
I don't talk often, but when I do, well, then I hope I have something to say.
We really wanted this to be a college issue. I mean, that was the whole intent. It wasn't there to, I mean, he started talking about allegations of criminal wrongdoing and all this stuff. We were not there. We were there to tell them that we have allegations that involve the financial undertakings in the college, and there are things going on in the college that need to be investigated, and that we did not want to do it. Now, the Attorney General said, but if you don't do it, I have to do it, because these are serious allegations. And so our intent was not, he framed it in a way like we were attacking the board with these allegations. Well, how do you think I felt? You know, when I had all these students and faculty and staff come to my office and giving me a bunch of stuff, I didn't know what to do with it either. I was the board meeting as a courtesy to the board, to let them know that I had talked to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General's opinion was, yeah, this warrants a criminal investigation. And we said, well, let's let the board handle this, and that was, I wanted the board to know, and Mr. Burgess to know, that I was doing this as a courtesy to him. It was either you guys take this seriously, or our Attorney General's already made up his mind. And he's got that authority as the Attorney General of the Pawnee Nation. And obviously, he didn't take it that way. Obviously, he saw it as an intrusion into their matters, and it wasn't. It was just one executive to another executive saying, hey, brother, this is where you find yourself.
Which the emergency meeting was called for, to make the Board of Trustees aware of these concerns, and we never were able to even really discuss it.
No.
So my question is, what are the concerns? Is it the third-party checks?
No, well, I mean, that's one of the lies you just told Adrian this morning when you said that there's 2 signatories. Well, there's no. I mean, if you're
I had
just
to get it
signing
out
up
of
to...
him. I did, because I was under the understanding that when he answered his question that there's 2 signatures.
Yeah.
But after I was further questioning him, he said up to 500.
Up to.
Yeah, so he said he
Okay.
didn't state that at
So
first.
that's one.
That's a lie. I mean,
Okay,
there's no other way
well,
around.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what are the allegations?
Okay, here's the
I mean,
allegations.
I don't want to be pointing fingers, well, that staff is a lousy teacher. I don't want to hear none of that. I want to hear legitimate.
Let me give you allegations of evidence that was presented to us. One was, well, not one, we have multiple occasions where we administer their federal grant that pays their salaries for the full-time faculty and pays for their travel expenses and all that kind of stuff. So they use our process to do travel. We cut them a check for travel. However, they have a system that we still haven't figured out how they do it there over at the college. But the college will write the traveler a check from their account for their travel amount. And they expect the traveler, when they get back, to pick up their check from finance, sign that check over to the college, and then deposit it in their accounts. However, we have proof that these checks are being cashed at First National Bank. Now, the evidence is that the administration over there is using that as ammunition and fuel to fire and terminate employees by saying, you guys are double dipping, you guys are embezzling, so you better just go away quietly or you're going to get in trouble. But that's not the game. The game is that they're being paid twice. And they're writing the check over to Pawnee Nation College, and we don't know who's depositing those funds, and they're not being deposited, they're being cashed at First National Bank. As a matter of fact, they've raised such an alarm at First National Bank that they have an officer investigating it. Okay? These are serious allegations. When I saw these allegations, that's when I immediately said, this isn't for me, this is for the Attorney General. Okay? We also have allegations of paying students under the table for work done for certain people on the Board of Trustees for yard work or whatever, to take care of their yards, and instead of the Board of Trustee member paying that person for coming up to do their yard, the college is paying them these checks. They're probably only about $50 or $100. And yeah, there probably are invoices and all that other kind of stuff associated with it. But this is not, it's a legality thing.
Oh, sure.
We also have allegations of staff members who provided keys to students who were homeless. And I'm sorry, that's terrible. But they to sleep at the Outlet Lincoln Fox building at night. But that means we don't have control of who has access to that building at night. Okay.
Can they reproduce keys?
And
I
they
mean,
can
and what
probably reproduce
equipment's
the
in
keys.
there?
Correct. We also have allegations of staff members bailing students out of jail.
With their checking?
We don't
Their
know.
checkbook?
We don't know.
Wow.
We don't know. Those are allegations, but they're systemic and they come
Yes.
from multiple sources. It's not just one, he wants to couch it as one faculty member that raised all these issues, and it's not. I've had different people come to me that raise some of these same allegations that have no connection to this faculty member other than they worked at the same school or they attended one of their classes. We also have money missing from the Gord dance that is sponsored every year. We have money missing from the powwow. The allegation is that one of the faculty advisors for the Student Government Association said they never had money deposited from the Gord dance or the powwow in 2015. Okay. We've been told that the student or the employee that was in charge of the Gord dance left the dance with the money in hand on Saturday, came back to work on a Tuesday, and had roughly half of what was announced as what was raised during the Gord dance. So these are systemic issues that involve money. And I didn't know anything about Mr. Burgess. I wish he would have stayed. I was kind enough to listen to him and not interrupt him. I wish he would have stayed because I wanted him to know that I don't do this because I don't have anything personal against him. This isn't a personal thing for me. It is, we as a Pawnee Nation government are putting money into this place, and we have a right to know what's happening with their money.
$105,000.
And the fact is we just don't know. And
That's their annual budget we give them. Over 100,000, 105,000, I think.
And I hope that after all this investigation, all this dust is settled, that all this is untrue. Because that means that we can go back to doing what we need to do to get the college forward.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid it's not. I mean, this was some of the stuff that I had. So, anyway, that's...
Well, thanks for sharing.
The board of trustees, and Andrew, he and I talked about this, and as the board of trustees have a fiduciary duty to make sure that this stuff is not going on. And I implored them, I asked them, please conduct an above board investigation. Let's have a thorough investigation of forensic audit. And then later on, I found out through reliable sources that minutes after I and Andrew requested that, what did they do? They asked Dr. Burgess to investigate himself.
Mr. Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, whatever. And then then it's money stuff. He doesn't want to do a forensic audit. And also, I think, counselors, it's very telling. I don't know if you guys noticed it. It's very telling, though, that every question that each one of you had of him, he never took responsibility for any one of them.
That didn't concern me. I mean, I'm not here for the leadership thing. I'm not here for whether people like him or not. Because then we get into the territory that you brought up, Counselor Addison, the territory of, maybe you just don't like this guy. I have no skin in the game with him. I don't know him. I personally find him likable. I mean, I've never had any kind of terrible relationship with him. But the allegations are the allegations.
Right, well, see, we didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, well, is this because students don't like each other, just politics? I mean, but this is deep. And this is something, it is a fiduciary requirement of that board of trustees, and ultimately, it comes here.
And I will say this to the business council, that, again, this all started about 2 weeks ago. Was so fast moving, and we still had people coming into my office that we just said, when I went to the president made the decision, just give it to the board of trustees, let them deal with it. And that's where we were at, and that's where we continue to want to be at. We continue to want the board of trustees to handle this issue. We don't want to get involved, and that's why we weren't able to, get everybody up to speed at the same time. Because once we do that, then it automatically becomes our deal. And we didn't want that. We wanted the board of trustees to handle this.
I just want to say, I have the questions that I had, and I'm just sitting here in awe of the other things that you guys have. Just listening to other people talk, I thought, well, wow, maybe I shouldn't have asked some of these questions or whatever. And it seems so minute compared to one of these things that you're addressing. But I mean, there's some other stuff that I still question him on, this all started because I was told about how his treatment was towards Leanne. And then so I asked her about that after one meeting last week, and I asked her, I said, did he really talk to you this kind of way, And she told me yes, and then she started filling me in on what was going on. So myself and probably Fabian as well, a few others maybe, it always seems like we don't get the information, like we're last, whatever. So I was assuming everybody already knew this, and to hear that no one knew about this stuff, up at the repatriation, Bruce has told me a little bit about what was going on. He said, hey, have you heard this? And I said, well, I just talked to Leanna, and he was telling me, it's a little worse than that, And I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll hear more about it when we get back, thinking we hear about it today, which we have, but I didn't know it was to this extent, so My thing is that, what she had said, we have a college here, we want it to be here, we want it to be up and running great, we want to be able to provide education, further education for our people, and not only just our people, but other people as well, and you're not going to make everybody happy, but we need to be up there in that level where, people are feeling assured that they're going to get a quality education.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can attest to the council that his treatment of Councilwoman Teeter is terrible.
That myself, that's something I don't appreciate, it's one thing from a tribal member to have somebody that's non-tribal or from another tribe. I can't handle that myself,
He treated Dawn and I the same way. So
Yes.
it was, I haven't been shushed since I've been an adult male.
Well, it is.
As soon as I turned like 16, nobody shushed me anymore. He shushed me.
But here's another question that I have about that is that, the board of directors, being that they're Pawnee, some of them, did they not say, hey, let's let these guys talk?
Well, no, they put it into an executive session, and that was another untruth that he stated, because Leanna wanted it to be an open session. It wasn't Leanna who said the executive. It was Mr. Howell and Mr. Burgess who said it needs to be in executive session. And they tried tinkering with the agenda. They tried changing the times. So it was.
In place.
Yeah.
Adrian, in the interviews, how you talk about, you don't want the board to sit quiet. You want them to ask questions.
Yes.
That's why President Burgess treats me that way, because I question everything. I could have brought up several things that he was talking about, but I didn't feel like right then was the time. But that's why he does it.
When Dawn
And everything, just like what you heard from him, and it was all just hunky-dory, that's what the Board of Trustees hear. They only, which I've been saying, they only let you know, he only lets you know what he wants you to know.
Well, I will say this, though. When Dawn and I first got in there, they told us that we could be a part of it. I put it down and said, no, we're going to say what we need to say at the meeting, start the meeting. We'll say it before we meet. And we'll go.
Yeah.
Because it was framed in a term of adversarial, and it really wasn't. Our intention was only to for me, from my point, was one executive to another say, hey, this is what's going on. Take care of it. Because I don't want to do it. The AG doesn't want, the AG, obviously, he wants to do it. I've convinced him to give him some time. I've convinced the AG to give him some time, to try to do the right thing here. But,
I can tell you at that meeting, I had to argue and defend through the whole thing, and it was just running in circles. They did not listen.
Yeah, it is what it is, but it'll be managed, and one way or the other, it'll come to a resolution. And the whole point is so that we can have an outstanding college. That's the whole point. That's why we pay money.
And that is what the Board of Trustees want too.
Absolutely, and I know that.
Bottom line is, I know the council wants to save that college, and I stand ready, willing, and able, and I know that the ED does too, to help y'all do that, to save that college. But in order to get from here to there, it may get rocky and rough. So put your seatbelt on, but we'll do whatever it takes.
And I will
I'm not going to agree with them. I don't want it to be rocky and rough. That's it.
Well, I will say this much, just, it can't even be on a personal note, but everybody is probably aware that he is running for Comanche chairman. The Comanche tribal chairman, he's running for that now. So strategically speaking, we better have all our ducks in a row before, it gets really ugly, because that could just come back and bite, if indeed it's all legit, you know what I mean?
Well, like Andrew said, we
It
hope it
don't
is.
sound legit.
Well,
We all hope it is, but
Yeah.
we hope it isn't either.
But I'm just saying, that's going to cause a lot of publicity, it's going to get ugly.
I know.
At one point, he had told the faculty and staff that if he made it to the second round, he would resign. Well, that's not what he told the Board of Trustees. So,
All right, let me I'm going to happy things. Happy things. I apologize for not getting my report to you, but I was one of the few that I couldn't even open up Outlook at all. I mean, some of them could open up Outlook and get to some of their older ones, but mine just had that circle spinning thing. You all know what I'm talking about. It would crash. And it just came up, so I will get you my user report. I'll email it to you probably tomorrow once we get done with this meeting. But I'll hit the highlights, some of the highlights in like properties, the wells are going to get started to be the test wells that are going in probably within the next couple of weeks. The primary bidder, the reason it has gone on for so long is he's been stuck in Kansas doing a pipeline project, and they've had weather up there that's prevented him from moving as fast as he thought he was going to move. So what he did was he subcontracted it out to the second bidder for this well project, and they've agreed it's not going to cost the tribe any more money. If it costs more, then the original contractor will pick up those costs, so we can get started within a couple of weeks here to do those test wells. DHCS, business as usual, admin affairs. We had, again, the IT issues. We have server issues. The servers are over 6 years old. That's what caused this crash this past weekend. I think it was last budget committee meeting that we talked about finding the money to pay for these servers. We found the money, bringing that to budget committee. Next budget committee, we found the money to pay for it. I went ahead and told IT to order all the hard drives, just replace them, and then we can reimburse the program after the fact because this is an emergency situation. We have to have our hard drives up. It's our financial, all of our financial information. The email thing is just an inconvenience, but if we lose our financial data, that's a big issue. So we've already received 2 of the hard drives in. It's going to take a couple days to format them, and then once they're formatted, they will be installed, and that should give us the protection we need to do the rest of them.
Do you know if we have a disaster recovery plan in place?
For our data?
Yes.
The simple answer is yes, but from what I've seen, not really. Because the issue is we have our offsite data storage facility, and this is the hard drives we're talking about, are at the law enforcement center. And then we have our backups located within IT. The problem is they're too close.
Well, best practices, right?
Right?
I'm an IT strategic
I know.
sourcing person, I know this.
They're on the same campus, they're within
Right. Right in the path of the tornado kind of thing? Right.
fires.
Fires,
Right?
exactly.
Well, we are working to implement that, and as a matter of fact, one of the plans that I brought up to IT, to admin affairs was, we can probably find a way to use some of these tornado shelters and house them for server farms, and then pump AC into it, keep it cool. We do have tornado shelters here, and I feel much more comfortable having the IT or the servers underground with their own power source and air conditioning that's in a facility that's hardly ever used, but at least it's underground and it'll be protected from fire and from tornadoes and stuff. But we're exploring this issue because I have concerns as well.
Yeah, I just wondered.
Yes, ma'am.
What could have been done to be proactive for this have not to happen?
The answer to that is to be proactive, is to have a schedule in place that calls for a mandatory replacement of hard drives every 3 or 4 years, depending on how you want to do it, and you stagger them. So after a while, every 3 or 4 years, you just replace one hard drive. And that's the way it needs to be done, but it's never been implemented here. And again, that's something that I'm working on as well.
That's what I wanted to hear.
It's to implement that and change that policy, because we haven't had any policy on it. It's always been, we'll replace them when they fail. Well, we're getting to the point where we can't afford that.
They have actually hardware, yeah. So hardware vendors, Dell, HP, and all that, they typically have maintenance programs that you can sign up for, just like you would a homeowner's policy kind of thing. And then it's just routine maintenance. Every year they'll go out and they'll look at all the servers, look at all the hard drives, look at all of the connectivity and all that stuff, and replace anything that looks like it could potentially be an issue.
Which we could do as well. We got the staff and the employees that have that
Right.
capability. It's just that we don't have, we've never had anything here in place that
Right.
has even kind of contemplated that kind of
And
thing.
you were
'Cause I think these servers were gotten, I think we received a grant for them. and-
It's probably the A&A sets.
And it was like in 2010, 2000,
Yeah.
they're old.
And then we'll also talk about redundancy, especially in financials. So that you have to copy, backup, every night you back up
Right.
as a redundant file.
And we're also looking at cloud-based data backup for our Outlook programs. So email will never have to, doesn't matter. It's just
I
a
know they
cloud.
talked about that before, but of course we just talked about it. It's just
Yeah.
No, it's money.
It's fun.
Yeah.
We talked with Microsoft, we talked with the rep from Microsoft, and pricing wasn't terrible this time, so it continues to come down. So we'll just be patient on that. We also had Admin Affairs annual reports out. They're all in your boxes. I think they look pretty good. There's a couple of printing errors, and Stigler Printing has already contacted us and is willing to replace as many as we need. Because they had two guys that were printing it, and the one guy was a new guy, and he made a couple mistakes. But they're going to do it. Gross, they're not going to charge us anything. Also in Admin Affairs, we have a new hire, Gina Francis, Communications Manager, hide in the background. We're excited to have her. Her experience and her expertise and her education is off the charts. So, we're very, and tribal members, and we're very, very blessed to have her here. And I know that we're now going to be able to have effective communications here, because I just know how important it is to get what you guys are doing out to all of our tribal citizens, not just, the ones that hang around the reservation. The guys that come in 64 all the time. No.
No, it's just these guys that hang around.
These guys. I don't see Ron Rice here. Mr. Rice. Let's see. Finance, they're working on getting ready for their audit, their 2016 audit? 15 audit. We also had the 2017 budgets come in. We're working on a credit card policy as well. We've kind of pulled out that credit card policy and gone through it, and we're going to try to get something to council probably next business council meeting, because it just needs to be done. We do a lot of stuff that just could benefit, especially the business council on their travels and all that kind of thing.
Write a check.
Just
get a check. Get a checkbook.
Yeah, that's how it works. Dang it. All right. DNRS, we've been working diligently. Monty has done an outstanding job again. He's one of those employees when you give him a task, he does a really outstanding job. He's developed a notice of violation form, and the Attorney General and I have been working, kind of providing a liaison between him and the courts to get a system. We've got a system in place. As a matter of fact, we already started receiving funds for his notice of violations for all these oil and gas producers out here, and for these other activities that go on. We're already starting to take in money. We are, our fines for some of these things were, initially they were like $100 or $500. I told him to bump it up, so now we're going with some pretty substantial fines. That's
It
okay.
hurts in their pocketbook.
Yes.
It's for them to stop.
The goal is to get him into our trial court, because once we get him into court, then we can start developing a case history on protecting our lands, and it helps us. It tests our tribal codes and laws to ensure that we don't have any mistakes in our tribal codes and laws. It's just a good thing to have in court. But if they were just $100, they just pay them, and they just continue to dump or continue to do all kinds of stuff.
Fines are outrageous. We went up on them, and also, like Andrew said, the money is being well safeguarded at the court. They created a trust fund, so everything looks really good. And And Andrew and I are eager to see someone challenge us in court. We're eager to start going that direction.
Well, but it's worked out good. The court is backing us. They're on board 100%. And I know we're going to have to iron out some wrinkles here and now, but we're moving forward. And it took a while to develop this kind of collaborative effort, but it was definitely a necessary one. Law enforcement, business as usual. Gaming, business as usual. Tarot, gardens. They're working on the garden in the back. MHA.
Visit 26th and 27th. 3 affiliated tribes are coming down from Newtown, North Dakota. Mention this
One day you'll get through it.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I just wanted to reiterate the Manana and Otso Rickwell will be coming down. Their tarot director will be coming down to do a presentation, obviously for the tarot, but I'm inviting the Business Council and obviously some of the other heads of other programs as well as Roger to come see how they're doing business up in Newtown. They are revolutionary in the tarot programs. Tarot's been around a long time. They've got the biggest tarot department in any nation in the United States, and there's a reason for that. And there's some more progressive, innovative things that they do with regards to the oil and gas business. So they're going to come visit us. They're going to tell us what they do, and hopefully we might be able to use some of those ideas and have some more economic development.
They're like generating millions of dollars.
They do. Well,
What's the date?
26, 27. Thursday, 26, Friday, 27.
Of May?
This month, yeah.
Next week.
Steve, excuse me, so are you inviting neighboring tribe tarot cards
Yes,
as well?
yes. So we have invited some of the neighboring tribes, the Poncos, Otos, Cherokees. This guy does put on the training also. He does tarot trainings a couple times a year. My commissioner for my tarot program, Dwayne Pratt, went to a training in February. And this guy, his name's Kelsey Papanow, he does put on some of the classes, and it's a very good speaker, has a lot of information, and I think it'd be time well spent if you all had some time to come and listen to him on Thursday. It'd be great. I would love to have you all come in there. And we're going to be doing it over here, and there will be an email coming. I have Brady working on it. It's going to be at the Berry Building in the Pawnee Nation Museum.
Pawnee Cultural Learning Center.
Oh, and then one last thing.
Pawnee Cultural Learning Center.
This might wait for this guy. The tarot program is no longer underneath the education division, and Andrew has placed us underneath the executive office, and so he will be controlling the hours and all that.
Then you better start saying Pawnee Nation Cultural Learning Center. Stop calling it Berry Building. Okay. So yeah, they're continuing with their garden project there. Lifeguard training is starting to get set up because the Pawnee, city of Pawnee is going to open up the bathhouse.
I want to comment on that real quick.
Yeah.
You did post it on Facebook that we're going to build this aquatic center by this year, and that's not going to happen. So I don't want you to give false hopes out to anybody that we're going to have that
Next year.
done. So, because I've already been questioned, you guys going to have that done this year? And I said, no, we're not. So I'll just say Steve said it.
Yeah, that's right.
But they are putting the bid proposal package, or the package are going to be going out for, from what I understand from ICDBG. So no, but I just wanted to put it out there because we will need to staff that facility, and the YMCA only does these lifeguard trainings in the spring, and so. We wanted to get some kids and, interested, some young folks, hopefully. I don't want to be age discriminatory, but, that's probably the target market for these opportunities. And so I have the funds there to get some kids or some young adults lifeguard certified. So when that time does come, they're already certified. They're already ready to go.
Also, Sarah's working on a job there with TDC and HR. It's going to be first week of June, isn't it?
June 6th.
Yeah, June 6th. It's going to be a good job there, I think. And we're going to look. My big thing is collaborative efforts. We don't have the ton of resources here in Pawnee Nation. And so it boggled my mind that we have all these departments and divisions go off and do something on their own. These are big projects and we need to be more collaborative. So that's kind of been my emphasis to the directors. Human resources, we're going along with policy revisions. Cultural resources division, they did the repatriation. They have a visit coming up next week at Capuan Volcano for an ethnographic historical thing. And we have an Rickarod visit coming down this Friday. And I'll let my uncle talk about that a little bit. He'll go into details for you about that visit.
Is that out of the cultural?
Yes.
All right, thank you, nephew. If I could get my words together, you'll shake up about the college. Yeah, a month ago I went, well, when I got this position here, the first year I wanted to reestablish our ties with the Rickarod people. That we were one tribe. As a lot of you know, 300 or 400 years ago, somewhere back in there, we were one tribe. And so I wanted to get our ties reestablished. And phone calls and emails only went so far. So I went up there. I had to wait because they have a long winter. So I went up there last month and met with a guy, real kind of an elder, real kind of humble guy, but he's real elder there in their community. His name's Austin Gillette. Some of you might know him. He's been down here many times, and for what it's worth, he took him and Bunky, our beloved Bunky, our brothers, and he's a Vietnam veteran, and so he was my host when I went up there, and we started some talk, and it comes about where him and another man, it was going to be 3, but now it's going to be 2, we're going to come here Friday evening. Him and it's a councilman, his name is Fred Fox. I don't really know him, but they're going to come Friday night. We're going to tuck him in over here at Pecan Grove, and then Saturday morning we have them all day. Starting with CRD staff, me and John Michael and Marty, which most of be Marty. He's going to feed them breakfast over here, rope chief. And then our cultural committee, we met the other day, and we decided at 11, like we do with the Wichitas, we're going to go down to the campground, and we're going to set up this canopy, and we're going to get our pipe out and our tobacco and share tobacco with them. And then after that, we have a meal, a noon meal, and then after that, we're going to let them give us their thoughts, what they want. Because I threw out there that suggestion of a goose call with them, similar to what we have with the Wichitas. I told them I don't know if we're really up to 10 days of camping, but at least get something started, maybe a weekend or something. So that's kind of, I threw that out to them, little bug in their ear. So they're going to come down, they're going to tell us what they want to do. And they kind of already had the cat out of the bag. When I was up there, they said that they want to host the first one. So they're going to come down here, and we'll meet with them Saturday afternoon. And then in the evening time, I want to open up to the community that we're going to go through the museum, the Cultural Learning Center, to the museum, and we set up our drum, kind of share some songs with them, and stories, and things like that, and then take them back to Pecan Grove, and then they leave in the morning, Sunday morning. So with our internet down and everything, we wanted to put it on the website. It hasn't been done. Maybe it still will be done. And I wrote an email to President Pratt last week, and I don't know if he got it because of the email situation. But I want to put that out there to you all and let you all know and invite you to any part of that you want to attend to be good. All right. Any questions?
I think the question that I have, that I asked earlier, is there something that, for us as the council that we need to provide, or something that we need?
Well, we have our own budget in there for community events or cultural events. Budgeting money-wise, but...
anything, I don't know if you're going to need any other buildings or anything like that, or...
No, I think that one's free. The campground, I think, is free. I got the keys, so that must be great.
If you can attend.
What is it, whatever in your heart, I mean, that you, but yeah, we're over there at that evening, I mean, we'll have a time for them to give a donation to them, or an offering, or whatever you want to call it, spread the blanket, or whatever. Give them a gift, show them your appreciation, because as far as I know, this is just between us and them, there's no grant, it's just, me, I started with their they have a culture department. They're young guys there, and they really weren't meshing, so then when I called somebody else up there, I knew Sister Geraldine Gilbert, and she referred me to Austin. So he's coming down on his own, as far as I know, his own dime. He's a BIA worker, nothing to do with the tribe, so.
Is that the guy that received the power?
No.
No, the different guy?
No.
Yeah, but I found out that there was no full blood left.
You know, one thing I want to tell the council is that, I've been up to White Shield, several times now in the past few years. And some of these people that he's talked to, he's talking about Fox and, Austin Gillette, he used to really like my grandpa and everything. And some of these people, and I'm assuming they're probably gone now, they were up there at age when, 10, 12 years ago, but they wanted this, what he's talking about right now. They always talked to me about that. And they always told me to tell our Pawnee people, tell your Pawnee people to come up here. And they had a place designated for us up there, for all of our camps, and Pat back there, he goes up there quite often, and I'm sure he's probably heard the same things, they really wanted us to come up there, and they wanted to come down here as well, and they want to renew that kinship, and so to me, I think it's great, it's something that's good. We have that good relationship with the Wichitas, and we need to have that good relationship with our regular villages as well.
Thank you. All right, so continue on with the CRD stuff. Well, I'm done with the divisions. I've been working with Councilman Squad Horse Chief on the bison project. I'm real pro bison. When I heard about like cattle and stuff, I was just like, because as a Pawnee nation, we need to look at ways that we can involve all of our divisions and departments as much as we can, and we just can't do that with cattle. And culturally, it's nothing, so we can't use culture. Our health program probably wouldn't be able to take advantage of grants and stuff, so bison just makes sense. We got contact, or actually, Adrian got in contact with a man who's representing another guy named Campbell Burgess. He's a big-time rancher down in Texas. He has 70,000-acre ranch outside of Amarillo that he's put bison on. And he's looking to partner with Pawnee Nation and an LLC, making Pawnee Nation and other Indian tribes that want to be part of it, making us 51% owners in this company. He'd be 49%. We provide all the infrastructure, and he already has the resources necessary to provide it. He's got a processor. He's got connections into Whole Foods because his family was the cattle barons back forever. And the reason he wants us to be involved is because we can get bison for free. We can petition the National Park Service to have bison released under our name. And so we can supply him with the bison he needs to start his breeding program and get his herd up to strength. And we can make some little bit of money. He's also willing to, from what we were told, he's willing to come out here and build a fence for us and then give us some bison. So we can have a small herd out here. We don't have to have a huge one, just a small one. Also to send terror workers or whoever down to his ranch and he'll train them how to work with bison. So, it sounded really good, but he's coming tomorrow, I think 11 a.m., right? 11 a.m. He's coming down here tomorrow to visit with Councilman Spotted Horse Chief and hash out kind of like, what we're talking about here. What are we really talking about? This is a serious deal, and we need to take it seriously. It could be a huge opportunity for the nation to get involved in bison in a real responsible way. One thing that always concerned me about the bison, when people talk about bringing bison back to Pawnee, was, are we ready? I mean, because these are living animals that we're going to be responsible for, and we just didn't want to bring them out here and not have a plan. But now it seems like we might have a plan. So I'm excited about that. Oh, I did have Pawnee Nation College written down here, so I should have. Governing docs, we're trying to get that set up as well. We just found out that it's not a committee, it's a commission. It was changed in 2012 to a commission, so they get stipends and all this other kind of stuff. But what that means is they can have a budget and they can hire what they've been lacking for a long time, and that is a reporter, somebody who can take notes and do it in a legal sense. And so now I didn't know it was a commission because it's listed as a committee on all of our working documents, but it's in the minutes of a council meeting, so we gotta get that working. Let's see what else is going on. The HHS meeting, Treasurer Thompson is being rescheduled for your request to deal with that. There was a contracting services, was it CSE? IHS doesn't really want to pay us that much money, even though they always have money. Land management, I'm already starting to field phone calls from people asking about, Pawnee people that are asking about when that program's going to take place because they want to sell their allotments back to the tribe. I told them that I had a phone call from the Department of Interior letting us know that they had received our letter of intent, the resolution the council passed, letter of intent to participate in this program, and that we would be hearing back from them probably sometime in summer, and then representatives will come down from the DOI to help us set up a process for getting this land back in the trust, and they'll explain to us how it's going to work. They're still going to train us basically how to do it.
I got an email.
I did too.
This week? Okay, good. So you would know it's like 2018.
2018 is when we're scheduled to go, but we're going to get trained up because one part of this process is to have a outreach program. And that takes training because the DOI doesn't go out there and do the outreach. We do. And so it's going to take a year or so for us to get that office up and go out there and educate.
They were talking at the forums that I've been to 2 of them, at $500,000 allocated per tribe to do that recruitment and all those things. So we need bodies. We need an office.
Office, vehicles, office supplies, all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be 90% of this buyback program.
Second, I'm sorry. Is that going to be like a real estate division, or?
It's going to be the Cobell land buyback office, outreach office. Now, we part of that, the reason they come down here is some tribes have been turning this into a sustainable program that can be compacted out from the BIA with some realty department. So they take that grant money and develop this Cobell outreach office, but then once they're done with their Cobell stuff, they're able to sustain that function and able to compact that duty from the BIA, which is something that I want to hear from these DOI people. How do we do that? Because I'm all for self-governance and I'm all for compacts and getting down under that.
I can tell you how to do it.
Do what?
I can tell you how to do it. You don't have to go through the line.
Okay, that's all. What else is going on? Not much else. We still have the issue with the fracking. We have been in contact with Senator Langford's office. We're looking at the first week of June. The council obviously is going to be invited. It's the entire council to have the offices of Senator James Langford in Oklahoma City and have a real sit-down meeting with decision makers from the BLM, BIA, and EPA, and DOJ, and all those other alphabet acronyms. And the purpose of that meeting is to basically inform them that we need We need somebody to step up to the plate and take responsibility for what's going on with our lands, because we've been receiving letters like this more and more frequently now, ever since we passed the fracking moratorium, which basically, these are from our superintendent here at the Pawnee agency, basically saying, it doesn't matter what you guys want, we're going to do what we want to do anyway. This one, as a matter of fact, this is a communitization agreement that incorporates the West Cemetery. Now they're doing a horizontal drilling, like 10,000 feet below the cemetery. But this is a letter basically saying that the Pawnee Nation apparently remains steadfast. The lease is not in its best interest, even though the surface of the subject property will not be disturbed as it is designated cemetery. As if they're telling us, you're stupid, you don't know what you're doing. The cemetery's not going to be involved. Whatever. The meat of it is neither that designation nor this disapproval prevents development and production of surrounding lands. So basically, the BIA is saying, well, it doesn't matter anyway. You might as well just say okay, because we're going to take it anyway. And if you continue to say no, then you won't get paid. You won't get any money from this royalty. Well, I'm tired of getting
Here's the stack right here.
We get all these letters now that the solicitor's office is doubling down, basically saying, the Pawnee Nation's laws and resolutions do not supersede the requirements of any federal statutes, and so they don't have to listen to our moratorium when it comes to communitization agreements. Now that we kind of knew, we talked about that was going to happen, that what they're going to do is they're just going to go off fee land, they're going to pay some guy to develop a thing, and then pool all the mineral resources and get around our fracking moratorium. But it's a huge slap in our face, and so we're going to make Senator Langford's office aware of this recent development, and because it just opens my eyes. I mean, going to the ag lease sale yesterday and seeing our Civil War tropical lands go for $100, $175, $200. It's just, if that's in the best interest of our citizens, I'm just confused. Anyway, any questions? I'm sorry it was long, but if we wait a month to do business council meetings, the ED's going to have tons of stuff to report.
How long is the BIA going to have an interim superintendent with Jeremy Lovecamp?
As long as they want to, brother. As long as they want to.
Andrew, on that thing with Senator Langford, one thing I will say is that Andrew, I think, will echo this. That is that his staff has been forthright in dealing with us, and they continue to be so. And that meeting, like Andrew said, is on target for early June. One thing that the staffer did mention to me, and I let Andrew know about it, and I think we both think it's a good idea, that is that once we get this rolling, I think that the staffer, he mentioned the idea of maybe having a quarterly meeting to make sure that once we have an agreement, make sure everyone comes back together like once a quarter to make sure everything is going the way it's supposed to be going. And if there's any questions or issues, then we can iron them out so they don't become a problem.
Facilitated these quarters,
Yeah.
facilitated by Senator Langford. So.
Yeah, right. So it's it is what it is, but it is moving down the road. So
I think we couched the initial problem when I met with Senator Langford in D.C. the first time. I think we couched it in the appropriate terms, basically by saying this isn't oil and gas, this is a trust issue.
Right.
It's between us and the BIA and EPA and BLM. And he was more amenable to that. If we would have just said, we don't want oil and gas on our land, he wouldn't touch us with a 10-foot pole because oil and gas runs the state. So we framed it in the right way. As long as we continue to be honest and upfront, trustworthy with them, I think we can reciprocate that until they show that they're no longer part of the solution. I will say that speaking of the fracking, Don and I and the prosecutor probably going to attempt to get down and hash out some of these what if things. What if this falls apart? What's our next step going to be? Because we do have other tribes out there that have different positions than us that are passing these fracking moratoriums as well, and other tribes that are thinking about passing a moratorium like this. And so we want to stay out in front, and we want to keep this what we framed it as, which was all we're asking for is a Pawnee Nation solution that's specific to us. So, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I know that communications, even before Jen got here, have been recording our council meetings, but none of them have been uploaded. And I asked this question last month, and they said they had a wire or cord that they needed to purchase. I wondered, when are we going to have this meeting uploaded within a couple of days, or are we? And I know we were moving towards downstreaming or uploading or live streaming.
Live stream.
If it's not feasible for us to do it right now, you know, she's spending all her morning over here taping us, are we going to upload it?
We're going to upload it. I will tell you that our previous communications manager said a lot of things that weren't necessarily true. That's led to the vacancy. I don't know what the issue was on uploading. I know that some of these videos are starting to be uploaded. Our town hall was uploaded. The last business council meeting was uploaded.
It was?
On YouTube.
Okay.
It's on
Well,
YouTube, not our page.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube.
I know, but it was, I didn't know. I didn't know. And if I don't know, I'm assuming our constituents don't know. And it's not, when I go to the website quite a bit when I'm away from the office to check my email on internet based, and I don't see any updated information. I still see President Pratt's, Vice President Wildcat's picture up there. And so I don't see any new information. And if it's a new upload, it should be right there in bright light saying, watch this video.
That's why I'm going to turn it over to the expert.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're still moving in that direction. And don't get me wrong, I know I always point out the questions. You're doing a good job, and things are going good, and I don't hear anything negative either in regard. But these are just the questions that I come up, and I don't mean to point out.
You're the councilwoman.
The donation policy, at the last strategic plan, we give direction on that donation policy. Where are we at in that?
I had 2 meetings with DHCS, and we're finalizing the document that will be brought to you. Hopefully, I don't know, do we need to bring it to HR first? Donation policy is a weird. Budget committee?
I would say budget.
Okay, we'll bring it to budget committee,
yeah.
budget committee before the next Pawnee or PDC meeting.
Okay.
It's taking TIF a little while to.
I understand, because it's looking at the whole semantics of the things and the requirements. I just want to make sure we're moving forward with that. Governing Documents Commission. And this is maybe not really directed at you, Andrew, but the council in whole. I have verbalized more than one time that we need to own those ordinances. And
On the agenda.
it is?
Yes, item number 15 on new business.
Okay, that's constitutional amendments. That's just the Constitution. But overall, our overall governing docs, I think we need to own it as a council. And I don't know if you all agree with me or not, but if you don't, and I'm just blowing hot air, I need to know, because I think it's important that we own these and don't put it in the hands of a commission. And a commission is a commission. We can retract that commission. As a council, if we want to take ownership of these documents, we need to. But I keep feeling that we're getting the governing documents thrown down our throat. And I don't want it. It has been ineffective in the past. I'm sorry. No disrespect to anybody on that committee, but it has been ineffective. You said that they didn't have the support staff. My understanding is that council gave them money for support staff, but nothing ever came out of that. I'm speaking to the colleagues here. And so, colleagues, I think we need to own it. And we need to, if we're going to own it, let's own it and start moving forward and do away with the governing docs just until we get these things to handle. And if we want to establish the governing docs for future revisions after we get them all fixed, because there's some huge errors, there's some huge things, discrepancies in them. The ordinance, the Constitution, all these issues we've been dealing with for the last 6 months. We need to take care of them, not a commission. So I throw that out there, and I hope that maybe we can discuss that at our next strategic planning to see if that's where we want to move forward to, because that's where I stand. And the next thing is the annual report, and this is not at you, I'm talking to my colleagues here, is that I was very disappointed that this went out without our approval. I had no way in on the financials that were put in there. I had no way in on any information that was put in here. I contacted the president about a month and a half ago, and then recently, again, asking what the status of it was. They said it was being worked on, and right after I sent that last request about 2 weeks ago, I get an email saying it's gone to printer. Now that bothers me. I don't know if it bothers you all, but this is our report to the people. Council's report to the people, and we should have voted on this and what went into it, or at least provided input.
This is imperative that we approve that and you sign off on it. And that's what you're here for, right?
Right.
It's like a 510K. It's like an annual report submitted by a corporation. And yeah, I agree with you. She sent an email out and still never got a response back from the president.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think I don't know, I don't want to get into that piece of it either, but I think we probably need to discuss that in our strategic planning and as a council discuss it with our president to find out why it wasn't brought here for approval, and that we didn't have input into that, because that goes out to our people. I think that's all I have in regard to your report that you brought up. Thank you.
Any questions?
You're doing good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 11, old business. First one is the approval of resolution number 16-29, museum bylaws.
Mr. Vice President, it's 1 o'clock. Well, I was just gonna say, it's 1 o'clock.
Oh.
I'd like to make the recommendation, we go to lunch, and then we come back and finish up further if possible. I don't know, it's up to the council, don't bother me. I'm just saying, it's...
Who wants to go to lunch?
I'm thinking business might be quick though, and then we can come back to new business.
I want to go on.
Okay, well, this is, I'm in favor of the last break. Are we good with an hour though?
Yeah.
Okay, well, from, it's 5 after 1, let's take an hour lunch break. Be back at 2:05.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. We'll continue on with our agenda here. On to item 11, old business. Number 1 under old business is approval of resolution number 16-29, museum bylaws.
I have some questions before we vote on it. Under section 3.1, can you tell me why it's beneficial that we're going to incorporate opposed to what other options are there for this. And when I read through this whole thing, it gives them a lot of authority financially and responsibilities for location that they just have to report to us.
My view is, there was a fellow named Matt Reed who there was a fellow named Matt Reed, did work here. I believe he is Pawnee. He did most of the heavy lifting on writing those. I inherited them, and then I looked at them, and I think they look pretty good. Now, my view is this: if the council is uncomfortable with delegating that much authority, then we can always modify that and go back and change it. I'm open to that. Because I'm kind of like you, that is, I want to give a board enough authority to do their work, but I don't want to give them too much.
What are they going to be doing that requires an incorporation? I mean, what are the goals of the museum? And I know that usually why we want to seek incorporation of 501c3 is to access those foundation dollars and get those foundation fundings, because if it's, you can still get those donations, but the thing is they don't get the tax write-off if it's a tribal government. So I understand that benefit, but other than that, what are the other benefits of incorporation? And I don't know where we're going with the museum.
Well, let me try to answer that. That is, with the corporation, I think one of the benefits may be it may shield any liability that the museum may have in the future. However, what I have noticed, and that was in the museum bylaws that I inherited and I reviewed and submitted to you for action. But one thing that did pop out to me is sometimes, and you guys do it with other aspects of your tribal government, and that is, why not just create a board or a commission? I'm not opposed to that either. And if you want to rein in some of the authority, that is, instead of doing a corporation, do a board or a commission, I'm open to that too. In the end, this is your museum. The council is the one who's in the driver's seat on this. If you want to go back and you want me to strike the corporation part and maybe put in a board or a commission in its place, that's fine with me as well. So if there's some uncomfort with these, this is not a do or die today. I can always go back and do some more modifying to reflect what the council's will be today.
Okay. Well, and I understand that you did inherit these, but also as your responsibility as the Attorney General, I would expect you as a council person to review these and make the appropriate changes or recommendations to us to protect our interests, opposed to just reviewing them and commenting, making edits of that nature. I think it goes further beyond that than just a document that you review, but to protect our interests.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think your interest would have been protected under the corporation. But the thing is, though, you as a council, if you're not comfortable with delegating that much authority, I respect that as well.
Okay.
And so we can rein that in, whatever, again, this is your museum, and you guys are in the driver's seat. If you want me to go back and redraft that and in its place put a board or a commission in there, I'll be glad to do it.
Okay. That's kind of just where I stand. I'm not comfortable with the authorities that lie within these bylaws to this corporation. I'm just not comfortable.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Just to me, it just mimics like TDC, like they have.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself, is that I don't know. I know that the council's had some issues with the TDC organization, and it kind of rang familiar, so I can feel where you're coming from on that. So if you guys want me to go back and create in its place, put a board or a commission, I'll be glad to do it. And if you have any other changes that you want me to make to it, I'll be glad to do that too.
One of the things I was going to say is that, kind of going on with this, what she was talking about was that if that was the case, and you could structure it to where it won't be exactly like TDC,
Yeah.
But And I may be wrong on this, and this is just my understanding, and Andrew, you might know about this too as well, is that for a museum to maybe get some of these articles from other museums, there's some certain criteria and stuff that have to be in place. You know, like, let's say if we was to get Captain Jim's bird claw necklace, leggings, and otter cap from the Matters Museum. I think that's the reason why some of this is like this, so that they can show that we are an established museum. Because there's also going to be some kind of safety or protection provisions that need to be shown, and I think that's how they do that, by having this. I mean, am I right? Am I on the same page, or am I way off?
I'm not a museum expert. However, the one thing that I did when I was TIPO was look into how to do this kind of thing, and I went to the agencies that know this type of thing. The American Alliance of Museums, the Oklahoma Museum Association, all these big accrediting museum places, and they tell you that they have standards to when they do these types and maintain these types of collections. And an incorporation is first and foremost a requirement. Now, whether they incorporate as a business entity is different. They can incorporate as a 501(c). But incorporation is a requirement in order to obtain some of these endowments and federal grants that are specifically set up for museums that some of these bigger organizations allocate every single year. Also, to be a member of these museum organizations, which provide, you know, discounted insurance for your collection and your assets, provide, you know, all these expertise that you would need to run a museum, and plus to bond, you said the bond collections. So, I mean, it's, but again, I can't answer that question because I'm not a museum expert. I just know that that's kind of what the standard was.
That's kind of under the impression of what you said is how I was, and I may be totally wrong on this, and I'm no expert either, but that was my understanding. That's the reason when I read this, this is what I thought that they was going after, you know. But I do see your concerns, you know.
But Avery, Bill, I think both you and Councilor Angela are both on to something here. That is okay if we do have to incorporate, because that may be the standard of what all museums do. One, I can't remember, because it's been a little while since I've reviewed them, but one thing that popped out to me is why don't, if we're going to incorporate, why can't we incorporate under Pawnee Nation law instead of Oklahoma state law?
Yes.
And so that would be one thing that I would want to do, is I wouldn't, if we do have to incorporate, I'm not interested in incorporating under state law. I want to incorporate under Pawnee Nation law.
And I think it would behoove us to look at other tribes who have museums.
Yeah.
And look how they're set up.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, I just like I said earlier, I don't agree with all this authority that's these bylaws allow the museum. And it's not that I don't support the museum, because I do, but I cannot finance from a fiscal agent responsibility. I can't.
Well, I know firsthand, Councilor Angela, you're the one on the council who is the fiscal responsibility go-to person, and I like that. And so your advice is well taken, and I will look at that and see if we can try to narrow it some, and if you want to bring in some of that authority, we can do that too. And in the end, like Adrian said, if we do have to incorporate, let's do it under Pawnee Nation law.
And also, of course, my question was, I wanted to contact Matt Reed, being the head of the museum bylaws. So I messaged him and I asked him what he thought about it. And this is what he said. He said, I just asked him, wondered what his thoughts are on the new museum bylaws. And I said, it seems as if we're making it a corporation. And I was asking if he was going to be here. And he said no, and he said, well, he said, we are and we aren't. It's really just vocabulary needed for the formation of any group that is part of the process of working with the IRS. I spoke with the tribal AG a couple of times to make sure that we weren't creating bylaws that undermine tribal sovereignty, and to make sure that it meshed with tribal government. He seemed to be confident with these bylaws. If you have any questions or concerns, he would probably be better able to answer them from a legal standpoint than I would. In short, the wording in the bylaws is just vocabulary to make the IRS happy. Let me know how it goes. I'm looking forward to getting past these bylaws and into real museum work. I mean, these, ever since I've been on council, these museum bylaws have been on our,
that
table items, and so Matt, he's wanting to move forward.
that echoes what me and Matt had talked about, but in relation to Councilor Angela and her concerns, if she wants to hold off and she wants to restructure this and maybe rein in some of this power and not delegate too much, and also satisfy some of her fiscal concerns, I'm ready to do that.
Well, I'm wondering, is this the only chance we'll ever get to change these bylaws?
Well, you know what, if you're going to change it, I'm going to put it this way. This, right now, would be the easiest time to do it. Before you adopt, if you adopt and then try to do it, it may complicate it. So if you want to, and I hate to do it again because I wanted to pass it today, but nonetheless, despite that, the questions are valid. And if you want to table them one more time, and then I'll work personally with Councilor Angela if she's open to it, and then we'll try to rein it in and structure it a little bit better. And then I'll reach out to some of these museums and see if, in fact, incorporation is required in order to. It's like Adrian said, Councilor Spotted Horse Chief. A lot of times, if you want to, like if, let's say, Gilcrease has something, and we want to have a display of it over here for a while, they're going to submit a whole big list of requirements. And a lot is going to have to do with liability and all that stuff, and so that maybe goes back to this incorporation issue. So, but anyway.
Well, there's accreditation issues because museums are like schools in some sense, that they have an accreditation process,
That's right.
a national standard for accreditation, that in order to be considered eligible for some funding and some, being able to fundraise and do all that kind of stuff, you have to be an accredited institution.
That's true.
And so I don't know, because I'm not.
But are we there yet? That's the thing. I know we're planning, I know these bylaws are supposed to be implemented prior to getting there.
Yeah.
But I don't even know what our vision is for our museum. I have some ideas, but we haven't really sat down and put them on paper to say, look, Andrew, these are our mission and goals for the museum. Meet with the CRD and the commission or whoever. See, I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at.
I think one of the things is, like I was telling Councilwoman Littleson, was that are we putting the cart before the horse? I understand what we want to do. I mean, like what she's saying, is that, we want, what I envision us as having, a perfectly functioning museum. And then with that, we have to have things on display. We have a few things that we can put on display, but I want us to get some of these things that these other museums have that people can't go to. Chicago Field Museum, they can't go to Denver, Colorado, stuff. We could have them down here for a while, So, yeah, I don't know to what extent where we're at on that. So, I don't know how to answer that.
I'm open to whatever the council wants to do. I know that the council outlined to me that passing the museum bylaws was a priority.
Yeah.
However, I'm not in the driver's seat here, so it's not my priority, it's you guys' priority. And if you guys want, you may be on something there, Councilor Adrian, and that is, putting the cart before the horse. Maybe you need to have a better definition on your vision for the museum itself.
That's why I asked the question. Can this be changed later? Because to me, it's like we're going to make a decision to get these bylaws put into place, and then we're going to get a board on there, and then what if the board's like, well, let's, we need this changed or that changed or whatever. That's why I asked that question. And to me, it would be like, I would think that the board in place would have some kind of vision or some kind of, ideal of what they want and what direction they want to go. And so that's why I asked the question, because we already have board members in place, and, we put them in place, they're artists, they're here to try, and some of them have really good ideals, and, and I know that Matt, he's been waiting, and he's even given up on us quite a few times wanting to resign, and we've talked him into staying because he's a tribal member, he runs a museum, so, You know, and to me, that's what I wanted to hear from him, because he's head of that board. Well, what do you think of these? Because that's what I was like, whoa, you know, it was a big difference from the last one. And so then I didn't know about the corporation, so that was of course going to be one of my questions. But you know, if he's ready for them to be passed, and he can see what they're going to be doing for the museum, then you know.
I know firsthand, Councilor Henry, that he's been really excited about wanting to do it, and and you're right, he's gung-ho. And if I have any museum questions, he's my go-to guy on that. So I agree with what you're saying. But in the end, this is up to you guys as a council. Whatever you want to do, I'll be glad to supplement whatever it is you want to do.
Thank you. I have reviewed the bylaws, and I have made a number of notations, and so I just wanted to know from the council, do you want to hear, or do you want me to just turn it over to the Attorney General?
I'd like to hear it
Okay,
myself.
all right. I didn't want to bore you guys. Okay, so on the first comment I had that I saw was on Board of Directors 4.4, and it's on qualifications. And it just has any member of the Pawnee Nation over the age of 21 may serve subject to the conditions set forth in these bylaws. So I'm hoping that, or would like to see cultural knowledge in there, that somebody with cultural knowledge or with museum knowledge. And I didn't find it in here, it may be in here. So, and then maybe also financial knowledge, because they have people on the board who go out and mainly focus in that. And then the next one is on 4.7, and it's the last sentence, and it says there will be no more than 12, no less than 4 meetings per year. And I just didn't really know why that's being restricted, if it's money. And that may not be an issue, but I just thought if they have a lot of issues that they're dealing with, they may need to meet more often than 12 times a year, especially startup. And then on 4.9, and this again is the last sentence, and it says if a director does not receive notice of a meeting but attends and participates in the meeting, he/she shall be deemed to have waived notice of the meeting. And I'm sorry, I didn't give you the title of that section, and it's notice of meetings. So I didn't really know why this was in here, and there may be a reason for it. Okay. So then we go to 4.13, and there's a couple you just need to do a word search because it has majority coat when I looked at it instead of I thought it was something I didn't know, a word I didn't know, so it should be majority vote. And then in the next paragraph it has taken without a G, but I really think it probably should be spelled with an E, just taken in that way. I thought maybe somebody was not used to leaving their G's off here. And then we go down to the officers on 5.2. And it says, and it's just a grammatical. It just needs to be cleaned up. There's just an extra says an officer shall serve for a 2-year term. Just needs a little clarity there. I think it's got an extra word in there. So that's just minor. That's just wordsmithing. And let me see. I think. Oh, okay. Yeah.
5.7 has the same error with coats.
Yeah, it does. That's why I say do a word search on it. And then, and I guess this is something I had to look up is it called inurement? Is that how? Inurement? It's 9.2, private inurement. So I was thinking of you, Amy, when I was reading this about using common language and not making it too complicated.
We have to stop looking up.
But that may need to be the term.
That needs to be there.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And that was basically it. I understand the IRS, because this is something that we worked on, and I worked with the old museum committee, which was, we have a member here, Joanne, and so I understand the loans, what we need to do. I also understand the need for climate control, which is going to be a major, and security, and then the IRS. So, yeah. But that's just what I know.
Do you want me to take that back and consult with Matt on that and with Counselor Angela?
Yeah, I'll give you my copy if you want to, and or just send you those. But it's really up to how the council wants to do it. These have been on the agenda for over 3 years now, and I think we've had time to, discuss these issues, and I'm ready to move forward with it. With the making sure that we have the document, how we need it.
So what is the definition for an impairment?
I've got it.
Did you write it down?
It's a custom to hardship. It's to toughen or to harden. That was the dictionary. It may have a different use than it used.
That's why I understand.
I was glad you brought that up about the meetings, because that was one of the questions I had too. I forgot about it. I didn't write it down, because I was thinking, well, what if they have an article that they brought in and they're going to have to meet multiple times to discuss how they're going to display it, and what if they get another one during the same year, So I just thought they was kind of limiting themselves, but I didn't know.
Private inurement is a legal term of art that basically has to deal with federal tax law, and it has to do with income and asset distribution between, there's a doctrine called private inurement doctrine, and basically what it says is that, assets can't flow through the entity and leave the entity. They have to stay within the entity, and that board members cannot use the assets of the entity and maintain their 501c3 status or whatever. And it has to be in the document, even though it's one of those words that we talk about that don't mean anything to anybody else except some IRS agent or federal tax lawyer. That's kind of what it is.
Thank you, Andrew, because I figured that's probably why that. I'll make a motion to table to have the AG look at other options and look at other tribes and meet with me and whoever else wants to look over these before bringing them back to.
I'll probably meet with Matt again, and I'll keep you posted on what Matt thinks. Okay. And then what do you?
I would suggest CPN. They have a heritage center.
Okay.
That they have a climate-controlled atmosphere as well, and I could probably get you the name of the curator there.
Okay. How do you feel about some of the suggestions that Councilor Donner made?
I agree.
I agree too. What did you tell them to look into?
To look into other options.
No, I mean, what museum was you talking?
CPN. They have a cultural heritage center and Shawnee. And that where it's climate controlled, and they get loans from different museums and stuff like that. So
See, I'm not a museum curator, so this is I'm learning my way through it, but at least I think we're almost there. So we're getting there.
Maybe even Chickasaws.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I second
it. A couple, 2 or 3.
Okay, motion was made to table it, and it was seconded.
Who seconded it? Adrian.
Call for a vote on this.
Amy Littleson, no. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
No.
Adrian Spotted-Bushchi,
Yes.
Leanna Keefe.
No.
You have a tie. We have a tie. We have 3 noes and 3 yeses. Decide.
Vote yes. Table it.
I did.
Okay, next for discussion is the Bledsoe lease, track number 2000.
I believe this is on there because it was tabled last time for property to look at. Property committee has not met, so I make a motion to table again. I plan on calling a meeting to address this before the next council meeting.
I will say that Mr. Bledsoe did show up at the office to meet with President Pratt to talk about the concerns of the council. And he wasn't sold on a 5-year lease, or the president, of course, was not sold on a 5-year lease for this individual, but because we do have plans for this, and initially I thought it was like Councilman Spotted Horse, I thought it was just the 50-something acres. I didn't realize it was 422 acres. And, but the negotiations were basically, he agreed to do a 3-year lease. He would work with the 3-year lease, but he wasn't going to be able to provide a cap. It's just too cost prohibitive, so what he says. So I took that information and then I called the BIA and told them to remove the Bledsoe lease from the lease auction. However, when we showed up here for the lease auction to sit through it, that lease came up. And so I don't know what's going on with the BIA. But Bledsoe, I talked to him during the lease and I said, so what's the deal with this? I pulled this. He goes, yeah, they said they would pull it. And if it went up, it just maybe because I put in a bid and there was no other bids accepted or whatever. So I don't know where we're at. We need to have property management have a committee meeting. Something that doesn't smell right to me about these. And I told the president, you know, anytime that we're going to ask for a cap or something from these guys, they're all going to say they can't do it. They're all going to say it's cost prohibitive. You know, and it just isn't. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you just called the BIA, there was no letter sent or anything?
No, because Jeremy told us that that it was because it was already on the sale, and so it wouldn't have got there in time. And we just met with them Friday, so I had to call the BIA after the meeting Friday and let them know to pull the lease, and they said that they would. But I don't know what that means because I don't know enough about the lease process itself.
And I think, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think we need to look at the regs because I looked at this lease and there's no signature line for Pawnee Nation. So I'm wondering, since they have the contract, that they can enter into these on our behalf without, I don't know, we need to look at
They've done that with my mother's land. She told them that she didn't want to lease her land, and they said that because it wasn't in writing, they had the right to step in and lease that land. So they leased her land, and then they went after, because she let her horses run, and they went out there and confiscated all her animals.
Well,
And sold them, and never compensated her for it.
let me let you in on a dirty little secret that maybe you don't know, and that is that the federal government holds this land in trust for us, so they're a trust agent. They're our fiduciary. It would be the same if I had a rich grandma that passed and left a trust account in my name that I could use. She could set all the rules for it. I wouldn't have any control over it. She could say that I can only draw maybe $50 a month for the rest of my life, and it's that fiduciary that decides what to do with that money. I have no control over that.
That's why I wanted to look into the lease and put that in our leases. We can put that in our leases, and you know, if they can't give it, then don't bid on it. We want somebody that can give that bid. Because this is coming from NCAI. When I went up there at the top level, they're the ones telling you need to take control. You need to exercise your sovereignty. You have the right to put in those leases what you want in those leases. So, I don't know, I guess we need to put them in their place.
Well, I mean, it's just
good luck at it.
Like I said, when I was at the lease yesterday, you know, leases were going for $175, $125.
Well,
and these are supposed to be our trust agents doing the best, getting the best fair market value for our native citizens, and we're not. And not only that, there are just small handful of really families that the same names come up over and over again for all these piecemeal leases. And of course, there's prime acreage that bids, but the highest I heard was like 5,025, and I don't know if that's for 1,000 acres or 500 acres or what. It's
Well, that's just like this. How much acreage we have, and look at how much we're getting for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, I'm not impressed with the BIA, so I'm going to say.
And even when we were discussing about even putting buffalo out here or getting our own cattle there, it was, the suggestion was made to us that we need to let the land, what do they call that? Rest and like regrow. They said for a couple of years because it's overgrazed.
Yeah.
And of course they're going to say, well, we have the right amount of cattle. Well, how many of us have went out there and counted those cows?
The one thing I will say though is that I can see the lessee's point on the time period for a lease, because a year, if you do year leases, then it's really nothing. They don't have any. They're not really incentivized to do any kind of work on the land. They just won't care. They won't build fence. They won't maintain fences. They won't do any of that stuff. And just because it's a cost thing. But I don't know what's going on. I have a lot of issues with what's going on with BIA in general. So we need to have a property committee meeting and hash this stuff out. That's all I know about Plus.
After going to that lease, if you want to call it an auction, it really wasn't much of an auction. All they did was open envelopes of bids. My distinct impression and opinion is it's a club. It's a small club of families, and they're friends on a first name basis with the people at the BIA agency, and they're part of the club too. And this club, I bet, my suspicion is the club goes back a long ways, 2 or 3 generations.
Yes, yes, it does. There's actual documentation about that stuff that's going on.
Because like Andrew said, these family names kept popping up, the same ones. Out of 92 leases?
Yeah.
I think there was, my count was only 4, that there was more than one bid. So those were actually auctioned by an auctioneer. But everyone else since they were the only bid on that one particular property, that was theirs. And Andrew was right, I was shocked. $150, $175 for one lease and no other bid.
They can keep it in perpetuity.
It was really eye-opening.
How long did they rent the lease run?
I don't know
3 or 5 years?
For which lease?
Were they all different?
Yesterday.
They're all different.
Yeah, they're all
Okay,
different.
were most of them 3 at least?
They didn't
Oh, they
say
didn't
it.
even
They
mention that?
That's another thing too, is they were
Okay.
very secretive about, the lease and lease terms.
All I know is that if you walk behind this partition here, there's a bunch of guys wheeling and dealing.
Yep,
Back.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, oh, you want that property? Well, I put a bid in it, I can pull it, that kind of thing. So it is what it is, and that's fine.
And I recognize two of those guys as Stillwater real estate brokers, and one is a real estate broker and an auctioneer. So it makes you want, it was kind of
So we don't know
pleasing.
if they're willing and dealing behind the
You
scenes.
never know.
They could be sharing the land
Yes.
and just
Well,
putting in the lowest bid and.
Yes.
Well, that's
making it-
what, when I say club counselor, Angela, that's what I think when I mean.
Okay,
I'm trying to be diplomatic about it, but it is what it is.
right. Donna, do you recall, have we ever inquired about realty services and the dollar amount that, under Title I?
No, but I think it's time.
Yeah, we need to look at that in social services, and and look at everything.
Yeah.
Just look at everything and request, that we want a Title I that. And there's regs under CFR 900 or CFR 2 900, Part 900, that's the regs for Title I, for contracting any programs through self-governance.
my thing, guys. As you know, I'm real interested in us getting buffalo. And the acreage that we're looking at now is approximately 20 acres up there, that fence access on the back side by the Catholic Bridge. And with that 20 acres, we could probably handle 15, 13, 11 to 13 head of buffalo. At some point, you know, if we wanted to look into something even bigger, you know, we also got that Day property that's right across the street, which is, I don't know, 100 some acres or whatever. But I was under the assumption that it was just this 53 acre crop lease, and I didn't know it was all of that, you know. And that's 423 acres total for $4,900. And he said on average, on the part of it, it says on average 27 animals. And it was my understanding he has more than that. And they have about 50, I think, 50 head of cattle. So I know just a little bit that those, when they go to market, each beef runs to 1,500 to maybe 2,500 at best. So you add that up, that's quite a bit of money he's making. And he doesn't have enough to give us one. But back to this bison part is that, you know, just like she said, is that, you know, the land needs the rest. If we're really looking into this, which I think we are, you know, as far as this bison goes, at some point we're going to have to let this land rest. So, you know, it's one of those things I want you guys to kind of think about too as well, you know. You know, we did say that we wanted a one-year lease agreement because we thought we was going to be able to do something within that year, and that's been when we first got onto council, and we haven't done nothing. But now I think that we are probably more closer to getting these bison than we are anything else. And then just imagine walking out the door and seeing them grazing right out there, you know, or even driving out somewhere and seeing them up in that pasture, you know. So I mean that's just the thoughts that I have, you know, and everything. And bison are a lot more. We made more money off that than we could have had beef. But just throwing that out there.
Sorry, Vice President stepped out for a few minutes. Any more discussion?
Well, then we can discuss it a little longer. So are you saying that then the Bledsoe lease went through?
I'm saying I do not know because I have no idea what the process is that the BIA uses for these kinds of auctions.
Okay, because it seemed like I read on the minutes or something that President Pratt was supposed to have spoke with him because it came up, the lease came up, I think at one of our previous meetings.
And he did speak with him.
And then he was supposed to talk to him and then get back to us, and then we're saying it's little property and all like that, so. I had no idea they were having their auction, you know, this soon.
That's why they said on Friday. Actually, Jeremy came over to the president's office probably about 2.5 weeks ago with the list for the auction list, and they were talking about the Bledsoe lease, and Jeremy said, you know, if you want to pull his lease from the auction, you just call us anytime and get it tucked pulled. So we did, and we called him on Friday after we met with Mr. Bledsoe and told him to pull that lease, and he said they would. And I don't know why his name was called in the lease auction. I have no idea because I don't know how the BIA does I don't know how the BIA does anything.
It could have possibly been he maybe leasing some other land to him.
It could be possible that that's the case.
That's what I think, Councilor Pawnee, because yesterday, I was telling Andrew, and we were in here yesterday, there were like 4 family names that kept repeating on every property. And Bledsoe was one of those family names.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you know, I talked to President Pratt after the repatriation. He talked a little bit about it too. Was it nothing very specific in general, but he talked about that he had a conversation with Bledsoe. And, you know, he had talked about, you know, we need to see about trying to do something, you know, a longer lease. Granted, I understand that a year-to-year lease is probably hard for him to do his crops and everything else that he needs to do because of how the leases are up during the times of the crops, you know. You know, and I see that, you know, because at the time we all had full intentions of doing something within that year or that next following year, and we haven't done that. So, you know, it's one of those kind of things that, you know, I guess we need to sit, my opinion is we need to sit down and decide what are we actually going to do. Either we're going to need to sign a little longer lease, or we're just going to have to say, hey, you know, we're going to get these bison, we're going to let the ground rest until we get, you know, get them transferred here, or renegotiate or something.
That's why it's imperative for both the land management committee and the property committee to come up with some kind of long-term plan here. So we're not grasping at straws every time an opportunity presents itself to either lease the land or do something with the land. I don't like being caught off guard by that stuff. It makes it difficult. I mean, I just, you know, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I'll give Mr. Bledsoe the benefit of the doubt, but one of the things is that's the line that's always going to be told to the council. It's just cost prohibitive to do this. We just don't make enough. I mean, it's always going to be that way. Mm-hmm. And in the end, after watching the lease process, in the end, these ranchers and farmers are getting our land next to nothing.
Yes.
Yes. Next to nothing.
More than that on dinner clicks.
Yes. So, and they wouldn't be so aggressive in getting these leases if it wasn't financially beneficial to them.
And they wouldn't be arguing, they wouldn't be, you know,
yes,
kind of strong-arming us a little bit, so to speak, you know, for these, because it's exactly what you said. It's a continuation every year. I see it down there at Yale.
Yeah.
You know, the Muggenbergs, they lease all that land around me. They've been doing it for years. And then anytime one of the families wants to sell, which they have, they buy it up. And now they're starting to control more and more of that land.
Yeah, I was after leaving that meeting, I'd say, heck, I'll lease land out here if it's only a couple $100.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what is the BIA doing to protect our tribal citizens? And that's the more concerning issue, and that's kind of like it relates to everything that we've been discussing with regards to oil and gas and any activity on our land. Is, well, what's the fiduciary responsibility here, and is it being met? And you know, the obvious answer, at least to me, is not being met. So.
Here's one thing I want to put out there. Now, I know we're getting way off here. We're talking a lot about this, but you know, as far as the requirements for the leasing, you know, pasture land says that you shall control brush, broadleaf weeds throughout the term of the lease. Special attention be paid to broom, weed, buckbrush, you know, stuff like that. That's some of the stuff that those bison eat. They help control that. But another thing on the one above it says, leasing shall control all sprouts in non-wooded areas with methods that prevent leaf sprouting. Special attention paid to locust, persimmon, goldard, sandplum, and sumac. I just sit there and think about that persimmon and sandplum. Maybe there's a market out there. I mean, I'm sure there is a market there, because in Tulsa they have a company that's all they do is market sandplums. They plant them for people, they pick them, they make jellies, jams, whatever it is, you know. Maybe that's something that we have right here in our own backyard that we can look into. I don't know. I don't know if you guys ate sandplums and persimmons are pretty good. Just don't eat persimmons when they're green.
Can we go ahead and table? Can I refer back to the committee?
Yeah, but he's not here.
You don't want to table?
I mean, we know.
Sandy, do you want to take over?
Take over.
Just keep it moving.
Okay, entertain a motion on Bledsoe lease track 2000.
I'll make a motion that we table the Bledsoe lease track 2000.
Angela had already made a motion to table
Oh, did she?
at the very
Sorry.
beginning. We just need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Thank you. I forgot.
Did that
It's a
motion,
law.
did that motion include sending it back to committee? Or committees?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Sammy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Addison?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow Horseshoe?
Yes.
Deanna Hughes?
Yes.
Motion carries. Send back to committee.
And here.
We ain't gonna vote anyway.
And we've gone to new business. We voted to table, so let's hold.
Okay. On to new business, item 12. Approval of resolution number 16-32.
Mr. Chair, I've got a correction that needs to be made on that resolution. Do you want the motion and second before we go into discussion, or do you want?
What is it you?
The resolution on the 4th whereas states that the Pawnee Nation is organized in accordance with the provisions of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. The Pawnee Nation was organized under the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act of 1936. So we need to make that change.
Where'd that come from? Laura May did the draft of this.
And I have another correction. In the second whereas, it has February 10th, 2016, it should be March, or May 18th.
Donna, can you repeat your?
Okay, my correction is changing the 4th whereas, where it says the Pawnee Nation is organized in accordance with the provisions of the Indian Reorganization Act of June 18, 1934, and it has the statute. It needs to be in accordance with our Constitution. It needs to be in accordance with the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act of June 26, 1936, in parentheses, 49, statute 1967.
What's that statute again?
49, statute, then 1967.
Year?
The date, what was the date again?
June 26, 1936 is when the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act was. There's some more after that in the Constitution that may need to be, you may want to look at that and look at whether that needs to be added or not, but it just needs to be consistent with all our resolutions.
Andrew, can you present on this? Herb was here this morning, but we took a break at 1, so I don't know if he's coming or... This is the Historic Preservation Grant.
Yeah, this is for the Historic Preservation Fund grant to fund the TIPO position for another 18 months. These letters are sent off to the National Park Service, and just basically they require a resolution passed to say that this is in a federal TIPO position and that we're going to administer this grant in accordance with the guidelines of the Historic Preservation Fund grant. That's what it is. And there's always 2 resolutions that are attached to every Historic Preservation Fund grant. It's this resolution, and it's the resolution that names the actual Historic Preservation Officer. And we the council approved the resolution when Mr. Night Chief was appointed to the typical position. And so that we have that resolution, and this one is just to
Grant submittal, right?
grant submittal.
Okay. I make the motion to approve Resolution 1632
With changes?
with changes. Thank you.
I second.
Call for vote. There was a, see, it was, maybe,
Yeah, I made the motion to approve.
okay, and it was second.
Yes, I second it.
Oh, okay. Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow-Hurst,
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Number 2, under new business, these are the budget committee recommendations. A, approval of transportation purchase request, the amount of $159,149.
That should read $159,491. Yeah. And this is to purchase, this is for transportation out of their IRR, tribal transportation dollars, / their tribal dollars. They are going to purchase a tandem dump truck, sand spreader, and snow plow. And their justification was the current dump truck has mechanical problems and the need of a larger dump truck is needed for continued construction activities taking place. Sand spreader has mechanical problems that the last several times it is used have mechanical failure that requires fixing. The snowplow is still in decent shape and will be repurposed for the use of a heavy-duty pickup. Additional comments is the new tandem truck allows us to haul more material, thus cutting down on time and fuel. The new sand spreader is stainless steel that will not corrode from the use of salt and everything else. They did go through budget committee, they did go through the procurement process, and budget committee approved the $159,491 based upon a budget law that was submitted. And so it's a recommendation of the budget committee to approve this purchase. And it's already budgeted, so there's no additional dollars.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow-Hurst, he stepped out of the room. Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Okay, the next item on budget committee recommendations is the approval of the property management purchase of $5,880.
So it's for the food distribution, air conditioning.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, it's for replacing the air conditioner at the food distribution program out of property management. It's, they have received new bids and they went with 3 bids and the lowest was $5,880. And it's to replace the warehouse cooler.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Is that for a whole air conditioning unit or just the?
Just to replace it.
It's for the whole, it's a whole unit, it's for that
Whole
cooler.
building?
No, no,
Oh,
for the
for the
cooler.
warehouse refrigerators or? Okay.
Call for a vote.
Okay, who made the motion?
I did. Second to that?
No, Sammy, or Donna made the motion, Sammy seconded.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Hanson,
Yes.
Donnie Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe, stepped out, Leanna Teeter.
Yes.
Okay, the next agenda item is approval of a waiver for the Pawnee Public School for the 2017-2018 gym. That renewal is coming up for the school year program of 2017 and 2018. Mr. Williams has spoken with President Pratt with the possibility, or requesting possibility of waiving that fee, rental fee for the gymnasium area for that school year due to the budget cuts that the school is receiving. And when it went forward to budget committee, they approved it for a PBC with recommendations to possibly meet with the Pawnee Public School Systems and the Pawnee Nation College to discuss opportunities to collaborate to assist them in meeting their shortfall needs, because a lot of our Pawnee students go to school there. So that's the recommendation of the budget committee.
I make the motion that we approve that
The waiver.
Angela, excuse me, so I have a question. So we're going to waive the school district, Pawnee City, to use our facilities here,
Free of charge.
free of charge.
Is that 7,500?
Yes.
Yeah.
And does that include like their concession and everything? They're going to gain on that, or do we own that?
They just practice out here, my understanding. They don't have games out here. They have them up at the school now.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Just a practice gym.
Donna had her hand.
I did,
Oh, you did it?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about that. We entered into an agreement with the Pawnee school system, and it was almost 15 years ago. And the agreement was that they would be here for 10 years, which they honored that agreement. They stayed with it. But they did pull out because Mr. Williams said that as long as there was the perception that they had this gym, and this gym belonged to the school, which some people thought it did, that they would never get a bond passed for another gym. That's why they pulled out and went to back to the old one, and they just use this for practice. So, so I think it would be a good way for us to show support of the school and waive that amount and just let them practice.
Are we gonna have to put some kind of legal papers in or something?
No,
because
We have a contract with
contract.
them, and we'll just specify it's a fee waiver.
well, it'll have to be changed in the contract. And in there, you could also put where we're not to be responsible for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Clean it and everything?
No.
What's that?
Do they clean it too? After their practices?
No.
No, that was always our part.
Okay.
Our part of it was always, they used to pick up after games and stuff, but we had that was our part of the agreement.
Okay.
We were supposed to do that any other day.
The issue that just for the upcoming school year was because of the massive budget cuts
Yeah.
that Pawnee Public Schools has gone through.
Right.
And it was either this or lay off another teacher. So.
I have a question, kind of a bit different, but since it's back to our gym now, can we see about, painting it up, fixing it up to look like our gym? And not necessarily the high school?
Yeah.
I know we all have the black bear things, but, we have our own stuff that we can paint back up on the walls. So if we could get maybe some of our local artists or something and come up with a plan to make it look Pawnee.
Okay, I make the motion to approve the waiver. Oh, the motion's already been made, right? Okay, Donna made. Leanna, okay, who's second?
Donna.
Donna, okay. I had you written down wrong.
Okay, call for a vote.
Peggy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Hanson? Yes. Donna Harrell?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted.
Yes.
Leanna Peters?
Yes.
Okay, this next item is the discussion and/or approval of the Pawnee Nation IHS CDA claims for calendar year 2006 through 2010. Back in 2010, the council, I was an employee at that time, we developed a CDA claim for all of the IHS post-RAMA after the lawsuits were settled. And we were already in RAMA, but IHS had a different mechanism for accessing those dollars, and we had to apply for a CDA claim. And according to the statute, you can only apply for the past 6 years. So that's why we did it through calendar 2006 through 2010. And the total amount that we came up with per using what they used at that time was the shortfall report. Was $184,347, and that's what we submitted the request to IHS for back in 2010. They did not provide a response to us that I'm aware of. I don't know if there's been any other communications on this 6 years later almost. And they counter-offered and said that they would give us $71,129 plus interest of that amount. But I wanted to bring it back to council before making a decision on how to move forward, because we have a 90-day window to appeal this and start entering negotiations with the IHS, which is their Office of General Counsel, which is their legal department. And I wanted to bring it to council for you all to vote on, because the way they're interpreting the CSC policy is they're no longer utilizing the shortfall report that is developed and sent to Congress to identify and justify extra funds for their Indian Health Service budget. They're saying now it's a budget tool, and it's never should not be used for anything more than a budget tool. So what we will have to do is be due diligent. The staff, meaning finance and grants management, will have to go back and research all of those contracts, and they're going to go based on actual versus actual expenditures. So that means that, for an example, if they give us $100,000 up for an IHS contract, we only spent $50,000 of it. We are only allowed $50,000 of CSC dollars, because that's what we actually spent. The other $50,000 they would consider an overpayment because we didn't expend it in the same year. So they would have to have a reconciliation process. So if we have carryover dollars in our IHS and ASAP grants, I'm not for sure if we ever did. I doubt we did. But if we did, then there's a potential chance that by them asking and reviewing all those documentation, including our indirect cost proposal, and they're also looking at duplicative services. So if you receive even $1 in your 106A1 amount, which is your base budget for substance abuse or CHR, and if they identify it as duplicative, then it reduces our indirect costs as well. So knowing all that, I can't right now. That's why they scheduled a meeting with Shara, who is the OGC representative out of Region 6 in Dallas. I think we're going to have all our ducks in a row before we even sit down to meet with her, because she's going to try to legally blow us out of the water. And I know her personally on other contracts that we've negotiated with her, and she is hard to work with. So, with that being said, I can't sit here and tell you that we'll get, without looking at the documents and having all that information in a spreadsheet, I cannot tell you, sit here and tell you that we'll get more than the 71,000 plus interest. But you could look at it this way, if we can come up with those, we could justify that 184,347, say we spent all that money, and I tend to think that we had no carryover. We've hardly ever had carryover, right, Donna, in substance abuse or CHR? We've always expended it, my thinking.
I think so.
Okay. If we can justify that, then I'd say it's worth sitting down and saying yes, and we could probably potentially get the 184,000, but we've got to have our ducks in a row. And then it's interest on top of that. And the beauty of that piece of it is that interest started the day we submitted the CDA claim. So it's been 6 years. There's 6 years of interest that they owe us. If we can prove that 184, but we have to sit down and determine that. So with all that being said, how do you all want us to go forward? Do you want us to try to justify that 184 and, or do you all want to accept the 71,000?
I would like for us to pursue the 184.
Especially since we have a full staff in finance now. Something for our new senior accountant to do. Welcome aboard.
I'm for that as well.
Angela, what was your recommendation?
My recommendation is to go for the 184. But that's just based on my year of operation of that program, that we'd always expended the dollars. And if we had any carryover, it was minimal.
That's a lot of money.
Evidently, there was documentation to arrive at that now, so
Yes.
let's say go for it.
And actually, if the documentation we used was the shortfall report that was done or prepared by IHS, saying that was what they deemed was the shortfall.
We use their numbers.
Yes.
Sure did.
Yes.
I make a motion to go forward. That we fund the claim of $184,347 plus interest.
Okay.
I second.
Call for a vote.
Jamie Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson.
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
What I'm going to need from finance is probably all of those contracts for IHS, which would be substance abuse and CHR from 2006 through 2010, detailed expenditure reports, and the indirect cost proposals submitted for those years. And then we need to analyze it. So I don't know.
Laura May's got a lot of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I'll get with Laura May and work with her on that. If she can get all the information together and start, putting in some, the format. I think she knows what's going on.
Yep.
Okay, the next item, I'm going to turn this over to Adrian because he brought it up to the budget committee, and we're sending it to council to see if they want to honor this gentleman.
As you guys know, I worked on the movie The Revenant, and during that, I got to meet a lot of several of the actors that were in the movie, and one of them is Mr. Arthur Greycloud. He played a role there of the movie. He was one of doctored Leonardo's character. And anyway, you know, we developed a good friendship there, and we've been kind of talking back and forth. And so I invited him up here to Pawnee sometime, you know, and everything. And so he is very interested to come up here. You know, I think for his own being, he's kind of looking for validation that he did a good job. And so I told him, you know, that, you know, he could come up anytime, but I told him about the Memorial Day dance. So he is all on. I just talked to him, not yesterday, but the day before. And he wanted to make sure everything was still good. He wanted to make sure it was on that Monday. You know, he thought maybe it might be on a Saturday. You know, we recognize Memorial Day. I said, no, we have it on Monday. So he said that he was going to be up here. He was going to try to find a room in Stillwater, and that he would be here sometime that morning. I told him if he got here, I was telling him that, you know, we was in the process of trying to having a dedication that morning. But if he got here soon enough, then we could kind of take him around the tribe, you know, show him different things and kind of give him a little history and stuff. So one of the things that I brought to the council is that, you know, if we wanted to show our gratitude to him, you know, and I just threw it out there if anybody wanted to make a suggestion on something that, you know, we might want to give to him. Myself, I went and purchased a knife from one of our Pawnee artists, John Knifechie, and also Nathan McCrae had did a little sketch of him, and then I told him that, you know, I'd like to see about giving that to him, and he said he was going to paint him a picture for that day. So it was one of the council members, I don't know who it was, that brought up that, you know, maybe we should give him a Pawnee Nation penalty as well. So that's why we're here for the council. You know, I've been kind of trying to keep it under wraps for a little bit, but I think it's a pretty sure a for sure deal. So he's very excited. So he wanted me to brush him up on his Pawnee a little bit too. So I guess he's going to be speaking to us in Pawnee. So.
There's a comment from the council, which is that is Memorial Day. That's the day we honor our veterans who gave the supreme sacrifice of their life in the defense of this country. And I hope with this gentleman being present, take away from the thought that, well, honoring our men, women killed in action. That's what Memorial Day is about. Many of us have relatives that gave the supreme sacrifice. And I just wanted you to comment on this.
He is aware of what this Memorial Day dance is about, and I told him it's something that we have annually, every year. And I also talked to Bill Howe, because he first and foremost, I wanted to make sure it was all right with him, because I do know that, you know, sometimes, you know, that's exactly what he worries about and stuff. So he was all for it. So, but you know, he was just looking at to come in and you know, observe and see, you know, what the Pawnees do, you know. And then so, and I told Bill myself, I said, you know, he don't have to have no part in there if you don't want. You know, I just want to, you know, make an acknowledgement that he's here to, you know, if anybody wants to meet him or whatever and stuff, they can come up here for that. So.
Well, Bill Howell's good with it. I'll follow his lead.
I know.
Trust me, he was the first one. I need to get all of 14.
Good thinking.
So what do we need here?
It's up to whatever the council wants to do to, you know, maybe show acknowledgement. I think, like I said, somebody had made the suggestion of giving him a blanket, you know, so if that's what they want to do, if they want to do something else, you know. Like I said, I out of my own pocket tried to get a little something for him, and Nathan McCrae has volunteered to give him something as well too, so.
Do we as council want to offer something along those lines?
I'm okay with the blanket, and we could take it out of our donation line item to purchase it. For your supply. Would it fall under a supply though? Because it's more of a donation to that gentleman and in honor of him. Was that a motion? So moved.
Okay, I'll second.
So I made a motion to give a blanket and Donna seconded.
Okay, call for a vote.
Motion was to give a blanket.
Yes.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson. Yes. Donnie Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spadafore.
Yes.
Leanna Peters.
Yes.
In case y'all are wondering, I'm working on trying to get the big actor here too, so I don't know if it's gonna work out, but trying to get Leo here.
Oh, really? Bring the power?
Can make me see it.
It's gonna be tough, because it's 4th of July weekend, but I don't know, we'll see. Unless you want to put it there, it's on for him.
Tell them we have environmental issues. Isn't he environmental?
It is.
Yes.
He's aware of that.
No, is it?
Let's not do that.
Okay, that concludes the budget committee.
Okay, item 3 under new business is approval of resolution number 16-33, involuntary termination policy revision.
Okay, this comes out of the HR committee, and this is work that we've been doing. And since Matthew has been sitting here patiently all day, I'll go ahead and let him present. And I do want to say before he gets started that it's really good to have him and Jamie in HR with fresh eyes, and also Andrew, and with fresh eyes to look at our policies and to look at some revisions. So he's going to present those for us now.
Good afternoon, Council. A couple of these policy revisions are kind of interlinked, so I'll kind of tell you a little brief history behind how this particular one, and then as we approach each one of those subjects, I'll go a little bit more in depth in it. Basically, this first policy, along with 2 others, involve the separation of employees as you look at accrued personal time off leave. What we had looked at was previously there was a cap on our policy of any accrued time off in which an employee earned. They were able to get paid out a balance of 160 hours. However, according to our policy, an employee can accrue on up to 240 hours. So the question of discussion came up of if we're able to accumulate up to 240 hours, why then, once we are separated, are we only allowed to cash out on 160 of those hours? So obviously, one of the first question was financially, how big of an impact would that be and to what level? So I visited with Harrison on it. We figured out some factors of those employees who were actually up over 160 hours, how many hours they had, kind of where we stood. Overall in the nation, those that fell in that category, we were looking at a max total of $27,000. Now, taking into consideration, that would be only if all the employees quit at one time. Looking at past history, tenured employees were on average losing about 1 per year to fall in that category. So the financial impact was going to be extremely minimal, looking at less than $1,000 per year for that. The second part of that we're looking at is with personal time off being accrued is a benefit to the employee. One of our policies were set up that if an employee was involuntarily terminated, they were not paid that personal time off. Once again, we came up to discussion of would that be an earned benefit of the employee, then even if they're leaving under involuntary circumstances, should we award them that payment? So these policies, 3 of these are kind of interlocked based upon that discussion. So the first one is the involuntary termination policy, and the only change being given to that one is line item 6 says any employee that has been terminated for cause shall, and the word not was in there, we're going to strike that and revise it to say be entitled to payment of accrued personal time off. So that is the only change with that policy. I'm not sure if you guys want to open each one up for discussion and vote after each one, or...
That's the way it's on the agenda.
That's why you do the agenda somewhere.
Okay. So that's the only change to that. I'll open that up to questions.
My only concern is, from a budgetary standpoint, is that we do not currently book annual leave. We don't budget for it in our budgets. So how are we booking that on the books? Because we should be accounting for annual leave. Because if somebody does leave and we pay that out, and so it's gonna, whoever we bring back in, up to 240 hours, if they're paid out 240, just say they're paid out 240 hours, it's gonna hit that budget, whether it's federal, tribal, and that's paid out, and it's gonna cause a shortfall in that budget by us not budgeting for annual leave.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not budgeted for in our budgetary system. Yeah, most of our employees don't have that much, though. I mean, there's only a handful that it would impact. So, normal circumstances, I mean, we could find that somewhere else in the budget if we needed to do a budget model or something to cover that, $1,000, $1,500 that they might have to be paid
And
out.
we haven't been hit by our auditors by not booking our annual leave. That's never
I
came
haven't
up.
been a finding on that.
Okay.
Is there anywhere else addressed in here about accumulating that much leave?
Yes.
I know
That's also a couple of the other policies,
What
which
is the total amount of hours that can be accumulated then?
240 hours per employee.
Oh, you still have that, okay.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm just asking this question because I know I worked for a tribe in the past, and they reduced that, from 240. I think they went down to like 120. Reason being is that, it's a lot of money to have to pay out at one time if someone chooses to leave. And the other thing was that, let's see, that to have that much leave, and even though you could look at it like somebody gets sick or something like that, and they have all that leave, that's a long time to be away from your job. I guess more or less, and then if they were to have to add on the extra expense where they're paying this person at the same time, and then they have to hire somebody to fill their position, then it's an extra expense. So they had cut their leave like way down, where they more or less were forcing their employees to take time off. But some people are workaholics. They just, I guess that to me, I always think they don't have a home life, so that's why they're workaholics. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, that's what I was just wondering if that's addressed somewhere else.
Yes, and we'll cover.
Do we have a use it or lose it policy, or is that just?
Yes, once it hits 240, they cannot accumulate more than 240. And also, just to throw out numbers, I actually have the data here, which me and Harrison looked at. Pawnee Nation, we currently have 6 employees who are on 240, so it's not a massive amount of numbers. And all those are tenured employees, so.
And do we have a policy that states that you can only carry over so many hours from year to year?
Yes.
And what is that amount?
240.
Is that the proposed change?
Yes.
Or is that under the current policy?
No, that is our current policy of 240 hours.
And that's just PTO, not
Correct.
comp time?
Correct, just PTO. That does not include comp time nor sick time.
I worked for St. Andrew's Hospital. Remember, like I said, what you were talking about, we had a set amount that we could have, and after that, they told us we needed to take those hours or they were going to pay us, that year for what had occurred, and everything. And then what was kind of crazy about it too is they were telling us to use that but they wouldn't let us use it all at once because I used to save my time up to go to the visitation. So I couldn't take off the whole time. I'd always have to maybe if I was lucky, I'd get a week in there. But you know, I was kind of thinking about that too when we was talking about this when I was reading about. You know, I thought, you know, well, I don't know if there was something we had like that as well. You know, you use it, you know, if not, pay it for whatever. Because some people don't want to use it, or they don't, like you said, they're workaholics, or you know. And then we also too at the hospital we had that option to where if we had a whole bunch that we could donate to somebody else that maybe had, you know, sick family members or whatever, you know, stuff, to give our leave to somebody else.
One of the other things I looked at as far as cost-wise too, with 240 hours, and Angela had indicated that we don't have that factored into our budget. On average, once a position is vacated, from day it's vacated until it is filled, we're averaging right at a 6-week period. Reason being is because you post a position for 2 weeks, generally everybody who comes on board gets a 2-week notice then, once they come on board, and then there's about 2 weeks in between there during the time of setting up the interviews, going through the decision-making process, doing the reference checks, so it's about a 6-week period. So generally, that 6 weeks calculates to about 240 hours. So even though the employee is gone, we're not, basically the position is vacated, so you're not paying their salary, so there shouldn't be a deficit in the budget for that line item.
Personnel committees and agreement with that.
That's all well and all, but just listening to that, I just think 6 weeks without somebody in a position, it's a long time.
Usually they get somebody active, right?
And I'll tell you, I get 276 hours a year PTO, that's sick and vacation time. I've never taken 6 weeks. It's usually here and there, you know, so I don't think you'd have that unless somebody was really sick.
And a lot of employees that, or some employees that have the 240, they're kind of proud of that, and they like to stay with that. You know, they don't like to see that drop down. You know, they like to, and they like to work.
Questions on this particular policy?
One part I don't like on it is if there was fraud, they were let go because of fraud, because they were taking, here we are going to pay them out all this leave, you know, after they've been, you know, taken away. That's the only thing that I was worried about even on this, so.
Yeah, I mean,
But, then too, you know, where before, you know, they did accrue that time off. I mean, they accrued those hours from working, so.
what, I mean, is this normal? I mean, this has been in effect for how long?
It's a best practice.
Is it? I don't know. I mean, I'd be in agreement like what Amy said for those instances, but I guess those are few and far between, or hopefully never.
Well, I make a motion to pass resolution 1633, or to approve.
I'll second.
Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
No?
Sammy Addison,
Yes.
Donna Harris,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe.
Yes.
Deanna Keener.
Yes.
Resolution number 1633 passed.
The next agenda item is a policy change in reference to changes in assignment policy. Basically, the verbiage in there gives a easier process for already hired Pawnee Nation employees to apply for a position, as opposed to going to our website as an external applicant and applying through the Paycom system. It allows them to simply submit a cover letter and an updated resume to Human Resources. In addition, anybody who's already currently internally hired, the hiring authority can directly hire them if they are the only interested applicant for the position. Obviously, if there's 2 or more interested internal applicants, the hiring authority would utilize the interview process prior to offering a position internally for promotion from somebody outside, comparative to somebody internally first.
Did you all have any discussions on, by doing it in-house? I mean, because they have the opportunity to apply if they're currently employed. But did you all discuss any of what if they're the best qualified applicant is out there that's a tribal member, and they were the best possible applicant, but they don't get the opportunity to apply because of this in-house policy? I mean, did you all have discussions along those lines?
Yes. I mean, basically it was discussion as far as morale for our employees to be given that opportunity who are currently employed to be able to promote up within and, promote up within the system here internally.
Angela, do you mean like having a Pawnee candidate out that's not employed right now? Yeah, I mean, I think that all goes back to that whole Pawnee preference thing that I don't see happening. Is it happening?
Yes.
Because I think there's only like one Pawnee person hired in months of all the new hires. That's a concern.
We're about 0.5% right now, about 50% of new hires in the last 3 months have been Pawnee.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, if they would have brought over here and introduced to us, then we could find that out, but that isn't happening anymore.
There's one right there.
For some reason. Anyways, I have one comment, and I don't know if you thought about it, but being in a corporate environment, we have to have our managers, our current managers' approval before we submit an interest, if you will, in a lateral position or a transfer out. And I think that's kind of cool because if he doesn't want to give somebody his headache, you know what I mean? Or maybe he does. I don't know. But that might be something you might want to think about.
As far as a manager's recommendation?
Not a recommendation, just the approval to move. Maybe that person's, under some type of, a deadline for a project or something that's really going to impede what that transfer is going to do. Yeah, it's just a thought.
Trustee,
Thanks, Mr. Wildcats. In regards to the Pawnee preference, I know TDC has in their policies a Pawnee preference policy. However, I believe the tribe's policy right now is Indian preference, which encompasses all tribal people with a CDIP card. We do not have, I don't believe, within our Pawnee Nation, a Pawnee tribal preference policy. However, I believe we do give points for being a Pawnee member, but there's no policy as far as having Pawnee preference in hiring. That's my understanding.
We do get points for Pawnees for Pawnee preference, that is correct.
But do we have a
It's
Pawnee?
not a written policy?
Yes, it is a written policy. Yes,
So it is a written policy that we give Pawnee preference?
correct.
Okay. What's your definition of Pawnee preference?
What's my definition? Giving preferential points to somebody with, who is Pawnee.
No, what's your definition of, not the point system that we have, but Pawnee preference versus Indian preference? What's your definition of Pawnee preference?
Pawnee tribal member.
In what instance? Okay. Two applicants present,
Right.
and they have the same qualifications.
Right.
So tell me your definition.
We rate, all of our hiring is done by a point and scoring system. And how we do it is Pawnees get 8 points right off the bat. Anybody who is Native American who is not Pawnee gets 5 points.
Okay.
So they both do get a point system. Pawnees get higher and more additional points than somebody who is an another tribe.
So you go, it's based on the point system, you get higher, more points if you're Pawnee.
Correct.
And that comes out in the overall assessment
Correct.
of each applicant, okay.
When a Pawnee applicant is not an enrolled child member, but it's Pawnee, is that also considered?
It depends upon whichever type of card in which they submit for a CDIB card.
I see.
You know, I just wanted to comment a little bit about what you was talking about, Angela, about in-house versus, going out. When I worked in the hospital, I got to benefit from that, being in-house. There was a higher position that came up, I've done work there for like, I think 4 years. So I decided to put in for it, and I was promoted, versus them going out because they believed they wanted to invest in the employees, So it made me feel good that they actually thought enough of me that, that I could do that job, and I did it, for like 3 more years. And so I can see your point about, you want to invest, and kind of boost the morale, because it did that for me, and I enjoyed working there at St. Anthony's. I have no problems with it whatsoever. But I also do see your side about us missing out on somebody on the outside.
We're just trying to strike a balance.
Sure.
These things are difficult. We want to be an employer of choice.
Sure.
And we also want to have 100% Pawnee Nation tribal members that work here. But we have to strike a balance. And we are, I think.
And I understand that, don't get me wrong with my questioning, but I guarantee you I'll have that question by somebody that is given a transfer, and then they hear about that job was open, they're a tribal member, they said, I would have been interested in that.
Sure.
And what if it was given to a non tribal member that's in-house?
Sure.
I've got to think about those individuals too, and also making sure we're getting the most qualified applicant.
Sure.
And if that individual, they still have the opportunity to apply for it against even an outside person, they still, the credentials would go up against, they still have the opportunity to promote within by applying for that job.
Not necessarily, though. I mean, think about the creation of the Cultural Resources Division. Had I decided to stay at the Cultural Resources Division and apply for that division director's position, I would have had to have interviewed. And barring that whatever, I mean, not even the Cultural Resources Division, like Department of Transportation. If I want to make DOT a division and Chris McRae, and we have to do the outside application, which we will for that one, but just as an example, and he has to apply, well, he no longer has a position within a new division. A new division is created and there's no position for that person to go back to. So these types of internal promotions are how we become an employer of choice, because we don't have the resources to give people raises all the time. And if a job position, if we have somebody who is in just an employee but has all the credentials to be a manager or a supervisor, and there's an opportunity to promote within to get that person that opportunity, we as a tribe need to try to provide that spot. And I take those questions too. I get questions all the time about our hiring process. And most of the time, after I sit down and discuss how exactly we go about hiring here, they leave their discussion with me usually going, oh, well, I didn't know that. We do a lot of stuff here in confidential because it's a hiring, it's an HR activity, but we are continuously making changes to try to get the most qualified applicants who are Pawnee tribal citizens first. That is my objective. I'm Pawnee. That's my goal here, is to try to get everybody that's Pawnee hired onto our government. Unfortunately, we can't get there yet until we start doing this, because we have Pawnees right now that work for our nation right now that I would like to see move up into bigger, better things, but stay within our tribe. So it's just striking a balance. It's hard.
I I completely agree with that. We need to be an employer choice, and that's how we get there, by leveraging what we have internally and promoting from within. My only question is do you think it would be beneficial to get that manager's approval to move? I don't know, maybe he's privy to, that conduct or something that, he's tried to look through or whatever, and look at that money. Or maybe he's really great, and it's about time you got, promoted, I have to see you do this or whatever.
But my only concern about that is in the event a manager would be selfish and want to hold on to their employees, as opposed to seeing them promote, and not want to give that approval to transfer them to another division, so that would be the only downside to
Yeah,
that.
it's just because that person is going to.
Right.
That's right.
And I'll take that a step further, Andrew, I don't know, I hope you're here for the next 60 years, but there's a potential you might not be, and I have full faith and honesty in you in carrying out this policy, but I don't know for years to come, I don't know.
Well, I can assure you that we're not even close to done yet. We're just starting the process. We had other stuff brought up yesterday's budget HR committee that are going to change fundamentally. We've already started fundamentally changing it, but we're going to do it again. And so we're in this process. But this is, we had to prioritize how we're going to attack our policy because we can't change everything at once. It just overwhelms us. And so the first thing that we wanted to do, that Matt and I wanted to do, was to make this a more employee-friendly environment. And that was what our priority was first. And then, we've already started working on strengthening our Pawnee preference policies. And next council meeting, there will be another policy that will be brought to the council on a vote that is going to address these concerns as well. It's on our forefront to strengthen these policies and make them as strong as they can be. It just takes time because we just can't tackle everything at once.
We couldn't read it all at once and try to get a good response, so I like the way that you're, just bringing a few in at a time, so.
And these are all legitimate questions that you all have.
And I like the fact that, you have the former policy and then the new ones written in red, because that really helps a lot, I was kind of wishing it was that way on those museum bylaws, so that everybody could see the difference on there, because it seemed like they were something totally new. So anyway, yeah, so I like this. We're going to a lot of time too.
And they'll still have to meet the minimum requirements, the minimum goals.
Yes.
Before, as far as looking at their application and their resume, they have to meet the minimum.
Right, they would have to meet minimum requirements for the position. It would, basically bottom line, would help speed up the process and rather go through the entire application, a current resume and cover letter to show that they meet the qualifications.
Is that covered somewhere else in the policy that they have to meet those minimum quals?
Yeah, and in the policies when we do our job descriptions, the policy is the same for the job descriptions. You either meet the minimum qualifications or you
So if it's not stated here, they will know.
They would know because
That
the
would be
policy.
the selection and recruitment
Yeah.
policy that covers meeting minimum requirements for consideration for any one of the positions.
I will go ahead and make a motion to accept Resolution 1634 with one correction to typographical error. Under Section J1, it should say full-time with a hyphen, full hyphen time. That's it. Thank you. That's my English half.
Motion is on the floor, is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Call for approval. Or a vote?
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Hanson?
Yes.
Bob Christian,
Yes.
and Leah here has left the room.
Resolution number 1634, changes in the silent policy division has passed.
The next one is 1635 on paid time off policy. On page 1, the first part of it is just a couple typographical errors or typographical changes. On line item number 6, it's changing the paid time off request. Will be done utilizing the Paycom system, where previously required us to use the leave request form. Since we've gone digital, that's something that we've changed in our process, and now we're getting policy to coincide with that. On line item 9, previously any employee who requested 24 or more continuous hours off had to get a 10 days notice. We had discussion about this, and majority agreed that anything with 40 hours or more would require at least a 10 days notice. And then once you go to page 2, a lot of that is the change which I talked about earlier in regards to the max accrual of an employee, increasing that hours from 160 to 240 hours based upon what we're allowed to currently carry at our policy, but this also allows it to transfer with you if you go to another position, cannot exceed the 240 hours. I think that was all the changes, just changing that to coincide with our max accrual hours of 160 to 240.
The only comment or question I have is, what if we change from Paycom? I mean,
We'll have to revise the policy.
okay, we can't make it generic and have to just read whatever.
I would go with that recommendation.
I would too. Make it generic.
Yeah, make it generic, yeah.
We can read to request the time off to
Must obtain supervisor's approval, and then either way, if we go electronically or written, because all that has to be approved through the system.
Can you say something, the system?
Through the current
timekeeping.
current-
Yeah,
through the current-
the timekeeping system.
Yeah.
To the current.
something generic.
Yeah, like timekeeping system.
Yeah. Yeah, timekeeping system.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why we only have a 6-hour accrual and not an 8-hour accrual for people working over, 6 years? I mean, that's weird. You usually, you go 4-hour increments, right?
Yeah.
Why are we just doing 6?
That's part-time. Oh, wait, no.
No, it's full
Well,
time.
if you put that on your list, your next list.
We got a lot of work to do.
Well, just put it in there somewhere, because I agree with that.
It should be 8-hour accrual.
And if you go with 8 hours, it's gonna limit the maximum accrual, is gonna jump up to 300 and something
No,
hours.
it should just be at 240.
We can make it how we want it.
Yeah.
I know, but how you gonna pay for it is
It
what I wanna
should
know.
it should stay at 240 hours, but it should be an 8-hour accrual after 6 years. It should be 4 hours and then 8 hours. 2 hours, 4 hours. For part-time employees.
Most places I've worked has been 4, 6, and then maybe 8 after certain years, but I just worry about how we're gonna pay for it, because it's gonna increase the PTO, and now that we're changing the policy on the PTO to be paid out, I worry more about how many people, how that's gonna affect the budgets.
Yeah, I don't think it would necessarily affect the budget if you're staying at 240 hour cap.
That's, if somebody making like $20 an hour, that's almost $5,000.
Sure.
So, I don't know, to me, that's a chunk of change on the budget.
That's why I'm surprised it's not done by accrual. PTO. The bank, yeah, for finance, you know, I think because of our liability, they require, you know, us to use 80 hours by June 30th. You have to use 80 hours by June 30th.
Use their limit.
Yeah, just because of
Maybe we can look at.
That's why a lot of places have that policy in place, they
Yeah.
use their limit so it doesn't build up like that, but
Yeah.
so you have to worry about that payout.
Have you looked into that, Paul?
No, but we can.
Yeah, I would suggest you look at that.
We can put that on
And
the
then that
list.
could put her mind at ease and put all of our mind at ease and, you know, finance, because she brought up the good point, you know, about that, having to pay all that out.
And then, I just have one more question for you, Matt, before I quit talking. Number 9 on the bottom, the 40-hour continuous must receive approval 10 days prior. What happens if there's an emergency? Are there exceptions?
Yes, this is just for paid time off. Most of the time, an emergency would fall under different categories, such as like a sick leave, a bereavement type leave.
My mother's sick.
Mother's sick. Yeah, I think definitely we would have exceptions for emergency.
And employees can use their sick leave for their family's sickness. They can use that.
I want to work for the Crown.
There was one other point I was going to make about that. I forgot.
So PTO just is vacation.
Vacation.
Right.
Yeah.
Vacation time off.
Okay.
That's the point I was going to make, is it's basically 2-week notice if you want to go on vacation. So that's what
But
that's
there's
why we
always an
changed it.
exception to the rule.
Yeah, yeah. That's why we changed it to a week instead of 3 days.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 1635. Paid time off.
I'll second.
Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
That's with changes, right?
Yes. Yes, with changes.
The changes.
Yes.
Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Evans?
Yes.
Tony Harris?
Yes.
Adrian Sparta
Yes.
Leanna Tinker?
Yes.
There's been a resolution number 1635 has passed.
The next one, 1636, final pay policy. That's just striking the word ineligible. Previously required the cap of the 160, so now we're able to accumulate up to 240. When you're paid 240, there's no longer a need for the ineligible word, so that's just striking that off, that policy.
Vice President Walcott, I make a motion to accept resolution 1636. Have we read it?
Motion on the floor. For a second. Motion on the floor, is there a second?
I'll second.
Call for a vote.
Can somebody read that to me? I'm sorry, I can't find my paper with that one change.
Resolution 1636, final pay policy.
Yeah. What is it?
Final pay policy revision.
Okay. What are we changing? I'm sorry, I don't have it in my notes, so I'm just like,
It's 1636, and it's the, hold on. 1636, which
Okay,
is
it's
the
taken in there.
final pay policy revision.
yeah. Well, I don't have, I lost my paper that had that actually on there. Oh. Okay,
See it then?
I'm good, sorry.
I thought you was wanting to know what to.
Are you okay?
Yeah, yeah, it was just removing a word. I don't know, I don't have it in here in my packet. So I don't know. I probably mixed it up somewhere else, but, okay, Fannie Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow Horseshoe?
Yes.
Deanna Key?
Yes.
Resolution number 1636, final pay policy with, the revision is passed.
Okay, the next one is Resolution 1637 on exit interview policy. With the separated employee, there's different terminology on different forms and different concepts, everything from separated employee to exit employee to a terminated employee. Our pay count system currently references all employees' leaves as being terminated in the system. So to allow consistency in both our forms, our policy, and our electronic system, anything that's referenced to an exit interview is transitioning over to termination clearance form. And then in addition, line item 4, on the termination clearance form, basically the form itself is a check sheet of requirements for an employee who is separating to visit each one of the areas to ensure all their property is turned in. That being to property to turn in their keys, to IT to turn in electronics, to HR to turn in their ID card. The change added to line item number 6 is on a terminated employee who is dismissed involuntarily as opposed to them making the rounds to turn in those items. They will turn them all in directly to HR at the time. HR will be responsible for accepting those items and getting them to their appropriate departments.
One question.
Yes.
Number 1, all termination clearance forms shall be arranged. What is that?
Like coordinated or picked up through us.
Okay.
Will be initiated.
Yeah,
Initiated.
by the Office of Human Resources.
I like that, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
By the office. I make a motion to accept Resolution 1637 unless people have other comments for it. That's with the correction.
I'll second.
Motion has been seconded and call for a vote.
Fannie Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow Horseshoe?
Yes.
Deanna Key?
Yes.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it my understanding you was in the military?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you for your service. A lot of times we don't
Yes.
recognize that, so I was just thinking about that here a little while ago, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, he was in the Army.
Even better, even better.
Yeah, I want to thank the council for, that was a lot of resolutions. And we're working on some more. I'm hearing pretty strongly that you want stronger Pawnee preference. Yes, because we're working on that policy now.
Also, look into your, I want a lot more culturally for our people, for our Pawnee people. And so that's also, something to enhance that policy and make it even stronger. You know, we give a few days off now with their visitation, but that's kind of about it. So just to try to encourage people to participate.
And it seems like what we've been doing as far as visitation goes, that here, the leave is not needed as much as versus going down there. So it seems like it's been working out pretty good that way.
Yeah, even like considering, speaking of that, right? So even like considering that our morning feast and stuff, we've got 2 families that do that. And when they have to take time off to do that, I mean, are they having to take their PTO and stuff? Or is that a cultural leave or what happens?
I know a few that are having to, that help at some times, you know, they'll have to, during the week, they've done that.
We passed a cultural leave one that should have covered them that are doing the morning
We
feast.
did, that was one of our first ones that we did, I thought.
And are there
Oh, yeah,
I
I made it, the HR committee, I think I brought it to the HR committee initially, was to make it more, our bereavement policy and our those kinds of leave things
ceremonial.
encompass what we consider culturally to be family and kinship and using our traditional kinship methods.
We actually did one about 3 years ago.
And I'm talking like people that have to cook, you know?
Yeah, they're supposed to be covered in that.
All those things. Okay, that's good. That makes me glad.
You know, I was thinking, you know, like, even with our Native American church and some of our other ceremonies, they're most generally on the weekends. But sometimes with the Native American church, there could be emergencies where they have to be done during the week. So that's a possibility is there that somebody needs to be gone as well, especially if it's emergency basis. But also you take in consideration the Memorial Day dance is going to be on a Monday. The people involved, they may have to go back on that Tuesday, clean up or something, or however. You know, I'm not really sure, but you know, something like that, you know, I have to kind of think about. Cindy's one of the cooks, so she may not. So.
She feels it.
Are you using all your leave? Well, you probably got tons of leave, right? You lose every year.
It's gotta get used. So I do take off.
No, but still, yeah, though, you know, it's hard work, you know.
Well, even at that, you know, you earn that leave, and that's something that you chose to do, you know, as far as, you know, cooking and stuff, but still, that's your own time that you earned. I'm sure you want to have some time with your family and stuff other than that too, that you're using on top of taking care of your cultural responsibilities, you know. So I look at it as not being punished, but, you know, at the same time being somewhat rewarded. You know, you choose to do this stuff to try to help our people, yet you have to use your own leave to a certain extent. So just my thought.
Okay, moving on to number 8 under new business, discussion on credit card policy.
Okay, I guess I asked that to have it put on there because we ran into problems with the credit card again. And we had been asking since we got on council if we as council members could have a travel credit card just for our travel purposes. And then a policy was brought forward and there are revisions and then it's tabled and it's never been brought back again. So once again, ran into problems again, just with the rental car, trying to get rental cars to go up to Nebraska. And so that's why we put it back on there, and me and Cynthia were discussing it, and we were like, well, why did we drop this, and why isn't it back on here again? So we're bringing it back out again to see what we had, the reason why it was tabled, and what, if any steps have been made to move this issue forward.
Budget committee reviewed these policies when Andrew first came on. And we had several policies, the fill-in policy, the credit card policy, other policies that we were looking at that was on our radar as budget committee. And, but in discussion with Andrew, and when he came on board, he was going to meet with the finance division and all the other divisions and get a handle on where they're at, what's needed, blah, blah, blah. And at that time, you all were going to bring back the policies to us. So I don't mean to throw you under the bus, but I just wonder where they are too.
Well, we're kind of stuck in that cycle because we are with something like credit cards or Fuel Man, it's not just purchases, it's travel, it's all kinds of things that we have to make sure that we incorporate a policy like that into everything that we do. So it's right now we are desperately trying to get travel policy done and revamp travel policy, and that will be included. Plus, we had to wait to meet with the Bank of America folks who came down and presented their version of their travel cards that they offer and get a feel. So it's not, I will say this, it is on our radar and we are diligently working towards it, but it's not as simple as making a line change in a policy, because anytime you talk about a credit card, you have to start pulling in all of your policies and making sure that fiscally and financially it meets with across the board with all of our federal grant programs. It meets the requirements to GSA. I mean, because these are restrictive deals with some of our grant programs, so it's going to take time. I will say this, Councilwoman Littleson, that we are diligently working on it, and we will have, when we bring something to the council, it will be almost as close to what the budget committee will want, or HR committee will want, or admin affairs will want, the division director, procurement will want. It has to meet all of those things. It's just not as easy as, like, I don't know, just throwing together a policy.
Andrew, are we talking just council for now, or are we talking like across the board? You're talking about across the board, your directors and above?
Well, yeah, because we don't have a separate travel policy for council. So if we want to draft a separate travel policy for council, well, we could, but we still have to take into account some of the financial and fiscal things that we'd have to take into account. Although it'd be easier because it's tribal funds, it's not grant funds or anything.
Right.
But right now, since we do not have a separate travel policy for council, any kind of credit card policy is going to have to be in line with all of our other policies that we have in place right now. And it takes a little bit of time. Because, I mean, I feel for you, all of you that have to travel, because our policy is just, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
I understand.
So.
Any more comments on credit card?
No, we just want to know where we're at and what's going on.
We'll get it to you.
No, I understand all that because I put up a couple other tribes' travel policies because we were discussing that, and oh my gosh, they have like 5 or 6 different travel policies because it covers their tribal vehicles, other rental tribal vehicles, you know, just everything you could think of. There are a lot of tribes in their travel policy are that big. So once I seen that, I was like, oh man, you know, I was like, ooh. That's a lot, and some of them are real, you know, they're real in depth and real, you know, just cover everything. I guess you would have to, you know, so yeah, I understand what the holdup is, but, you know, I'll just throw that out there for you guys too, you know, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, you might look at other tribes that have travel policies like that, and, you know, see one might just fit right in there with us to, you know, save you a lot of time. So, thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 9, new business, approval of resolution number 16-38, Travel Development Corporation Board appointment.
Are we going to do this by secret ballot?
Yeah. List the candidates, just name candidates for everybody.
We have two candidates. We have them in their packet. It was Andrea Bowen and Charlie Nightchief. Andrea Bowen and Charlie Nightchief. They were the two that applied for this TDC position, and we interviewed them. I think it was on Tuesday.
It was Tuesday, and there was only 2 positions open.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
One position.
One position.
One position, so you have to
And
make a
with 2
choice.
candidates, like I see.
Yeah, between 2.
After we vote on this and whoever we decide, how does that affect Carol Chapman? Will she exit out? Because it was her term that we're filling, right?
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. She's the
I
president.
asked that last night, and
Uh-huh.
they said she's there, she's been approved to stay until August. Because whoever's selected will have to go through the process.
Okay, the background check and all that, okay.
Oh, and she's actually rolling off, huh, Carol?
Yeah, her term expired, I think, in what, February, March?
March.
So just write one candidate, whichever one you pick.
Airplane.
They stick to your plan.
And we don't know which one is yours.
Is that all of them? Everybody got their votes in?
On this side.
Adrian?
Yep.
Okay. We have one vote for Charlie Night Chief. We have another vote for Charles 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 Night Chief. We have one vote for Andrea Bowen. And then we have another vote for Charles Night Chief. We have 6 votes for Charles Night Chief and 1 vote for Andrea Bowen.
Well, I make the motion that we approve Charles and Ice Chief to the Tribal Development Corporation Board, Resolution 1638.
I'll second.
Passing resolution.
Okay. Oh, okay. Call for vote to approve the resolution.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Compton,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow Horseshoe,
Yes.
Deanna Keating.
Yes.
Item 10, approval of resolution number 16-39, Terrell Commission appointment.
We only had 2 people that put in for these 2 positions, so I guess we just go ahead and entertain a motion to approve them for these resolutions, right?
Yeah, we'll have to do one resolution that time.
Yeah.
So we'll start with approval resolution 1639.
Wait a minute. They're on 3.
Well, Mr. Perry.
I had him pull his, because I want finance just to be finance.
Great, I appreciate that. Okay, good. Keep you straight, yes. Okay, so that's unanimous then?
Yes.
Morgan and,
We still have to vote on it.
Yeah, we still have to vote on the resolutions.
Okay, call for a vote on the resolution number 1639.
Who's that going to be?
I make a motion that we approve Morgan Littleson For Terror Commission, Resolution 1639.
No.
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Then call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, I'll abstain. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanna Q.
Yes.
Resolution number 1639 passed. Number 11, approve resolution number 16-40, Terrell Commission appointment.
Vice President Wildcat, I'll make a motion to accept Resolution 1640, where Renown's Horse Chief will be appointed to the Terrell Commissioners.
I'll second.
Bonnie, did you second?
Yes.
Oh.
Motion has been made and seconded. Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Abstain.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to number 12, approval of resolution number 16-41, Liquor Control Commission reappointment.
I'll make a motion that we approve Pete Moore Jr. to the Liquor Control Commission reappointment, Resolution 1641.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded on the number 16-41. Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanna Q.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 1642, reappointment of Phyllis Soxy to the Liquor Control Commission.
I'll second.
Okay, call for a vote on number 16-42.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanna Q.
Yes.
Okay, number 14, approval of resolution number 16-43, Liquor Control Commission appointment.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 1643, appointing Samantha Peters to the Liquor Control Commission.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Adson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Abstain.
Leanna Q.
Yes.
Okay, number 15, discussion on constitutional amendments.
I had this put on the agenda because, as you all know, we really need some serious changes to be done to our Constitution. And as you all know, our governing documents committee hasn't met in over a year, and I think maybe twice I know of in the last 3 years. So we had been discussing, that the council should be doing these constitutional changes. And of course, we would put the constitutional changes out, and it would go out to vote to the people. You know, it's not us just making these changes and that's going to be it. All changes to the Constitution have to be done by a vote of the people, the majority vote. And so that's what we're talking about is getting these constitutional changes done. And one of the main things that I would like to see done on these constitutional changes is to get our constitutional changes out from underneath the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Right now, we have to go through if you look on your last page of your Constitution, you have to go through the Secretary of Interior, it states. I would like to put that out to the people to see if they would be in agreement to take this out from under the Secretary of Interior and put it under our own, that we could exercise our sovereignty. And it would still be the same, as we wouldn't have to go through the steps that we have to go through right now in trying to get these changes made by going through the Secretary. It's like getting permission to run your tribe how you want it to be run. And we all know by the things that happened in the past, you know, how confusing our Constitution is. And it doesn't have to be that way, as far as I'm concerned. And so what I would like to see, or even, you know, I would like to see what the other council members think about getting these constitutional changes going, you know, to put before the BIA to get permission to get the election going, to have these changes made. But one of them is to get it out from under the Secretary. And then another one is to change our name. Because we have the lands in Nebraska, we're no longer just the Pawnee tribe of Oklahoma or the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. We have property in Nebraska now. So to get the, you know, of Oklahoma part off of there, because, you know, we now have land, we're located in Nebraska also. So just things like that. I'm not looking at a full constitutional changes first round. I'm looking at just a few changes, you know, that are quite obvious. I don't know, well, there's a lot that's real obvious as far as but, you know, just some smaller decisions. But like I said, it would just be something that we would have to do. If you remember the last changes to our Constitution, I think we had maybe 30 people that voted and made a huge change that we have to live with today. But so I was shooting for, and I had been mentioning that I would like to have seen this done during Pawnee Powwow while there's a large number of our people home, that they could make that decision at that time. But I don't know the time frame. When I called yesterday, then superintendent, I guess, was over here at the auction. So I didn't get a chance to visit with him to find out what the time, I don't know if he knows. And then I was going to even look at our Constitution. We have it, like have the time frame on there already. But these are the kind of things that I was talking about, and I was under the assumption, you know, that we had told the previous planner that we wanted that the first half of our strategic planning was going to be on our strategic plan, and the second half was going to be on constitutional changes, but of course what I wanted never happened. So we didn't even discuss it. We were all on the other policies, donation policy. So that's why I bring this forward. You know, I'm wanting to see how the rest of the council feels about that, and if we want to move forward. It doesn't have to be Pawnee Powwow. I just kind of like to have deadlines, so I have something to work toward, you know, to get things done. So that's why I have this on the agenda, and, you know, just for discussion to see how the other council members feel about it.
I am on the Governing Documents Committee, and I don't believe part of the reason we have not met is because Elizabeth was the chairman, and no one has been, she's not been replaced yet, so that's one thing I think we need to get taken care of, and then we can go from there. And well, I know we met more than 2 or 3 times, but I don't think that the whole group was there. So, yes, we need to get moving again. At one point, Elizabeth had a timeline, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't get everyone there. We had to meet, let's see, we have William Howell and Pat Moore, and we had to meet around their schedules. So, just telling you where we are right now.
I've had some interesting conversations with Andrew and some ideas with our AG. So I would like to defer to them to express their views right now, if that's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear from the council first. I brought it to the council, and then maybe after we see how everybody else feels about it, you know.
I think y'all know where I stand.
Yeah. Well, my take is that this is a living document, and it just evolves and evolves and evolves. And just like anything else that's controlled like that, it has to be looked at. And I would say that once a year, somebody should be putting their eyes on it and reading it and making sure there aren't changes to be made. So I'd be happy to be a part of that. And yeah, I think it's necessary.
I'm all for it, and I think that us as a council, we should all be a part of it. You know, we should take ownership in this myself, you know. And you're right, you know, there has been some very critical changes that was made just by, you know, a few members of the tribe, you know. And I say a few members, you know, 30 compared to how many normal people normally vote, you know, that was some huge changes. So, but I believe that it's time, and exactly right, it is a living document, and, you know, even after we're gone, there's still going to be some changes that's going to have to be made. It's just how things work, you know, so I'm all for it.
Any other comments? Well, personally, it's got to be done. And as you see, we've been doing this, long before I even came aboard. And Sam's right, it's a living constitution. It's going to carry on. It's going to evolve. Just like technology is really way ahead of us, and we're falling further behind every year. And so it's got to be pretty flexible in how we do this. And getting the people, tribal members, to at least come out and vote for some changes. We need to get the, I don't know how we get to feed them and make them vote.
We got to
We do feed the people and make them vote. So we do need to have this, and how soon we need to get started. That's pretty much up to you all. When you want, how often you want to meet. There's something that's really has to be a change.
Well, even looking at the Constitution now, there's even a conflict in the Constitution. One part says one thing and then another part says another thing. It totally conflicts with each other. Talking about, on the back page, you know, Article 13 about adoption, and that the 2/3 vote of adult members voting in person, you know, and that's what we came up, you know, with the last election was that it was absentee ballots, and so, well, according to the Constitution in the front, it says that nobody shall be denied the right to vote. So if you get a constitutional change, you know, right here, then it's stating that they have to vote in person. But yet we had a conflict before where absentee ballots were accepted. So right here within our own Constitution, it conflicts. So which one are we going to believe, the front part or the back part? Things like that. That's what I'm talking about. There's little bitty things in here that could be changed immediately and put to vote right away. Where let's get this document, you know, let's get it right now, you know, right away, because it's conflicting within itself. So what do we go by? Okay, well your front part says this, but your back part says this. So if we're going to do this change in the Constitution, do we go by what's on your back part that says it's only people who vote in person, or do we go to the front part that says that you can't deny anybody a vote? So if there's absentee ballots that come in, then what? Do we accept them? Do we accept the front, or do we accept the back? So it's just things like this, you know, that, and excuse me, but let's get to working on this and let's get it straightened out and let's, you know, let's get on the ball about it. Let's quit just putting things off, hoping that somebody else is going to come along and get it done. And I, you know, I have a lot of respect for you all because of your education and everything like that. But my gosh, I know you guys have a lot on your plate. You know, and then to me, we could sit here and we could get to work on this because I think that we are all smart enough and intelligent enough where we could do a lot with this document. And then of course we're going to have to bring it, you know, to our Attorney General to make sure that, you know, everything's in order, just like what they were saying about being, you know, you have to be you know, in conjunction with federal laws, you know, things like that. But, you know, it needs to be done, and I think it needs to be done right away.
Well, why don't you just have Cynthia book a couple hours, and we'll just start chewing on it, you know, start from page 1 and just go by consensus. Does this make sense? This is how we want to do it. On and on and on and on.
It's a 12-page document, you know.
I'm sorry?
It's a 12-page document.
Yeah, it's
not
12
very
pages.
big.
It's not a lot. Yeah, we just need to do it. Save us some time. I'm usually good after 3 if that works for you guys.
That's fine with me.
Or if you just want to you know, cut and paste it out on email and get some feedback. Yeah, this looks great, or hey, I think it needs this, or whatever. We can all collaborate, and we don't have to be like in each other's face to do it. So, however you want to do it, we'll do it.
I even suggested that even with the Chiefs Council and even told them, you know, when they finally were going to get their training, which I don't think they ever got. But I even told them, I said, well, they're going to be going over the Constitution with you. So I made a suggestion to them, said, look at it and read it. And if you see changes, even while you're going through the document, you know, highlight it. You know, because, you know, it'll be a time where, you know, people might have an opportunity, you know, to voice things that they might want or they see wrong or whatever in the Constitution. So, but that's why I brought it up. You know that I just feel like we need to start looking at this document and you know, chipping away at it right now. And like I said, even we put all this time into it and then present it, and the people won't even want it. So just things like that, you know, that we need to look in. But at least we made an attempt to do that. Is what I'm trying to say about the discussion on the constitutional. So, Cynthia, if you could maybe, you know, look at some time. And I don't have no problem, you know, like meeting after 3, like what Sandy was saying. I don't have.
If you don't mind, if you guys don't mind, take a couple hours. You know,
The main thing
if we have to do it weekly or bi-weekly or whatever.
Yeah, I just want to get moving on it.
Let's just do it.
There had been a suggestion, I think it was during our strategic planning, about marking up what we would like to have changed, get it to our AG, and start at that point. So if everybody could just identify where they see it needs to be. And the reason that I wanted to defer, give the executive director and attorney general a chance to speak about it, mainly the executive director, because that's who I've had the conversation with. He was just really excited about it and had some really good ideas, and we just have this expertise. I'm not saying let's dump the work on them. I'm saying let's utilize their expertise and work along with them.
Absolutely.
Well, of course, you're all be welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know you already have some really good suggestions.
I'll lay it all on the table.
And I mean, my recommendation that they be tacked onto strategic planning. That's where we're going to get the most benefit with everybody there, I think.
And then we also need a strategy within the administration office for like change management. You know, when are we looking at these documents? What happened? Even as far as the efforts that Matt put in for our personnel policies and such, they need to be revisited time and again, to make sure that we're compliant with new laws, make sure that they're up to date, for crying out loud, and not antiquated like that. So that should be a really good thing for your change management team. That will.
Any more discussion on the constitutional amendments? If not, we're going on to 16, request for the Pawnee Nation flag to be sent to the Pawnee Museum in Kansas. Number 16.
Well, we went on our way back from Nebraska. We stopped at the museum right there on the Kansas-Nebraska border, the Pawnee Nation Museum. And we noticed that they don't have a Pawnee Nation flag flying out there. So what I would like is see if we could possibly take some money out of our budget and purchase a flag and send it up there to
Richard Gould.
Richard Gould. Yeah, he was so nice.
Republic? Is that-
Yeah, a Republic, yeah.
I'll make the motion. Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
I guess I should ask, what's the cost?
What's the cost? Of course.
I think they were like $64.
Yeah.
It may have gone up.
Pocket change, huh?
I said donation, use the donation line item.
Little info on Mr. Gould, he lives there, the premises. He takes care of that museum out there, and I don't know how many people have been here or not, but it's kind of way out in the middle of nowhere, and it's a real beautiful site, it was a huge village at one time, so they took one of the largest archaeological sites that was there and turned it into a museum, the Kansas State Historical Society. So he's been there for quite a few years, and he is very nice and very knowledgeable about all the stuff, the information stuff they have there and everything. So if you guys ever get an opportunity to go up there, all means to go. It's really not that far from here. It's just, you can spend the whole day driving up there and visiting and checking it out and come back home. And he has come down here to Pawnee a few times. He's been down here for Pawnee powwow and, other occasions. There's a motion.
Okay, has it been a,
Yeah.
motion seconded, so call for a vote.
Amy Littleson? Yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donnie Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow-Christian?
Yes.
Leanna Kiefer?
Yes.
Number 17, approval of change to the Pawnee Nation flag, adding of arrowheads.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll tackle this one. This question was brought to me by Lyle Fields, who was getting ready to order some new flags, and he asked me how many arrowheads are supposed to be on the flag, and I gave him an answer, and then I looked it up, and we're missing one arrowhead. We have the Spanish-American War, we have World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm. We have, and then we have Operation Enduring Freedom. We're missing Iraqi Freedom, and the way this, I talked with my uncle, Bill Howell, and the way he explained it to me was basically, because the Marine Corps is different than the Army, the Veterans Committee view anytime that an infantryman is rated a CIB, a Combat Infantry Badge, which is when there's a campaign or a war, that they've added an arrowhead. And Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom are two campaigns that the modern day Army rates as two separate battles, two separate wars. Now, we can choose to add an arrowhead, or we could change the terminology to say global war on terror. The last arrowhead, we can just say that represents a global war on terror. However, it's not keeping in with our tradition of anytime a combat infantryman's badge is rated, they have, because that's usually just one war. So they've added an arrowhead. We asked Bill, and he says the veterans, they agree, but they don't make the decision when it comes to council. So, and we know
agree
that
with the combat infantry badge.
yeah, because that's what he said. They explained to me how they go about their rating system. So you'll have like an Army guy that has, let's say he's fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He'll have a combat infantryman's badge with 2 stars because each one of those campaigns was its own war. And because Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom are considered 2 separate campaigns, 2 separate wars, that today's soldiers that have fought in both those campaigns rate the combat infantryman's badge plus the star because they fought in 2 campaigns. So, but there's nothing written down. I mean, it's just been what the Pawnee Nation has done in the past with the Veterans Committee. So it's up to the Business Council to, I mean, put on the Business Council. We could just change that last arrowhead to say global war on terror. But then how long do we, I mean, where does that, that's an amorphous kind of thing. So, I mean, it just depends on the Business Council. And we know that there's expense associated with that. You know, we have to start slowly updating stuff.
So you're talking one arrowhead?
One.
Here's a question I had.
Yes.
One of the arrows that you didn't mention was the Plains Indian Wars, the wars that we had before we was even, considered a country, because I was told that that very first one was representing up all of our wars that we was in.
Yeah.
Prior. But then you left that out and said the Spanish-American War, which that was a separate one too as well.
Yeah. I just forgot to mention Indian Wars in the campaign. It's been a long day.
He's right, the very first star is, very first arrowhead is the Indian Wars.
Is the Indian Wars. And then Spanish-American War.
Yeah.
See, Indian War, Spanish-American War, World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, and then we have 8 right now.
Yeah.
And because we're honoring Operation Enduring Freedom, which is our war in Afghanistan, and we're missing one, which is Operation Iraqi Freedom. But again, there's no real rules about how they've done it. I just asked Bill because he sat on the Veterans Committee for so long, and that's kind of how it goes.
My opinion on that, Michael Brummett designed that, and when he presented it and we saw it, his design, that went through my mind, that arrowhead. It was at that time, I forget how many stars, how many arrowheads along there, the original. And I think it only went up to Korea at that time. It was before Vietnam. And my own thinking, looking at that, I said, wars are forever. To me, there's always going to be a war, and that flag is going to be completely covered with arrowheads in the future. Maybe in 100 years, there's going to be maybe 20 more arrowheads on there. And I feel, it was my feeling at the time, I said, only one arrowhead should have been put on there just to show that we've helped America since the beginning, from the Revolutionary War to present. Maybe there should be some other symbol to symbolize our service to this country since the 1700s. But that's just my personal feeling on that. Just war is just ongoing.
Constant.
Well, we will have to change all our letterheads and flags and everything to update it, wouldn't we?
Slowly, I mean, you wouldn't have to do it all at once. I mean, it's just basically to change the campus flags first. I mean, if that's really the case, and our official flag that we use for official functions in the tribe. You know, everything else can be like license plates and stuff, those stickers, and that can happen over time.
I don't know, I'd like to talk with the veterans on their feelings on that, of actually just stopping we'd like to have this war, the last one, this war on terrorism, be the last arrowhead we put on there, but I know there's going to be more. And if we just, because it's just cost, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But it's going to cost, just add that one arrowhead, it's going to cost.
Good afternoon, council.
Thank
Hi,
you for
Gary.
having me.
Good evening.
Yes, resolution 1644 is 29 new eligible applicants for Pawnee Nation membership role. We sent before enrollment committee on May 5th and went before the Nashara this past Saturday on May 14th.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve resolution 1644 and the addition of the 29 new members to the Pawnee Nation.
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded on resolution number 1644. Call for a vote.
There were no, it all passed through on Chief's Council, right?
Yes, yes. They passed it by resolution 1602.
Okay, Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Don Harris?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow, Horse Chief?
Yes.
Deanna?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to number 19, approval of resolution number 16-45, enrollment of deceased members.
Again, the documentation and this went before the enrollment committee May 5th and the Charlotte Council the 14th. And to note the date of the death of the member, to put it in the file, and to remove it from the duty roll.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 1645 for the approval of the 9 deceased Pawnee members.
A second.
Motion has been made and seconded for the approval of resolution number 16-45, deceased members to be taken off the rolls.
That would be to make note of their date of death, but to take them off the annuity roll, but not the membership.
Oh, okay, correction, take them off the annuity roll.
Yes.
You ready to vote?
Call for a vote.
Amy Littleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Don Harris?
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow, Horse Chief?
Yes.
Deanna?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Leave the mic, drop the mic. Gary.
Item 13, open it up to the public. Step forward. Open forum. Yes.
I have something to tell the council. The travelers had an idea. we wanted to acknowledge and honor the memory of Elizabeth Blackout for her dedication to education and to the Pawnee people. So, yesterday, the Travelers presented our very first annual Elizabeth Blackout Award to a Pawnee Nation College graduate. It was Marty Onyechi. And the guidelines that we went by was that she is an enrolled member of the Pawnee tribe. She was a returning student. She is an older student. And she is a grandparent raising grandchildren. And this is what the Travelers did. We just want everybody to know.
Great, that's good. What did she get?
I'm sorry?
What did she get?
What did she get? The money.
Oh, she got some money. Oh, okay.
Yes, from the Travelers.
Oh.
And I have sat here all day long just letting you all know that. I've been very patient. You guys talk too much.
And the treasures.
And I would just like to thank you and the Travelers because you've really turned into a dynamic service organization that really looks after the people.
I know, we have evolved a whole lot these past few
You guys are great.
Oh,
yes.
I can't travel anymore.
You're too busy fundraising. You guys are great, though. I gotta commend you. I agree with Donna. Okay, I wanted to get an open forum. I wanted to get a date for our next strategic planning meeting. A date for our next strategic planning meeting. I know our travel planner probably be 6 weeks or something before we get that filled, what you guys were saying earlier. So I think we need to just go ahead and move forward. At least start, there is a reason why we can't do it. I don't think, but, maybe if you could allow Reba and Cynthia to be there. But maybe Cynthia, you could throw some dates out, whenever you look at the calendar or whatever, to see when our next available date where we can get together. I just want to keep moving on it. So, and then I needed to, we had decided that we were going to do the bridge dedication to the War Mothers. That's going to be Memorial Day. So we had, we went and met with Chris McCrae and his assistant, and we were discussing that, and he had showed us some designs that they already had been thinking about ahead of time. Really, it's going to be really nice, but the designs that they have are going to be part of the First Street project, and that's not going to start till next year. I said probably next year about this time they'll be able to have, because they included the bridge, I guess like welcome signs on both sides of the bridge, coming in off the highway by the armory, and they're going to have really nice, but they included that in the cost of the First Street project. So they were getting some temporary signs made, like the brown ones, where it's going to say on there that this bridge is dedicated to the War Mothers of Pawnee Nation, and they got those back, and there was typos on them. So they had to send them back, get them redone, and he doesn't know if they're going to be back in time for the dedication on Memorial Day. But we decided we were going to go ahead with it, and we've let the War Mothers know, and that that bridge is going to be Memorial Bridge for all War Mothers. And so we're going to go ahead with that, and we've set the time to begin at 9 a.m. on Memorial Day morning at the bridge. I thought that was kind of early, but AJ said he's bright-eyed, and she's kind of ready to go by then, so.
What day is that?
Memorial Day on the 30th. So I'm just letting you all know about it. And then we'll probably be getting with Cynthia, I don't know who we have to, I thought, well, of course it's going to, have some coffee out there or something. We're talking about parking and we're working with Chris even on that. We have that big field there right next to it where people can either park there. They're talking about even possibly shuttling people in with their travel vehicles and things like that.
You mentioned we, is it a committee that's working on this?
It's me and Adrian. We were appointed, if you recall, at the council meeting.
Okay.
We were appointed and said that we would take on this
Okay.
bridge dedication. If anybody has any suggestions, you can just shoot them over to us, But those are things that, and then, we're still in the process of working. Like I said, we have to, probably get with Cynthia, whoever who's going to submit our forms to where we have, maybe some coffee and donuts out there for anybody that's coming. We'll have the PA system set up and kind of get a idea of how everything is going to be set up. And of course, we're going to block off the bridge until that's over with, which, it shouldn't take too long. We don't want to drag it out to something real long, went on and on, so, but it's going to be the dedication, and so I'm just kind of giving you guys an update on it, and letting you know that that's the time of the day that we had picked out, at 9 a.m.
It would have been nice to have a sign, though.
Well, keep your fingers crossed, they sit it right back. It seemed like it took there, I don't know how long it took to get it there from the time that we met with him, but that was quite a while ago.
What kind of sign is it?
It's just going to be a brown sign just right now because they're going to do the bigger. No, it's the metal kind.
One of those kind that are
Like
reflective.
a street sign?
Yeah.
By the bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it's just a temporary sign until the other one is going to be set up to where it's going to have the little plaque in it that's going to talk about the war mothers and, the dedication of the bridge to the war mothers. And we haven't decided on the wordage of it all yet, but, we'll get that done. We've got a year to work on that yet. But just for now, it was just going to be one of the temporary, kind of like, where it says, welcome to the Pawnee Nation, or you're in, Pawnee Nation. A street sign like that is all it was going to be. And then the really nice one with the Mother's Day Memorial and all that will be put into the other entryway. I don't know what you would call those. But they're really nice. Chris, what we will have over there, though, the dedication is the actual picture of what's going to be out there. And so everybody can get a visual of that when it happens after that First Street project begins. And that way, it doesn't cost the nation anything. It'll all be paid for through that project.
Then, I was at the Deb's seat, or corn blessing, and Senator Seneca Scott came, and he was so excited to see everyone, and he said he had been out here, seen the whole reserve and everything, and he asked about the bridge. He said that he was part of the legislature that got it approved to be completed, and so I was telling him about this dedication, and he said he would like to be included. Senator Seneca Scott, he's from Tulsa. So, if you want to.
He's native.
Yeah.
I think he said a Native American conference or involved with
He
it.
was. Yeah, I think he just stepped in.
Yeah, he's on, yes, he's going
Yeah.
to.
Great. The more the merrier. So I was just giving you all an update on the bridge and what's going to be taking place. And another thing I want us to think about, and I'll bring it up in strategic planning too, is naming our building.
Yes.
Taking it away from 64 and multi-purpose. We're just going to have some real keen-ended things. Like Rosie, I really like the name of that building, but something that we really need to work on and start thinking about, actually it's naming our building.
Our streets, too.
Yeah, streets.
Let's let it be on that.
Well, it's pretty shaky anyway. I was there with Cromwell in the streets. So anyway, that's all I have.
Amy, That reminds me of the community meeting that we had for this building. We had one person show up. It was Levi Horschke. So I thought that would be, I always thought it'd be good to name this building after a little bit further. Yeah. He gave us the specs.
What's next? That's all, it's just like, and then we're going to executive session.
Anything else for us on?
Oh, I guess I'm back to acting again. Anybody else? Open forum? Okay, then, entertain a motion to go into executive session. Oh, we're gonna take a break first, and then we'll go into executive.
So we just would have you guys entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Okay.
Then we can take our bio break.
Okay, motion to go into executive session, Sam.
Second.
A second. Oh, got both? Okay.
Executive session.
All those in favor?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Yes.
All in favor, say yes. Yes. Anybody opposed? All right, we're
Taking a bio break and then executive session. Okay.
Yes.